two, one. Welcome
Blast
to
off.
YouTube. Bang.
Whoa.
From the
evening.
top of the Empire State Building. Oh, you guys.
Broadcasting live from Phoenix, Arizona.
That was how K-Rock used to start. That was its call sign. He used to say, from the top of the Empire State Building.
I love it.
92.3 K-Rock.
Danny's in New York, Clint's in Michigan, Sabrina's in California, and I'm in Arizona.
I'm in France.
Is that right? Oh, you're in France? Broadcasting. The only one we're missing now is Germany. Ellie from Germany. Ellie, where are you?
That's Airbnb. Yeah, this this lady right here is, I don't know if you ever heard, she was a Vietnamese Korean sniper, very dangerous woman.
Trained by the CIA to shoot CIA.
Well, no. Well,
Dr. Ruth
the
was a
Vietnamese
sniper too.
Yeah.
Dr.
right.
What?
Dr. Ruth.
Yeah.
She was an
The sex
IDF.
doctor?
Well, I don't know if she was IDF yet. I think it was probably just the Irgun at the time. Or she was like an Irgun sniper, I think. I don't know.
My favorite. My favorite IDF soldier.
Gal Gadot.
Yep. How'd you know?
Ooh, what?
How'd you know, Daddy?
Lucky guess. Lucky guess.
Lucky guess. Yeah.
Well, Natalie.
Where's Wonder
Natalie
Woman
Portman
when
didn't
Where's
start.
Wonder Woman when we need her?
Jay Dyer on one of his streams made a comment about, Israel just shows, the beautiful IDF soldiers. That's just for propaganda.
Had to buy a calendar. Yeah.
Not true. Not true. I've seen many IDF beauties.
Oh, yeah. There are plenty.
Yeah, there are plenty.
But I only want to see the beauties. I don't want to see the ugly ones, okay? No, I'm just teasing.
I will say, Israel, even my friends from Brazil used to comment, and my friends were from Brazil, that Israel, there are, the women are, we used to say, you walk down the street and you're like, wow, that's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then 2 minutes later, you're like, wow, that's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And these were guys from Brazil, and those women are beautiful. And a lot of people, they would be like, yeah, there's a lot of beautiful women here.
Oh, in Tel Aviv. Oh my gosh. It's a fashion show. Yeah. Beautiful.
Which sounds... They say that about Salt Lake. They say that about Utah. If you like blondes, yeah. Blonde hair, blue-eyed girls, no. I'm just teasing. A lot of blonde Mormons.
That's the thing about the Israeli
Mormons.
women is that they're so diverse.
The Mormons are white supremacists. I would say.
Well, they're not openly. They don't.
They were forced.
Well, they are.
They don't say that. They don't say nothing in their modern doctrines about the whites are better. They got rid of the black thing, where they wouldn't let blacks into the priesthood in 1979. So they cleaned up their act, everyone.
They were pressured to.
They cleaned up their act.
Well, they brought in all those Polynesians, so it was like, don't look. See,
that was what it was. That was what it was. They're bringing so many, what do you call them, new members from the islands that they had to let the blacks into the priesthood.
I'm from the islands.
Because in the 70s, they were down in Polynesia and Hawaii and all these places, and so they were bringing them. Well, it's funny, they were bringing them from the islands to Utah, which is a snowy desert.
Yeah.
Take them from a tropical paradise to a fucking snow desert. I'd stay in paradise, but those guys. But they brought them over here, and they got so many of them going that they probably had to open the priesthood. Some of them started probably asking, "Hey, how come I can't be part of the priesthood?" "Oh, the color you got the wrong skin color, sir." And so their president went behind the curtain and talked to God, like the Mormons do. Mm-hmm. He went into what they call the Holy of the Holies. And I heard, I may be mistaken, but I heard it's a secret room at the top floor of the Mormon temple at their headquarters. And then there's someone behind the curtain.
It's called the Celestial Room.
That's where they invoke.
And there's someone behind the curtain, and he goes in there, and that other person it's God. It's God. And he asks him, "What should I do here? What should I do?"
I've been there.
And the answer comes through the curtain, and it says, let the blacks into the priesthood. And so then he comes out of the room and gives the proclamation, and the next thing you know.
That's not the way I heard it.
I hear you. I probably exaggerated a little bit of what happened there, but
wait. So where do I sign up for
something
this
like
Mormon
that.
thing? You know,
Something like that happened.
Well, if you sign up for the Mormon thing, you're going
I'm
to have to. You have to give them 10% of your income.
But you get to have
well, that's
5
easy 'cause
wives.
I don't have any.
So,
You might
I
have
told
your
you I
genitals
saw,
fondled by
personal loans for purpose tithe.
Yeah, that's
They
fucked
take
up.
it seriously.
wow.
You
Yeah,
must
I did a
tithe.
software conversion in Utah. Yeah.
Purpose tide. What's that?
Tithe.
They were
Oh,
getting loans
tide.
to pay
Yeah.
the tithe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
they'll help you if you're behind in your 10%.
Okay.
They'll send out
I
some
hope
guys
so.
to
I mean,
kind of
hey.
rearrange your finances, look and see what you got going on. Maybe you're spending a little bit too much over here. Maybe you could cut a few things out here, get
I
up your
bet you
10%
they have
up.
auto deposit now.
Yeah.
Probably do. Make it easy on you.
Auto deposit. They got an app on their phone.
Yep.
I'm sending my money to God.
Hey,
Well, it's easier that
I've
way.
even heard like neo-evangelical pastors shame their congregations during services about
yeah.
tithing.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
Calling it stealing from God if you don't give your 10%.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to give your 10% to any. You're supposed to do it quietly. You're not supposed to do it like in the middle of church so everybody can see you. You're supposed to do it, out
Hide
of
it.
generosity, so like anonymously,
Not
Kinda like
according
they
to these
say-
pastors.
Well, kind of like the saying is, if you do something helpful to somebody and you expect something in return, then it kind of spoils the favor.
Yeah.
It's that kind of idea. You're supposed to do it without expecting something, help someone without expecting someone if you're really being generous or something. I'm not saying this is what I believe. It's just a saying. But
We know you
and it
got
works.
millions.
It works. I wish. I do have millions of ideas and millions of potentialities.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Being a
Here's
magician, I like to
the
think in
best
terms
tip
of
on the
potential.
internet.
There you go.
Oh, by the way,
That George Bush?
did anybody notice on X they're trying to push Jeb Bush for 2028?
Oh God.
Oh man,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
I'm surprised they're not pushing Eric Adams yet. I'm waiting for that.
Well,
Yeah.
Trump won, so anybody can win, probably. You know why Trump was such a great person to run? Because he wasn't part of the swamp. He was like a TV guy, as far out of the political spectrum as you could go, and people were sick of these politicians by the time Trump was running, especially Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama screwing everybody for 8 years. And Hillary's face threatening to become president in the background after all her stories, after the stories of Bill and Hillary, that fucking anybody but those guys is pretty much how it works. So he comes around, he's putting the spotlight on these shitheads. And man, all of a sudden everybody likes him. He has a debate with 17 Republicans and shreds them all in that first debate back in 2015, 16 or whatever it was. Shreds them all because it's too easy to shred politicians.
Get rid of the 16th Amendment, like you said.
But you can see Trump was a condition of what they created. They created a situation so bad people wanted anybody but a politician that year. And then when he come onto the scene, calling all these guys names and pointing out how ridiculous our system is, and that's how he becomes popular with people that are trying to change, that don't like the status quo.
Yeah.
My family, one side of it is classic Democrat, like the old school Democrats, and and then the other side was pretty much apolitical. They didn't really care about politics until Trump came around, and then all of a sudden they started listening to his speeches. Have you ever listened to a full Trump speech? A half hour, 20 minutes, an hour? Have you ever listened to one of them?
I heard
No.
the US one. That was
Any
pretty
of
good.
you? Have you listened to one speech ever that he's given?
I only heard
The
the
State
UN
of the
one.
Union? The State of the Union?
I don't know if I've listened to one all the way through.
Boy, he can speak. Joe Biden couldn't speak. Barack Obama could speak with his smooth voice.
Barack Obama
Biden couldn't
could not
speak.
speak without a teleprompter.
Yeah, but he could
I
read
mean,
a
you just
teleprompter
knew
real well.
that teleprompter was going to be plugged into
Everybody,
the
yeah.
power grid.
Well, it's hard for a
had
Manchurian
that-
candidate to.
had that- Barack Obama had the NLP programming, down
He's not
how
that
to
bright.
use your voice. I doubt he is, but he knew he had the
Well, he spoke
neuro-linguistic
slowly.
programming. Yeah, exactly. You
If you
speak slow.
speak slowly, people think that you're smart.
Speak slowly and don't say anything, and then people think you're smart.
Yeah.
The less you say,
Well,
the
it's like
smarter that you look. Yeah.
Remember what Benjamin Disraeli said when it's credited to him, but he was in Parliament. A young parliamentarian walks up to him and says, "Mr. Disraeli, when should I speak? When should And he says, if what does he say? Oh my God, he says, if people are, he basically it ends with better people should ask why. Should ask why isn't he speaking, then ask why is this guy speaking. I can't remember the story in the middle, but that's basically what it comes down to. So people should ask why. If you're silent, they should ask why aren't you speaking, and if you're speaking too much, they should say why is this guy speaking.
That falls in line with my saying where I always say, if it's in the news, it's because they want you to see it.
Well, yeah.
Because they can present anything. Any day they could put 10,000 stories on there. The ones they're showing you on like a national scale, they're showing for a reason. So then you have to say, why are they showing me this? And that's the same kind of thing that is. Why is this person speaking? What is he has a reason he's speaking, because he wouldn't be speaking if there wasn't a reason.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be showing you the story if there wasn't a reason. They could show you, like Clint was saying, we were talking backstage for 2 seconds about the Minnesota shooting. And the cop shot the woman in Minnesota. Was it Minnesota? It was.
Yeah.
And Clint's like, cops have been shooting people all over the place, probably every day. I bet you, if there's a number, I mean, there's a today. I wonder if you looked up how many people did cops shoot today.
Yeah, I was bringing up
no protests for any of those. But this one here, it's going to get a massive, let's rally around this, everybody.
Yeah.
And
like my black friend was beat in the face by a cop with fucking a flashlight. And he lives in an old person home now and screams all day.
It's the perfect story because it's the blue-haired liberal leftist, once you hear the story, that's driving the truck, that's been programmed by the news to resist the police officer. The news is programming people to get crazy and do something stupid.
Correct.
Because you're part of the revolution. And this is something we were just talking about. The stupid movie One Battle After Another with Leonardo DiCaprio that's going to win the Academy Awards this year is priming idiots to think that you're cool if you're a revolutionary underground like Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got experience making pow-pows and he can help out with the revolution. And we have secret code words that we can smuggle people back and forth because what's that guy's name that I can't never remember, Sabrina? No, the other guy, the guy that's kind of Benicio del Toro. Benicio del Toro. I can't never pronounce his goddamn name.
Yeah.
He's the cool underground revolutionary that helps smuggle people. And he's got hundreds of people in this building. They're stashed and they got underground vents that they can run through, and here comes ice. I don't even know if they're ice in the movie because it's a leftist fantasy movie that you can't. It doesn't. It's not like an actual event. It's more like a leftist fantasy thing.
And this movie is out right now.
Oh yeah, it's going to probably win the
Yeah,
Academy
came on
Awards. It's
HBO
been
or
out
something.
about 2
gosh.
months. It stinks to high heaven, but go
Wow.
see
But I
it
thought the
because if
expression
you
was high hell.
to high hell, high heaven, whichever
it's
one
high
comes first. But man, it's bad. It's got Leonardo DiCaprio, and it's left wing, and it's all fantasy. It's fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Penn plays a military, the commander of a base that gets made fun of by a black revolutionary leader in the 70s. She breaks in, this is how the movie starts. She breaks in the military base so they can spray paint some slogans like "Leave animals alone" on the side of a building or some shit. And they get caught. And this black woman holds a gun on Sean Penn. He's the commander of the base. And she tells him, "Get a hard on right now." And can you picture this goofy?
Oh, brother.
And so he's laying in bed going like this, and all of a sudden the blanket starts to rise. And he doesn't like black people, and he hates black people supposedly too, you know. So this black woman's telling him, "Get a hard on." That's right, get it up there. And then and then they have sex, and then she escapes because he kind of lets her escape. And now she's pregnant with his baby. This is how bad this movie is.
Oh my gosh.
She
What a
gets
nightmare.
killed, but years later, Leonardo DiCaprio is he's taking care of the child that was born from Sean Penn.
Brother.
I know. This movie. If you want to see some pure leftist fantasy. So years later, Sean Penn joins a secret racist organization called the Christmas Tree Club, where they're really into Christmas, and they're all white guys that hate black people. And
They're probably trying to demonize that flag with the pine tree on it. That's like an American Revolution flag.
but what they do is he swears that he hates black people, and he'll uphold their tradition. Thank you for letting him become a member. This is like leftist fantasy stuff. And then they find out that he may have had a black child with this person. A rumor comes around 20 years later. So now Sean Penn's whole goal is he has to find that child and see if it's his. So he uses all the powers of the government to find this black girl that's a teenager now that Leonardo DiCaprio is been protecting. And now all of a sudden, Leonardo DiCaprio has to reactivate all of his revolutionary skills he learned in the 70s on how to dissuade the government and get away and protect, like the weather. It's about the Weather Underground Group, but they call it something else, and they have a whole different fantasy spin on it. So eventually, Sean Penn is chasing down the black girl. He gets a hold of her, and guess what? He has a DNA kit. He has to find out if it's him or not. But the racist group that he belongs to, the secret Nazi group, this fantasy secret Nazi group, they're already aware that he may have had a child. So they said, just get rid of him and her. So as he's trying to get rid of her to protect himself and stay part of the Nazi group, Nazi Christmas tree group, it's ridiculous. They've just already said, get rid of him. So they get rid of him and her. We don't like him or her because he might have had a child with a black woman. It's ridiculous. And so Leonardo DiCaprio spends the last of the movie protecting her. And yeah.
Oh,
go see it if you want to see some fantasy. My dad thought it was fantastic. You got to see this movie, son. I'm like, I love you, Dad. If you're out here listening, because I always said my dad
thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, he kind of buys that. He's an old school Democrat. He buys all that propaganda that Trump's a fascist and bringing us back to Nazi Germany, 1937.
Wow.
But yeah, go check out that movie because the Academy Awards are going to give it a whole bunch more attention, and everybody's watching it, and then everybody doesn't understand, and they're making DiCaprio a hero because he's resisting the takeover by the fascist government.
But
it's pretty schmarmy.
Todd, I really wonder. I don't believe the numbers of viewers that they say tune into these award shows. I think they're inflated.
No,
I don't know anybody.
The movie
cares.
came out just in time for the real life shooting of the woman. So now everybody's emboldened and they're watching the movie and they think these protests, we've talked about this before, these people wouldn't even be there if they're not getting paid. How many protests do you think there are around the country, and how many of them get paid to be there? How many of them are actually people are paid to be there? So there's lots of groups with things they would like to protest and protesting all the time. But big giant events like this where they're paying mass amounts of people to be there and busting them in and putting out Hollywood movies. This is the kind of George Floyd Summer of Love stuff that they're setting up.
Yeah.
With the ICE situation, because that's what this is. The ICE shoots the woman. They're coming into the cities everywhere.
They're trying to make riots.
Yeah. Yep.
So they're setting it up and they're playing the citizens off against each other. Mm-hmm. The funny thing is, all they have to do is rent a group to go there. They don't even have to have citizens, actually show up organically. They just rent groups. And then as soon as the event's over, then these people, when they stop paying these people, they stop showing up.
Yeah. Well,
and then they have professional agitators that are called to go into these operations, and they're masked up.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well,
We're being indicted. We're being indicted.
The culprits on the screen. Pizza the Hut.
There you go. That is who's running this.
Pizza the Hut.
That's exactly who's running this operation right here. So go see that movie, guys.
The man behind the pizza mask.
But don't pay more than 99 cents for it, please.
I want to see Apocalypto.
That's definitely a good movie.
I've been saying that for 2 weeks.
You haven't seen it's old. You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
It's really good.
It's good in the sense that it's kind of real. It's very realistic, as far as the time period and what it shows. It's not it's not as Hollywood as your average Hollywood thing. It tries to get more realistic in the human sacrifices and the way they treated each other and all that. It's very well done as far as all the cinematography and all that goes.
Yeah.
That came out about the time I started researching clowns. And I was researching, I found this weird connection. The Aztecs had some kind of octopus god, because I was going on about Cthulhu at one point a long time ago, my research. And then also I was researching clowns and how far they go back. And the Aztecs and the human sacrifice thing and the plagues are all connected with the clowns. It's very strange.
Clowns are dark. Clowns.
I didn't know the Indians, the American Indians, that they have a position called the clown position. I didn't know this until I started researching this.
Depending on
and they actually, it depends on which tribe. I'm not saying every tribe, but a number of them have a clown position. That how you have the elder chiefs and you have the shamans and stuff, and then they have the clown position. And the clown position in these tribes' job was to come out and tell the tribe the news. And he would come out dressed up fantastically and make kind of a funny show of whatever it was that they were going to tell the news that they were going to convey to the tribe. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Because the clowns are also the only people, like in medieval Europe, that were allowed to criticize the king and an active part of the court. The only person allowed to criticize the king back then, like joking around, was clowns. But they could still be killed, as you know. The
that you're an
justice.
ICP fan?
No, not at all. But I'm not a fan. I mean, if people want to like that, my best friend loves those guys. My wife's friends go to the concert and dress up like. My wife has some friends that dress up as those. What do they call the clown posse?
ICP.
They have a name.
Dark.
They have a name for them. Yeah, it's pretty spooky.
Insane Clown Posse?
Insane Clown Posse.
Well, they're
Their followers that dress up like clowns have a name.
Well, it's funny because me and Donut both listened to ICP since we were young.
That makes sense.
Their
I just
raps
like
are
the
just
dating
too
game. That's
crass
the only
for
one
me.
I like. The only song I like
Which
is the
one?
dating game. The dating game. It's like a
Yeah,
skit
I can't
song.
even tell you which one that is.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's actually pretty funny. It's the only ICP song I can tolerate.
See, and I get funny making fun. I get that part. I love Gore. I'm a big Gore fan.
War.
Gore.
Oh yeah.
They dress up like aliens, that monster aliens that come into Earth to conquer it, and they're always making fun of everything, and they're always being criticized, and they've been shut down by the government many times, and they push the limits of what you can say and do on stage. They're like aliens that come to destroy our world, and their whole gimmick is how they're destroying the planet. Yeah, if you want to look into something crazy, just go look up Gore. They have videos of craziest stage shows like Insane Clown Posse. They put on stage shows like that where the audience is covered in gore from them cutting off people's heads and having all these crazy displays.
I thought the guy threw up on the audience.
The Gore guy?
Yeah.
I think that's mean.
He could have. He could
Sounds
have.
like G.G. Allen.
It's like G.G. Allen, but it's not actual feces and semen and blood. Because G.G. Allen was
Oh,
actually
that's good.
pooping
G.G.
and
Allen is
peeing.
fucked
And,
up.
oh, it's so gross. I don't know how anybody could be into that. New York City at that time, I guess, is just crazy. I don't know. It's just
Mental illness.
well, shock. I guess was
They got something wrong with him.
G.G. Allen. Just shocking you with his antics.
Yeah. God smote G.G. Allen.
But these guys were pretending. They weren't actually doing it. They were just pretending to be aliens here to destroy the planet. Nowadays, I look back on that and I go, that doesn't seem very healthy. And I've had friends that said, man, I wouldn't let my kids listen to Gore today, thinking back on what the lyrics were and stuff with those records. But back in the 80s, we were different when we were growing up as teenagers. You know, they tried to censor the music. So you guys remember the period when they come out with the PMRC, where they tried to have hearings about the heavy metal music and say it was causing kids to commit suicide. Do you remember that, this period?
No.
Yeah, when they were demonizing rock.
They said the Ozzy Osbourne song "Suicide Solution" was making kids commit suicide. They said that Judas Priest had backward messages on their records.
Ozzy's song was about the lead singer
saying
of
"kill
AC/DC.
yourself."
Remember Bon Scott, the lead singer of AC/DC.
But it got to the point where they were holding hearings and they were going to start censoring albums. And they compromised at the end of the hearings, and they put warning labels on records when it was all done. They were going to try to stop bands from being able to sing certain things or, sell them in record stores. But at the end of it, Frank Zappa and the lead singer of Twisted Sister testified, and all these other people, everybody that could get testified on the side of free speech, and they made more sense, free speech, than the ultra conservative right-wing Christian Republicans that were on there that were trying to freak everybody out about the music. Same time the Satanic Panic was going on. They're trying to claim all these heavy metal bands were causing people to move towards Satan, and just another big American, I don't know, operation. Looking back on it now.
That's what it was.
Well, looking back on it now, you got Michael Aquino and all these guys and their mind wars and.
Yeah, the Satanic Panic was true. It was real.
And all these heavy metal bands are coming out Aussie and with these devil records and images of the devil and.
I remember hearing David Bowie,
time.
and I think you can still find this on the internet. David Bowie made a comment in an interview where he said, "You can't convince me that rock and roll is not the devil's music." I mean, they know what they're doing. They knew what they were selling.
David Bowie's not even a rock and roll. He was a culture creation tool.
David Bowie was heavy occultist.
Yeah,
he was definitely a member of the Golden Dawn, and he even dabbled in Nazism.
Well, I also heard
where he was into Hitler and was looking at, wow, it's so cool. Kind of reminds you of Kanye West and his bizarre, freakish.
I heard Bowie in an interview talk about how what being into Aleister Crowley and saying how that had messed up his life, and he had to get away from it. Yet he was still very much into the left-hand path. Because look at his last album. His last album, Dark Star. Yeah.
That's right. But David Bowie was offered to be knighted by the Queen, turned it down. It was one of those things you said, I didn't want my music. I didn't want people thinking that because I was knighted, that's why I'm possible. I just didn't want to mix my career with this knighthood thing. That's what he said, when he turned it down. Other ones didn't turn it down. Mick Jagger and some of the other musicians that were knighted.
John Lennon mailed it back.
There you go. John Lennon refused his. And but I'm just saying, David Bowie was into magic real hard, and I don't think he never come out and claimed, I'm a Christian now. I'm against all that stuff.
No, he never did that.
No, at the end of his life, he probably was still holding magical ideas, concepts. He's a magician pretty much his whole life. That was his image.
Now I wonder what I would think if I watched Labyrinth today versus 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Pretty dark.
Definitely. But we're talking about this Satanic Panic era, and they did try to censor records at that time. They didn't achieve what they wanted, but they ended up with labels. Now you have labels on records and movies.
And Todd, don't consider that when you tell somebody that they shouldn't look at something or they can't look at something, what's the first thing they want to do?
Yeah.
They want to go see what it is.
Yeah.
Most likely gave it more attention. It gave more attention. Nobody even looked at it if they hadn't brought a bunch of attention to it. They did this with comic books. I always bring this story up. In the 1950s, all of a sudden these comic books started coming out that had every kind of sex, death, aliens, monsters, the most incredible, wackiest shit they could produce. And suddenly the religious right-wing politicians got so incensed that they gathered the government together and they held hearings and they showed images of comic books and said, we got to shut this down. And literally, you couldn't produce a comic book anymore that had anything to do with sex, death, drug use. and the government regulated what could be said and not in comic books, and they created a comic book authority. But by the mid-60s, they started realizing how ridiculous this was, and they started doing comics again on forbidden that they couldn't draw. But it had gotten that crazy. Mad Magazine turned from a comic book into a magazine because of that censorship that they imposed. They said you couldn't be a comic book and show images of death and women and sex or even talk about it. But you could do it in magazine form, typical government fashion. If they switched to a magazine format, they could continue covering the political satire that the government was trying to ban. And so every 20 years we go through this same, it's like a repeating cycle of the government comes out with hearings and talking about this crazy shit. We got to do something about it. And then they impose these weird things and we move on to our next level of censorship and non-censorship, because they don't censor comic books today, do they? Comic books are more outrageous than they ever were in the 50s.
Everything is more outrageous.
Exactly.
Right? They
Movies and
really
everything.
loosened up their guidelines for what's acceptable. The Overton
It's
window
almost
has
like if
shifted.
you hold people back from seeing something and you tell them don't look at it, then all of a sudden it causes a big wave that goes towards it.
Yeah, you want to look at it.
And it floods the whole zone, and the next thing you know, everybody's standards have changed.
Hey, and I'm not trying to plug anybody else's channel. And these guys haven't been producing content lately, which disappoints me. Todd, going back to a topic that you touched on, which is the clown archetype.
Yeah.
Do you know who Philip and Paul Collins are?
I
Phil
can't.
Collins, the musician.
Phil Collins? I hate that guy.
No. These are writers. They're researchers.
No.
Philip and Paul Collins, they've written a couple of books. I have one of them called The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship. They published it almost 20 years ago. But these brothers went on PSYOP Cinema to talk about the clown archetype and what it means, how it's pushed in films such as Halloween, right? The Joker.
Yeah.
And that episode is epic. It's fantastic.
Okay.
So
is it new? Is it a recent one?
No, it actually, they did it maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It is outstanding. And these guys, these brothers, the way they talk, I love hearing them talk. It's like word porn. They're so eloquent, erudite, and just amazing to listen to.
So the exact opposite of how I talk. Gotcha.
Me too.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just teasing. I know. I have a different style.
Anyway,
sorry. But no, I'll check that out. I subscribe to PSYOP Cinema. They put out shows few and far between. PSYOP Cinema reminds me of these kind of nerdy guys. I guess I probably classify as a nerd too.
Super nerdy.
But they're super nerdy. But they're very educated on art and cinema and all this history of literature and stuff. And the way they talk, erudite is a fantastic way of putting it. Mm-hmm. I enjoy that also. They did something recently. They did one a week or two ago, or the last one. They put out like a show a month. They're kind of a different podcast. That's one of the things I like about Clint's podcast. It's long form. It's not a super hard format where we're locked into something we're going to do. It's more free flowing, stream of consciousness where we're all having a discussion. And sometimes it goes a direction, sometimes it goes in another direction. I love that. Where else are you going to get that?
Yeah.
Where else am I going to hear Sabrina? And where else am I going to meet Danny? Where else are the four of us going to have a conversation except on a show like this?
You're
not calling into PSYOP Cinema, Sabrina. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be invited.
I wish I could because
You just may someday. If you make a wish, you just may someday. Because that's how the world works, in my opinion, as you know, guys know.
I'm going to start my own channel.
You gonna start your own channel? I've had many people say you should start your own channel. Yeah. If you do, I'll subscribe.
Would you? Thanks.
Oh, of course. And I'll bring everybody I know along with me. Just listen.
I gotta start doing stuff on my channel because I made it a little while ago.
Danny, do you have a channel going?
I do. I just haven't started recording on it yet. I do want to. So I was talking to somebody who suggested that I start getting into that, but it's called the Digital Disputation. It's on.
We write that down.
On YouTube.
What's that?
Cool name.
And
I like the
I was
name.
gonna
Yeah,
do stuff.
disputation. I like it. Dispute.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's I think I have two. I think the one is the rabbit smoking a pipe, saying it's like a comic from the New York. It's like the world is actually controlled by a single rabbit smoking a pipe. So that's the avatar. But I do mean to get it started, but I don't have like I gotta find a nice.
So Danny, does it come up when you type digital disputation? Is that
it'll come up on YouTube. Yep.
Okay.
But I haven't really gotten anything
subscribe to it.
Yeah, go ahead. 'Cause I'm gonna start. I want to start doing something soon. I want to start like doing stuff, getting some videos out there, and like and I have a Venmo and everything because I figure, what the hell, do a buy me a coffee. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know, one of the things about Clinton's show, look how cool he is. Donates how much time he donates to his program, and doesn't ask for a dime for any of the time. Now, most people can't do that. There's a amount of money you have to put into it to have a. Yeah, somebody else could tell you how the whole thing works. Run your own show. You got to put a little bit of money into it every year to do it. To server, you have to pay a server for a server.
Who does?
Right?
No, I don't.
You have to. You don't pay nothing.
No. I got.
Just go straight through StreamYard.
I had my YouTube monetized back in like 2010, but then I just for some reason it got unmonetized because I think I shut my bank account down or something.
But you don't pay any money to put your show on, Clint.
No, I make $1 a day.
$1 a day. But you don't pay anything. You don't pay anything to do it.
I don't really make anything.
Do you have to pay someone?
Well, you might have to pay for the whatchamacallit, the StreamYard. No, don't you got to pay for that?
No, you just got to use a different email every time.
Oh, so maybe you don't even got to pay. Use a different email every 24 hours, guys. You can have a show too. Is that what you're doing, Clint? There you go. God damn. You do it for free, guys. No, I heard there's a small fee if you want to just do it all, do it all the time. Not much, but you know what? Clint invests his time on the show. He's here thick and thin, rain or snow. And all the time, Clint has the time to do that and invest the time. That's something. Most people can't do that. Most people don't have that amount of time.
Yeah, time to read and think and talk to people.
And it's not just a matter of investing your time and then going on and doing a show, Clint. No one's going to listen to you unless you've got some reason to listen to you. Now, I could be mistaken there. Maybe people just like TikTok, 10-minute videos all day long, get more views than long-form discussions. But we were talking before we went on air about Alex Jones. I don't know if you've heard how much money he probably makes.
Oh, he makes. Yeah, he's a total show. John Cerruti says that he's actually Bill Hicks. That Bill Hicks became Alex Jones. He has a pretty good argument for it too.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those arguments, and then I don't have to tell you guys, but everyone's been told how much Joe Rogan makes. $100 million to be on Spotify for fucking, I don't know a year, 5 years. I don't know what that maybe he's renegotiated. The guy is not hurting. I wonder what you could do with $100 million.
I mean, that's all I need for the rest of my life.
And I don't think anybody just comes out of the blue and gets picked to be the host of $100 million program. Now, I'm not saying Joe Rogan's a bad guy. Joe Rogan was brought to us by Fear Factor. Anybody remember Fear Factor?
Yeah, he's being
He was put on TV.
Joe Rogan.
They show you him. He's the guy. He's a comedian. He's the face. He comes in and they're going to give him $100 million. Now his show, at one point is the biggest show in the world, a podcast, just a podcast. This is things we talk about all the time. What's real and what isn't? Because you can tell anybody that's getting $100 million must have a lot of backing from powerful people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you're telling me they're giving $100 million just because he's so popular, well, I know a lot of people that are popular. They're not being offered $100 million to host the biggest podcast in the world. He created that format. Did he create that format? That looks like a format I've seen on other shows. 3 hours. Let's get the best minds, biggest minds together, have some drinks, smoke some pot, act like we're cool. That's how you can feed the public, the controversial. You can start feeding the alternative ideas that they're not going to be able to tell you about on the news. It's a half-hour broadcast, right? That's how they're shifting the consciousness of the public, is the podcast, the long form. The only place you used to get long form discussion when there was no computer was TV on public access or PBS. Yeah. Public broadcasting had longer discussions about the topics. It's the only place you could get anything longer than that. Podcast was obviously they knew this was going to be the new medium.
Yeah.
For global information. And so now what you've got worldwide is you have a giant battlefield, an information battlefield. That's the real arena right now that's going on.
Yeah.
And in war, the first thing that happens when countries and people go to war against each other is they create a smoke screen, because they don't want the enemy to know what they're doing. And the enemy does the same thing in reverse. It's like throwing a smoke bomb up.
Well, that's why the whole World War II thing was so important. Because it was so complex. I'm just outside smoking a cigarette.
How is it outside? What temperature is it there, Clint?
It's like -15 or something.
Oh, God. Let's screw that.
Oh, wait a minute. Clint, why are you going outside? You used to smoke where you sat.
Well, I don't like to mix the well,
you like your house to smell like marijuana, not cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like mine.
Cheech and Chong would be proud of you, buddy.
Well, plus I was making sure the cats didn't eat any food. The wild cats.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
The we love you, pet it. Bear. The other ones, they'll try to bite your finger off if you try to pet them.
When we talk about all these subjects, I talk from a perspective that I've gained over the years, probably like yourself, just the things I've read and trying to weigh things between everything I'm reading, because try to read all sides of these matters. If I lived in a situation where I couldn't do this, the only reason I can even come on here and do this is because I have a relative moment where I could peel off and kind of devote a little time to it. I work for a living myself. I don't know about Clint. Clint sounds like he may not have a job, may not have like a job.
I'm just a lazy bastard.
Clint's just a lazy bastard. So I'm lucky. I have a job. I have a great job. I'm jealous that Clint gets to take the time off, and I encourage him to keep going. Keep doing, dude. Do it.
Todd, do you have a job?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a construction guy, but tile setter.
Oh, cool.
Where?
That's pretty
Cool.
neat.
I'm in the tile, flooring, but I'm an all-around construction guy. I built houses from the ground up, been involved in every part of it. But for a number of years, I finally decided I was going to get into a finish trade, and tile work is like a finish trade. You're the last guy in setting the material, tile guys.
Yeah.
I went into it because Utah gets cold in the winter. And in my early days as a teenager, I was framing houses and sheeting roofs. And we did that in the winter time.
Mm.
In Utah, it's miserable. They'll work right through the winter with 3 feet of snow on these roofs as they're building them.
Ugh.
They just go up there with a burner and melt the ice out there in the mornings. And it's dangerous as hell. But they push through and they do it. Winter, shine or storm. And I got tired of working outside in the winter. So I decided I'm going to get into a finished construction aspect that you're inside where the temperature's a little warmer. And cement doesn't cure unless it's 67 degrees. Anything below that, it won't cure properly. And so wherever we go in to apply tile or any kind of cement application, if the job site isn't at that temperature, then we're not working there. You get the heater turned on, we'll be back. So that was a way to get my ass out of the cold and inside and continue with my construction. I'm an artist. Clint and I talk about that all the time. I've drawn since I was a baby, so I've always been into art. And when I decided what area of construction I wanted to go into and just apply myself, I went into tile because it's super artistic. You have all the different marbles and stones and porcelains and patterns and layouts that appealed to my artistic side.
Cool.
What do you do, Sabrina?
I'm in fintech. So I'm
Fintech?
Yeah, I work in financial software. Financial
that
fintech
sounds
stands for financial
lucrative.
technology.
Sounds lucrative.
I make decent money.
Okay, there you go. Me too.
But it's all relative, right? It's relative.
Because the market changes as technology changes.
And it depends on where you live.
Definitely. But isn't that something you can apply your skills no matter where you're at, though?
Yeah, I actually work remote, so I have a home office. So I can work from anywhere.
That's incredible thing. That's incredible.
It is a treat.
I love that aspect. Man, keep going and research. And Sabrina, get successful and become rich and come back and support this program.
Oh man.
And put on your own program.
I wish
the second you start it, we'll be right there. Sabrina, the second you start your show, we'll be right there.
Thank you. By the way, I just noticed, I know I mentioned this earlier, and I accidentally ordered one of these books again. So my husband threw away the first copy of this book, Unholy Alliance, The History of Nazi Involvement with the Occult by Peter Levenda.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, you never heard of it? I thought
I've heard of it. No, I've heard of it. And I'm well aware of Peter Levenda. I'm suspicious of Peter Levenda, but that doesn't discount his research or whatever.
He's an interesting guy. So, I'm going to take what I read with a grain of salt, but it sounds interesting. The first copy I got smelled like cigarettes, and it had a page out of the satanic calendar in it and $1.
So nice.
My husband threw it away.
No, it had some bad juju on it. Yeah,
I think it had some bad juju. And then I have another one called The Ominous Parallels. I accidentally ordered another copy. This one is A Study of America Today and the Ominous Parallels with the Chaos of Pre-Hitler Germany by Leonard Peikoff.
Oh yeah, Leonard.
Have you heard of this one?
No, but I Peikoff. I've read. He had a book called he's been around a while. He was writing some pretty spooky stuff back in the 90s. He had a book I did have some. I may still have it somewhere, but I forget the name of it, but he was talking about the New World Order. He was going into the secret government. I can't remember the shadow government. Can't remember what the book was called by Leonard Peikoff. Did you say Leonard?
Yeah, Leonard.
Yep. He's one of those names in the literature. A long time ago, I tried to go on air. I've told this story. Back in the 90s, I was kind of thought, man, I could do an activist. I could bring this conspiracy shit to the public because Salt Lake had a talk radio station. And so I'd call into the talk radio station all the time. So I met my first wife that's deceased. She was a producer there. So I'd call in and I'd rant about these topics books I'd read and bring up some of this stuff. And it's like, wow, you're fucking really knowledgeable on this. And she was producer for these different talk show hosts. And she's like, I know the owner of the studio, you know, do you want to have coffee? And I went and met her. And she's like, fuck, you know all about this. So we could do some shows, you know, we could put some of this stuff on. You could probably get your slot. And so, okay, let's try this. And so I tried it, and it was the spookiest thing I ever did after I started trying to do it, because it started, death threats started coming in.
Oh.
Bomb threats started coming in. My phone started sounding like I was being called where people were repeating stuff conversations I was having, letting me know they were listening to me. I didn't realize it was that fucking, I believed what we all believed, that no one's spying on you back in the 90s.
Yeah.
There's a microphone right next to you fucking everywhere you are. I didn't know. I didn't realize back then that they'd already been doing that. And they sure as hell weren't going to let a radio show come out or somebody. And people were already doing this. I'm not saying I was the only person ever doing this. Bill Cooper was going around the United States having shows in the 90s. All these speakers have been around even before that. This thing goes.
But I think it's, I don't know what you all think, but I think it's clear, it's plain that Cooper was murdered on his doorstep on purpose. They were going to get rid of him. Definitely. But it's
he's not sitting on a beach somewhere sipping Mai Tais. That was not a fake. That was not a fake assassination.
No, and it's interesting. There's the argument, and Clint, I think you were having this argument on X maybe a couple of weeks ago, that Nazis weren't socialists. There are people that believe that.
Well, they were socialists. They were national socialists.
Yeah. So
the people were arguing against me what she was saying.
There's a Hitler
has that all the time.
There's a Hitler quote that from this book, right? It starts at the beginning of The Cause of Nazism, and it's in quotations. This is Leonard Peikoff, and this is what Hitler said. It is thus necessary that the individual should finally come to realize that his own ego is of no importance in comparison with the existence of his nation. So, right? It's swearing allegiance to the state.
It's the same stuff the consciousness cult
socialism.
Say.
Well, it's national socialism versus imperial socialism. I'm sorry. What's the word I'm looking for? Colonial, so to speak. The Russian socialists were willing to take over your country, and and make you a satellite. Nazis were just like, nope, we take care of our own.
Yeah, the
and Europe is to this day filled with socialist governments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The consciousness cults also use the.
They're not totalitarian socialists like you would think of. They're not that style. They're soft socialists, where the government provides the money to their people, and they provide a lot of social services, but they take a lot of taxes. I don't live everywhere. I can't say I'm not an expert. My cousin's moving over to Italy. He's doing some business in Italy and stuff, but they give their citizens like time off over there. The government pays for medical, helps them with medical. They don't have as high costs of things over there because the government is paying a bunch of costs for their people over there.
Well, but their taxes are high, Todd.
But their taxes is high. So that's socialism. That's the government taking the money and providing for the, citizens. That's socialism is the government providing for the citizens. And the reason it doesn't work is because government isn't expected to produce. They're not under pressure. They're not under pressure like a private company is. There you go.
Under pressure.
Pressure coming down on me. Coming down on me and you. Pressure. Government employees aren't under pressure, and they have a lot of political, or not political, they have a lot of power as government employees because government have programs and unions behind them protecting them. And so it's not the same as a private company and their relationship with their employees. So government isn't forced to produce and move faster. Come on, go, go, go. And they, when they do contracts with companies, they don't look for the cheapest company, to get the job done. They fucking any price, when they pick things, they're not choosing it on the way that average citizens would choose it. They launder money, but
that's why.
But my point is,
you remember
the reason it doesn't function very well is because no one's under pressure to perform. It's hard to fire a government employee. It's not the same as a private citizen. People that work for city and state governments have contracts with and unions that represent them, so you can't just, you're fired. You have to go through the union to get them, to lose your job and bizarre things like this.
There was a thing where
depends on where you're working, of course. There's federal employees, state employees.
There was a thing where remember I was telling you about this one time. There was a park, and it was installing one or two toilet bathroom. I think it was a one toilet, and that they estimated the job at $1 million. And it was like, what the fuck is that shit? Like if you were a contractor and you were to build a small building with one toilet, it'd be
See, that's the story this week, Clint. Jerome Powell, Trump went to the fucking Federal Reserve, took the plans and the contract and the budget to build the building they live in, that they've been in. Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve chairman, has been remodeling the Federal Reserve building for about 2 or 3 years. I may be mistaken on some details, but Trump took the plans over there and they estimated the budget to do their building at $2.7 billion to do the Federal Reserve building. And it's not a fucking Empire State Building. It's not 60 stories high. But it does have gardens and fountains and fucking looks like you go to another world when you come in there. They're behind schedule, and the amount was 2.7, and now it's 3-point-something billion.
Jesus.
They're calling it the Taj Mahal because it's so incredible. Citizens are starving. The cost of everything is through the roof because of these people that have been in control of the economy. Their whole fucking mission statement was to make the United States economy. Well, I don't know what their fucking mission statement is, but aren't they supposed to make things better? Aren't they the geniuses that are supposed to work out what we're supposed to spend and do and manipulate this?
Mamdani just said $4 million for some toilets.
Yeah.
$4 million. They would have reinstalled my toilet in my store. I offered the guy $100, and he's like, "Hell yeah!" Like,
that's socialism. That's socialism. Government hiring people that are going to, charge you $10,000 for a toilet and not even bat an eye. They do it, like, does anybody remember Dick Cheney after during the Iraq War, during the Afghanistan wars? First thing he did was get Halliburton over there. That was already worked out before everything even started, that they were going to be rebuilding that place and supplying restaurants from America so the soldiers could get Burger King and McDonald's. And then we're going to rebuild the hospitals, and my company, Halliburton,
they brought them democracy.
is going to rebuild this place for an extended charge because it costs more money to build things in other places. A big fucking.
Well, Cooper would always talk about that. He's like, how is it that America invades all these countries, and then the countries become democratic, and then all of a sudden they're just the socialist, washing machine.
And after 20 years of wars and milking of us, people suddenly are like, why does everything cost so much? Because you have to pay these people that ripped you off for 20 years that were in charge of this place. And then they're going to sit in the sunset like George Bush Jr. and paint pictures, bizarre pictures, in your mansion, because your mind is probably whacked from what you led us into.
Yeah, they're a bunch of con artists.
When 9/11 was happening, they let George Bush stay at the kindergarten school, reading the book to the children, while Dick Cheney was in the underground battle station telling people to stand down on that day. Dick Cheney. Did you guys see, everybody here see that stupid Michael Moore movie Fahrenheit 9/11?
No.
Yeah.
You never saw it?
No, I never
it
saw it.
Danny, did you see it?
I'm pretty sure I saw it, but I don't remember it too well.
I saw it right after the goddamn thing came out, and I saw it at the theater. So I saw it at the theater, so it was pretty.
Yeah, I think I've seen it in theater too.
Pretty. Wow! It hit you like a ton of bricks. He starts out showing troops driving around in tanks in Iraq, playing heavy metal music inside the tank. It's got these clips of he's filming the fucking guys that are driving the tank over in Iraq, and they're playing like, I can't remember if it's Slayer or Iron Maiden or Judas Priest. No, it wasn't those cool bands. Somebody else. But they're playing heavy metal and they're blowing up stuff, and they're like, yeah, man, we're here, we're going to war. And Michael Moore was showing you how ridiculous this thing was that had already been set off. That movie showed you every single bin Laden family member was the only people allowed to fly out of the United States on the day 9/11 occurred, which was this freaky revelation in itself.
Yeah, well, I think that Bush and the Nazis and that bin Laden, that Dennis Cuddy research, I think he unfolds it all in a way where it's...
Every flight in the United States was canceled. No one could fly anywhere. But every single member of the bin Laden family that was in the United States was flown out of the country back to Saudi Arabia, wherever the fuck they live. And that was the only flights allowed to exist. And that was in the Michael Moore movie.
Yeah.
And then he shows you in the movie, he shows you that over in the Middle East, bin Laden is like J.C. Penney. There's stores everywhere called bin Laden, like J.C. Penney. Like that's their fucking J.C. Penney's over there. No, it's not like P. Diddy. It's like a family that's so rich. Clint is so rich that Osama bin Laden's like a distant cousin of all these fucking Saudi Arabian sheiks or whatever that exist. Yeah. And so nothing suspicious.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, nothing suspicious about flying out the fucking bin Ladens and George Bush going to college with.
Bin Laden was documented at being at the U.S. embassy, and that he was. I'm just trying to fix this cord. That he was documented at the U.S. embassy, and that all the employees had to leave, and that different employees came in, and then he was given dialysis. So there's some fishy about that. I mean, they were,
They said Bin Laden was on dialysis, right?
Yeah, and that he went to a U.S. embassy or some shit, and fucking that they switched all the employees out, and then they
is right. That's serious.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that he was being protected. He was given shelter. They allowed him to get the dialysis, and that they switched all the employees out, so there was no witnesses.
You have to go to a hospital to do dialysis. They don't have a dialysis you can set up in your house. It's a process.
Like a U.S. Embassy hospital or U.S. Army hospital or something.
I'm just saying it's a process. So anybody on dialysis, if you require dialysis, you have to do it often, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Once
You have to do it like
or something.
Yeah, and they claimed he had it, and it's just another reason he's a cutout. He his history. We brought him to Nevada and showed him how to blow up large things in the desert. We trained him and worked with him when Zbigniew Brzezinski was
there was a thing
national security advisor. We used him to fight the Russians in Afghanistan in the early days of the war with the Soviets.
That's what they claim, but there's so many treaties with the Soviets.
That's where our first relationship with him is on documents. We wanted to use him.
Article, Cuddy was documenting that there was these SS officers that were training Bin Laden's superiors and training Bin Laden, and the CIA was involved or some shit. That the Cuddy articles are crazy.
Well, my point is we had a cozy relationship with him. He didn't start out of nowhere. We helped him fight the Russians. This is a pattern that you see.
Yeah, Rainbow 3. Rainbow 3.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, when Rambo 1 comes out, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in 1979. When Rambo 3 comes out, he's riding horses over in Afghanistan with basically Osama bin Laden in that movie. They don't call him that, but it's the same thing. The Russians are torturing. The Russians are torturing fucking Stallone in that movie, and that's
pure propaganda.
Pure propaganda.
Yeah.
What propaganda are we even bathed in today? I mean, you take this from that time when propaganda was slow and clunky to a time now where it's streamlined and being fed into people's brains directly. You had to go to the movies to get propaganda or watch one of the 3 TV stations back in those days because there was no internet. There was radio stations where you might have a talk radio station where maybe a caller would say something outside of what was allowed to be talked about. That's how much information is pretty much controlled up until the internet came around.
Yeah.
The government, let's remind ourselves, the government created the internet. DARPA is like the group that set this thing up. Only universities were using the internet in the early days. That was like
in the
universities
60s.
And even I think even up to the 70s and 80s, they didn't have internet really till 80s into 90s. I could be mistaken on this, but I'm just saying the only people on it were universities and government scientists and people that had access to these expensive systems that connected each other. They realized that if they could set up an information network worldwide, it's dangerous, but it's a gamble.
Right.
When they come out with these weapons, it's like, hopefully we never have to use it. Isn't that their whole government's whole excuse with all the atomic bombs and the
Oh yeah.
I know people have questioned nuclear capability.
I think it's
Nuclear
real.
But it's everything. It's everything. We're told they've studied every level of torture and warfare, and they've justified it by saying, "Hope we never have to use it. In case we do, let's see what happens." They've tested all these biological weapons on people for years and years.
Well, it appears that they're using other means of crowd control and attacking people. So down in Venezuela, I think I read an article recently that there was a case of Havana syndrome, right, which is the EMP attacks.
That's back in the news again.
Yeah, and I think in Serbia several months ago, the Serbian government was accused of using, they're also called LRADs, long range acoustic devices.
Yeah.
And if you see the footage, the crowd just splits in half. So they have other means of torturing us.
If you haven't seen the footage, everybody go look up crowds responding to LRAD device.
Yeah.
And they move like it's a goddamn, there's nothing there, and they move like it's Satan himself. Destroying people. They just run immediately. So it's definitely affecting their skin. They've been working on these invisible stuff for a long time. We talk about silent weapons for quiet wars. A little bit different concept. The LRAD's similar. A while back, maybe about 6-7 years ago, super soldiers were a big topic. There was a guy that was a conspiracy investigator. I can almost remember his name. He died, and he had black goo coming out of his mouth. And before he went to a mission, or he said he was going over to Europe to follow some lead. He said, if something happens to me, don't stop looking into it, because I'm a super soldier. And what they're doing is they've created us so that we can be killed, and then they resurrect us and they bring us back to life again to do another operation. And he was saying that they had this weird black goo. I can almost remember his name. Goddamn, but it was a big story at the time because nobody, you couldn't tell if it was a real or psyop.
I can't think of it. It's because I remember thinking it was like the X-Files.
But he said, if something happens to me, don't believe it, and left things his mom and making a big stink before he was found dead with black goo coming out of his mouth over in Denmark or some strange country over there. But he was bringing up the idea that he said that they're using people. They've created super soldiers that can die, and then they can resurrect them. And they're bringing people back, and this was a wild concept, a weird idea.
Well, I mean, that's what they were insinuating in X-Files with the I don't remember the name of the character, but that's what's weird about the whole clone conspiracy. Like, because what if those people are, you ever seen that movie Dark Angel from like the late 90s or 2000s or something?
I Come in Peace.
I don't think I saw that.
The I Come in Peace, the alien that's harvesting adrenaline from humans.
No, not the movie. It was a TV show. It was Jessica Alba.
Right. No, I don't know it.
Well, they had Jessica
Alba in a TV show. I don't remember her ever being in a TV show, but
it was about that she was raised in some sort of military thing, and she was like a test tube baby or something, and that they all had some kind of enhanced strength and abilities and stuff, and that it was in like this futuristic type of world where everybody's poor and it's all but like I mean, it's kind of like how does that look?
But this is a similar story though that continues to play on, because you got like Stranger Things is the new version of it, where they've got the psychic, governments creating psychic children and trying to use them for their powers. It's a similar idea.
Yeah, that was
super
similar to the Dark Angel TV show.
I can almost remember the guy's name, but I can't quite remember. It's a huge story in the conspiracy circles back in the day. Only because he made a big thing. If something happens to me, he was going over there. The black goo was a topic on the internet a while back, where there were a number of researchers that were going around talking about there was this thing that was maybe artificially created or maybe alien, and it was this black goo stuff, and they were connecting it to the Morgellons disease and the chemtrails stuff raining from the skies. People were taking samples and finding material in it that looked like, I know you don't. Do you believe in nanotechnology? Because that was the claims that they were making, is that there was weird synthetic stuff in the trails, in the you remember the Morgellons thing where people were having things coming out of them? They were seeing worms coming out of them that looked artificial.
Well, they were never really. It's never been scientifically validated.
I know.
There's people that I think that the amount of, because it's like all the shrinks and stuff are all retarded, and so the amount of the amount of people in the world who are suffering from psychosis are incredible, and that some of those people will go to like insane lengths to try to make people believe that they are crazy. And that
what about the claims that there are? What about the claims that there are things in the water, in the sky, being sprayed over us?
Well,
what about these claims? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's so hard to find food.
When I tell these stories, I'm just repeating things people are saying. That strange stuff has happened. Not saying I know or can prove anything. I'm driving around town seeing checkerboards being sprayed up in the sky that spread out nicely. Changing weather patterns. Everybody's choked up. Can barely breathe. And that's been going on for years, seeing that doesn't mean that's what's causing everybody to be choked up, but when you watch this stuff.
Oh, somebody said the Truth and Doubt said the super soldier's name was Max Spears. S-P-I-E-R-S.
Max Spears, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He died in
so
Poland,
did MM.
right? Staying with a woman.
Poland?
Yeah, I think he was over there in Europe. I forget what country he was in, but
yeah.
And it doesn't mean that that's what happened. That was what was being reported. It got reported pretty far and wide at the time.
Yeah, who knows what happened to him?
The reason it was so weird is the story that he told. That he said they keep bringing him back. He's been dead, and then they brought him back a few times. That was the wildest part of the story. It's like, whoa, what is going on here? Could this be real? This is just what he was saying. People have weird hallucinations. It's not hard to probably become psychotic or have messianic. You can picture how people, if you get on some wild drugs and get under enough stress, you could easily have messianic visions and believe in conspiracy theorists and people or theories, and people are out to get you. Just because conspiracy theories can cause people to get crazy doesn't mean the conspiracy theories aren't true. Because there's enough conspiracies that have been proven that should make you scared to death of the conspiracy itself, if it exists.
Yeah.
I gotta take a break. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, the conch is now ours. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned. Those roach joints really get you lit. Yeah. Yeah, there's I think the whole intelligence thing I think it's huge. I mean, I think that the whole thing about all these different interventions and stuff with different high profile cases, I think that either that they are trying to stop it and are failing to do so, or that they're creating a situation to be a distraction to then do something else, or that they're just straight up orchestrating evil. And I mean, this is just speculation, but it's the whole Donald DeFreeze thing. I just could not stop digging into that. It's like, and it's like there was always there was a. It seems as though that he was more than what the internet says he was. I don't remember what Cooper says about. He says he was the chief of some sort of LAPD thing, and that the coincidence that two other guys that were involved with the Colson Westbrook guy were also LAPD and also like Phoenix CIA and stuff, and like you wonder how many different mainstream scenarios are similar to that, like where there's all these different people that are around criminals and crooks and terrorists and stuff, and it's like are they it's like there's just some fucking I think I like what how JJ describes it, hood rat shit. It's like some kind of shady kind of shit, and it's like you don't know what the fuck's actually going on.
Yeah.
Like, and then so they create all these situations, and then any narrative that seems to get to be popular, they'll make sure to inflate it because they just want the narrative to cover up what's really going on, and they'll always because there's so many different like the JFK thing, it's like the situation of like the guy that supposedly did it was literally offed by fucking Jack Ruby, and it's like why would Jack Ruby throw his life away to, you know what I mean? Because
did you know? And then they offed Jack Ruby. I mean, within 2 months, he was gone.
Did you know Jack Ruby's last name was actually Rubenstein?
Yes.
Yeah. Like,
okay.
Did you know that Stephen King wrote a fiction book about the JFK murder?
What, the
I have that
2211 or whatever?
Yeah.
I have that book.
I've seen the TV show.
I tried reading and I'm like, I can't do it. You got about 30 pages in and I'm like, I can't even finish it.
I have a friend that's reading it, and she said, he says in his book that Oswald did it, and it's like, oh brother. Yeah, more of his propaganda. I don't know why he focused on that. Something must be emerging. Something must be emerging with that soon.
Jim Carrey sat and did paintings, all these Trump paintings. He hates Trump so much. Did you ever see Jim Carrey's massive volume of ugly Trump pictures?
No, I know there.
He has just a library of hundreds of them that he sat and painted and did with markers and shit for years of ugly Trumps.
I used to think he was funny, but I don't really care for washed up celebrities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He got a bad case of Trump syndrome. Unless that was the order. Hey, everybody, come out and say the worst stuff you can about Trump and hate on Trump. That's the new marching orders. I either that or they bought the news. But when you look at them, if you remember during the election, they brought out the Avengers. All the idiots that play as the Avengers in the movie, the Hulk and the Iron Man. Yeah. Gal Gadot. I don't think Gal Gadot made it. I don't think she was in it. She stayed out of it. Smart for her, but I think Gal Gadot was not in it. But Scarlett Johansson played whatever in the Avengers. They brought all the Avengers together, made a campaign commercial for the fucking Democrats, claiming that Trump was like fucking Lex Luthor, and if we all get together, we can stop Lex Luthor from taking over the world. I don't know if you guys ever saw that ad.
No.
They went all out during the election. They brought every Hollywood actor, and it wasn't enough. Made commercials Harrison Ford was railing, and all the biggest actors they could find. They did
Well,
commercials for the Democrat Party.
as far as the elections go, presidential elections at the very least, they've been rigged for over a century. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against. Remember when the hanging Chad thing was going on in the election with
Yeah. Remember who's
Bush
governor
and
of that?
fucking of
Who's
Florida?
the governor in Florida? Yeah, his brother.
Jeb Bush.
You know, I know we talked about Hunter S. Thompson recently, but he wrote a great article about the 2000 election.
I read that.
And about when he realized that the election was rigged in 2000. That was pretty radical.
I was
You know
so
why they say he
entertained
died?
by Hunter Thompson.
They say Hunter Thompson was killed because he was about to release some kind of 9/11 shit.
They say Hunter Thompson was one of the worst people you could.
Yeah.
There's a campaign for and a campaign against him.
And he was best friends with Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I heard one model who was around people. She's still moderately young. She was around this crowd, and I saw her interviewed. I don't remember where. And she was just talking about her experience. She had a friend who was trafficked that she was trying to find. And she, as she's talking, she inserted, "Oh, and Johnny Depp is awful. He is horrible, horrible." And she's the only person I've ever heard say that, because I've just based upon his associations, the kind of films he makes, and just Hollywood in general, everything just lays out. And the West Memphis 3 and him being good buddies with that.
The Amber Heard trial, the whole Amber Heard goddamn trial is like,
oh, the Amber Heard thing was nothing, but Johnny.
I'm just saying his behavior
was really, really.
What is the West Memphis 3?
Yeah, the West Memphis 3 is pretty crazy,
Yeah.
What is it?
These are killings of 3 little boys back in the mid or early 90s in West Memphis, and
a satanic ritual.
And 3
unsolved mysteries or something.
3 young guys were
they may have
convicted of the crime. Damien Eccles, who's written a book on magic or witchcraft. The guy is a total occultist.
Did they think they were vampires or something? Is that the
Jason Baldwin and Jesse Miss Kelly, who that guy confessed twice, and they corroborated his story. They are guilty. They killed those boys, but somehow they were tried twice. They allowed them to plead an Alford plea, which I don't know a lot about law. An Alford plea doesn't make any sense to me. It's like you plead guilty, but somehow you get out. Yeah. And the reason they got out is because Netflix put out a documentary that questioned the evidence that put them in jail, but they didn't tell you the whole story. They did not tell you the whole story. So the public, there was outcry, and they got funding from Peter Jackson, from that Margaret Cho. Peter Jackson put up a lot of money, and Johnny Depp and Jason Eccles became so close. They have matching tattoos. I mean, that Damien Eccles is one evil SOB, man. You just got to look at this guy, and they're guilty.
Well,
you just need to read the court transcript and don't rely on a documentary.
If you want to see like a nice breakdown of Damien Eccles, go over on JJ's channel and subscribe to his Patreon. And JJ showed you some of Damien Eccles' speaking, doing some speaking at their events where they're trying to defend.
Eccles. I don't want to see that creep anymore.
No, but I'm saying if you want to see what Sabrina's talking about, JJ has a great presentation where he shows he's defending the McMartin. He's getting on about how stupid it was that anyone would think anything strange happened at the McMartin school. JJ has some fantastic Patreon stuff.
Yeah, and I forget what's in
you should definitely subscribe to his shit.
In the court transcript, something like when an attorney asks him, do you know, I don't remember if it was, because I haven't read it, it's been years. Do you know who Aleister Crowley is, or do you know what the occult is? And he said, I know everything about it. Yeah, this was the Nichols. And then Tim Pool had him on a show a couple of years ago, and because one of Tim Pool's reporters on his staff was a fangirl. Oh, it was so disgusting. Of
Damien Echols. Wow, that is bizarre.
He was all giddy and excited.
Well, if fucking Johnny Depp likes him,
gosh, it was awful. Awful. But I stopped watching Tim well before that. I just couldn't believe it.
Well, this whole thing, Sabrina, is totally bizarre because when you look at this network here, as you track through it, like the Church of Satan, if I'm not mistaken, made Marilyn Manson the head at about the same time that it was Johnny Depp and was rooting for Damien Echols. And so there's this really bizarre organized, a modern satanic. It's hard to explain what's going on here. It's like, and then they have matching tattoos.
Yeah,
definitely. Here's how I look at it. Like, you remember Elvis? He was given like a special agent, secret agent, kind of by Nixon. You know.
Yeah.
He was running around. He wanted to help. He wanted to help put druggies in jail.
Yeah.
When he heard about this, when he heard about the drugs, you know, we got to put an end to the drugs.
Wasn't Elvis?
So he's running around as a special agent. He's doing all the drugs because that's exactly how it would work. He's on the drugs, but he's going to help you round up the people that are on the drugs. It's like, this is exactly how these people. This is exactly how these people work.
He was on prescription drugs.
Oh yeah, there you go. It starts with prescription. What's his name had a funny one of the comedians, Bobcat Goldthwait, had one of the funniest fucking routines where he's like, Elvis didn't have to die from drugs, a drug overdose. He made so much money, he could have put midgets in blenders and fucking had hallucinations. That way, instead of taking drugs. He could have put midgets in blenders,
it's a weird
chopped them up. Yeah, that was Bobcat Goldthwait. He was just making fun of Elvis being so rich. He could have did anything to get high. And then he made another comment about how Elvis. I forget the other part of his routine, but Bobcat Goldthwait had some pretty funny Elvis stuff. The point is that they made so much money. They make so much money. They could have anything, do anything, but they want to be a secret agent, and then they're using the drugs while they're helping bust the drug cartels or whatever.
Yeah.
The drug war starts with Nixon. The government wasn't rounding people up and putting them in prison for drugs until Nixon. If you follow counterculture history, as soon as the LSD arrived on the scene and mankind's brains started expanding, the government realized after experimenting with it, they didn't want LSD to go everywhere and everybody to expand their mind like that. They wanted to control it, so they started making it illegal. They experimented with putting it out in society, but at the same time, they realized they don't want to open everybody's brain up. They want to control everybody's brain. So then they made everything illegal that could expand your consciousness to where you realize there's a different form of consciousness. primitive tribes understand how opioids and these things work. Government, once it realized what it would do to the people, decided that it was going to make it illegal for people to do that. And they started their war against the expansion of consciousness. This is how the alternate, this is how the counterculture history tells it. So a lot of people, Timothy Leary and John Lilly and these people, Aldous Huxley is earlier, but they're reading Aldous Huxley and the experimentations in with the psychoactive chemicals. They're the first ones on the scene that are trying to break the ground and explain to the public the benefits of this stuff. And they only get a few years in the late 60s to the early 70s before the government says they're not going to allow this kind of stuff to go on. And they made all those drugs illegal. At one point, Timothy Leary is a scientist working for the government at the university testing LSD. And then the next second, he finds himself, LSD is illegal. And he's on the run from the government. He's now a criminal. Timothy Leary was put in jail.
I think Timothy Leary might have been an
by
agent.
the federal government. Was
He
probably an agent.
broke out like 3
The way
times.
his history. Yeah, they put him in jail and he broke out. At one point, the Black Panthers arrested him. Had him, or not arrested him, but kidnapped him. Had him in their custody. He escaped from them in another country. So there's some crazy shit that they don't tell you about the counterculture that you don't hear about unless you go back and read their books and their accounts at the time.
Yeah, it's like Terrence McKenna. He describes what evil is, and he describes Timothy Leary because he says anything that can be boiled down to a chant or something is not someone you want to follow, and that Timothy Leary literally was tune in, drop out, or whatever, and
Tune
so,
in, turn on, and drop out. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think Leary was definitely some kind of agent or something, trying to.
He admits that he is.
McKenna.
You can hear him.
CIA.
You can hear him. He says, "You have me and the CIA to thank for LSD."
Mm-hmm.
You can still find that video, that interview.
These people don't let things exist if they don't want them to at those levels.
Right.
The universities were all being funded. They were given the LSD. They were given the money to research it. They brought in volunteers everywhere, and they did all these experiments. It says, and God, that was LSD. God knows what they tested on us, the population since those days. And LSD is probably a mild thing compared to some of the things these people probably have found. I'll bet you money there's stuff that can make your brain and your body do things that you wouldn't normally be able to do, like superhuman. I'll bet you money they got them. Have you ever had a dream where it seemed to last a lifetime almost, and thousands of scenes played out in days or weeks, and then you wake up and it was one fucking night or it was one instant? Have you ever experienced this?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, it's possible. And what it rocked me, the thing that rocked me about it was like the amount of content that was occurred in a short period of time inside, like almost a lifetime. I don't know how or why that works like that, but inside us are vast. How do you describe it? It's hard to explain. Vast amounts of knowledge and energy and experience that exist outside of something that we've seen since we were like physically born. Somehow this information or knowledge is inside of us. You could chalk it up to your imagination or fantasy, but sometimes it's stuff you never even heard or thought about before. So maybe combinations of stuff you've heard and thought about. Whatever's on the inside of us is way more advanced than we've been led to believe, is my belief. Some people might call that like the spiritual side or whatever. I can see why they would, because it's how else would you explain it? But
Yeah. Well, I think that I don't think it's inside of us, but something that we're connected to, or something that's some kind of. I think that the whole, it's like the natives say the Great Spirit, for God, and that it's like we're all connected to the Great Spirit, but and it's not like some kind of, I don't think it's in the hive mind way or anything. It's just we're God likes us. And I'm not saying that in a religious way or anything. That's
well, you better like him, because if you don't like you, it can be pretty miserable, yeah.
Yeah.
If God don't like you, it's gonna be miserable. Anyways, one of the things I love about Clint shows, you can go down any road, go off on any branch of any topic we're talking about, come back around to one. And I sure appreciate the minds that we get on here, Danny. Thanks for showing up tonight, buddy. Friday night. So you off work this weekend?
I don't even work. I'm still.
You're not working? You're still not working?
Still not working.
Ever since that shutdown, you're still not working? Anything moving on that front?
No, just Eric Adams screwed us again, and that was pretty much it. So now.
So Eric Adams is screwing the hell out of that place.
Oh yeah,
for you guys.
He screwed us big time.
Is anybody benefiting from Eric Adams, or is anybody benefiting from Mamdani?
I mean, the transportation lobbies, the lobbies. That's pretty much
those
it.
Guys are
the real estate developers. But
I want to be appointed by Mamdani to some bogus office,
like racial equity.
Yes.
Nobody can explain what the hell that woman's supposed to do, what her job is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh man,
that'd be cool.
And what her salary is. She's probably making at least $180,000.
I would love to see the scale, the man.
Somehow come out a millionaire.
Yeah.
I'd love to see their whatever book that they use to describe what the job entails, what you're supposed to look for to balance this thing out. That was one of the things that I came on here tonight ready to go into, was the organizations that Trump got us out of last week. I brought the list with me this time. Mm-hmm. Last time I was talking about this was Clint. I pulled an article up, and I just tried to print it off so I could just reference it. And the fucking type was, the editing was so horrible that as I read the article, I'm like, it's not, the article I read before I copied it made sense. The one I'm reading now makes no sense the way the editing was set up. So it was kind of a bummer. But we were talking last show I was on about the United States will leave 66 international organizations as Trump further retreats from global cooperation. This is from PBS, your great independent PBS public broadcasting station that's totally unbiased. That's the headline. So they were going into how horrible it is that Trump pulled out of these organizations. I tried to read the article and it fell apart on me, but this time I got smart and I just printed out the organizations themselves that we got out of last week. And as I read these organizations, I don't think you'll disagree with me that things are going to get a lot better here, at least in the area where these things are going to be gone. Are you ready for the 100 organizations Trump pulled us out of last week? 100.
Well, go over the major ones just so.
Well, yeah, the UN ones. Let's start with the UN ones. The Department of Economic and Social Affairs. The UN Economic and Social Council Economic Commission for Africa. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. The Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. The Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. International Law Commission. International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals. International Trade Center. Office of the Special Advisor on Africa.
These are all
Office of
different
the-
species of leeches.
Yep. Some
Funny.
nastier than others, yeah. Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children. Peace Building Commission. Peace Building Fund. Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. UN Alliance of Civilizations. UN Collaborative Program on Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation in Developing Countries. So you can see about 20 organizations in
It's
what
just
kind of
international
groups are on the list. Yeah, these are all official UN organizations, departments. I would like to see what isn't included here is the salaries that these people are being paid in these departments. Can you imagine these eggheads and how much they're making in these departments?
I think he also got us out of WHO.
WHO.
Oh, yeah, the World Health Organization. And he pulled out of the WEF, the World Economic Forum. But let's go on. The UN Democracy Fund. Look how great the UN's doing promoting democracy everywhere, everyone. The UN Energy, UN entity for gender equality and the empowerment of women. UN Framework.
Oh, I'm
Convention.
empowered.
I knew you'd hear that one, Sabrina. UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. UN Human Settlements Program. UN Institute for Training and Research. UN Oceans. UN Population Fund. UN Register of Conventional Arms. UN System Chief Executives Board of Coordination. UN System Staff College. UN Water, UN University. Did you know United Nations had its own university? Train their college students to come and be a part of the big giant bureaucratic system that we pay for to tell us what to do, that doesn't even represent, we pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how much money? Can you imagine? Just the short list I've read, how much money all these organizations are sucking, leeching off the country as we're trying to survive.
Oh, yeah.
And how much, all I'm saying, that list I just read you, they've been around, who knows how long they've been around.
Yeah.
How
Todd,
much?
one of the groups on that list, you mentioned the WEF.
Yeah.
I said the WEF, but I don't think they came up quite yet. But
we're going. In fact, that conference is in Davos in just a few days.
Yeah.
On January 19th.
The World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out of what happens around that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like Trump is supposed to be there.
Oh, that's okay.
Along with Zelensky. And,
well, you know, they're spinning this weekend. You know, the big story they're spinning this weekend.
What's that?
Europe, the European countries are rushing to Denmark to hold military exercises because Trump said we might come and get Greenland. This is what the news is putting out this weekend. Trump said he might come and want to get Greenland. So Europe now, we're going to band together to make sure that Trump can't come and take our country from us because he's a fascist dictator.
The United Kingdom has also increased the reserve age from 55 to 65.
Jesus.
Two nights ago, I got on Clint's show and I talked about Chatham House.
Chatham House.
That's England's
I know.
Council on Foreign Relations.
Yeah.
They come out with a speech 2 days ago saying Trump has pulled out of the international special agreement, and we have to make our own way because he's becoming revolutionary. He's taken America a revolutionary step away from us. So we have to band together now against him. And now the articles are all about Denmark is protecting itself because Trump made a joke about taking Greenland. But Trump's not joking when he says Greenland could be taken by China or Russia.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen. I don't believe any of it. It's all political theater. It's all political theater.
Mark Carney.
I hear you. But
Mark Carney
NATO,
said, Mark Carney said, he said, talking about the China relations, he said, New World Order. If that rings any bells. Yeah.
NATO is not officially there. Probably because we pay for NATO. And if we're not paying for it, they're not showing up. Mm-hmm. But all these other countries are showing up and pretending, this is what we'll do if America tries to take Greenland. This is the garbage. I'm just trying to explain. This is the garbage propaganda this weekend. They're pushing that we're going to stand strong if Trump tries to come over here like Hitler and take over Greenland. We'll stand against him. But Russia's over here and we're fighting Russia too, and because we're fighting Russia with Ukraine, right? NATO loves Ukraine.
Oh, yeah. Well, like NATO. Okay, so I had a history teacher who was a pilot, and that he flew in NATO. And I seen him at the grocery store one day, and I was like, we started talking, and he's like, I don't remember. Well, we started talking about the conspiracy and stuff, and how the UN is unconstitutional and stuff, and then it's and then I can't remember if I told him, but if I thought, because I think the NATO is filled with Nazis, but at the end of the conversation he was like kind of pale and like like it looked like he was definitely thinking about what was going on at NATO, what he was doing. I don't know. That's speculation. It's what was
I'm loudmouth, long-winded, step on people conversation. I apologize if I stopped anybody from.
Well, if you look at the screen real quick, you'll see the actual photo of my keyboard. No.
I see your keyboard. You need to trim your nails. You need to trim your nails, buddy.
That's not my keyboard.
You need to get some bug spray in now.
It's got like 1 million cigarettes that went out in it.
It's all sticky from breaking up weed and touching it with your sticky fingers.
There you go.
Yeah, I've seen this picture on
10,000 pounds of marijuana been broken down over that bitch. Too funny. Oh, but I love you guys. You guys always know my position on these matters. It's a conspiracy, and it ain't good. I don't trust them.
That keyboard.
I grew up, reading left wing stuff. I grew up reading counterculture stuff. I read Timothy Leary. I read John Lilly. I read Terence McKenna when that finally came around.
Well, I don't think Terence. I don't think he was political.
He's on the edge. You don't think him?
Well, I mean, he wanted to save the rainforest and the culture.
He wanted people to be able to use fucking drugs. His books encourage drug use.
That's the thing, though. It's like the modern world has demonized plants.
His books made psychedelic trips cool. The same kind of thing Timothy Leary and John Lilly.
Yeah, but it wasn't the same as Leary, because Leary was pushing some kind of new age religion shit, where McKenna was just talking about people getting back to their roots, and that it's like the tribal customs of South America. It's like when McKenna was going through there, the people were all they were all drinking ayahuasca, but they weren't making it right. And that Terrence McKenna went around and re-showed the tribes how to make it. And that
as a scientist, he found the compounds that worked.
Well, no, it's just that they weren't making it strong enough. And then
he helped them.
Yeah,
They were
right.
scientists. He helped them make it stronger. Yeah, he took out the ones that didn't get you ripped. Told him this is the one that gets you ripped.
Well, like the whole tribal stuff, that's because the tribes have been demonized by, because
the government
since the beginning of time. Fucking I mean, maybe not that far, but
no, it's a power. It's a dangerous power.
Well,
that's why they always try to.
Like I feel just as much for the South American tribes as the North American tribes because they were both brutalized, and that their cultures are gone, and that the maintaining of the cultures to continue on, because it's like generations of plant medicine has gone to waste because the cultures have died, and that all those plants could have saved people. They could have saved illnesses and stuff,
Terrence McKenna wrote an incredible book called Food of the Gods, where he talked about his research down there with the maybe ayahuasca, or I forget, maybe it's more powerful. Just all their psychedelics, if I'm not mistaken. But he came up with the theory that the apes, we evolved from apes because of mushrooms. Apes were taking mushrooms.
Well, you've seen that painting in the
expanded their mind.
It's in the Rome, I think, or it's in Italy or Rome. It's
and I'm not saying
with
I
Adam and
believe
Eve.
this. I'm saying he postulated that.
It's the pictures in John Allegro's book. It's a giant mushroom tree, and then it's got Adam and Eve, and it's like Adam and Eve were eating a mushroom.
Well, there's lots of ancient, like stuff that backs up these ancient cults were using the psychoactive chemicals. I mean,
how do you know Adam and Eve were eating mushrooms?
No, that's what the literal picture. I mean, I can go grab the book if you want.
We don't have a picture of Adam and Eve.
Well, who's Adam and Eve? A man and a woman.
The
first man and woman.
Painting. It's a mural on the side of a church, and that the inside, and that the see, it's like that symbol of the serpent, the tree.
What kind of a church?
You can easily Google it. You'll find it.
Clint, don't you have a cooler picture you can put up while you're telling us your story?
Well, I'm smoking my cigarette right now, so I gotta have this.
Oh, I see.
No, I like seeing that box.
Just leave us with the bad picture.
On the.
Well, hold on.
Put up an alien saucer. We want to believe. Yeah.
The serpent on the tree was a symbol of if it was a symbol of the mushroom, it was also it's definitely the same symbol as the Ankh, and that the Ankh was the same symbol as what Moses had with the Tau with the serpent, and that it was a symbol of wisdom, and and then like the ancient peoples may have been eating the mushrooms, obtaining wisdom, and then that it was a part of the ancient culture. It was a ritual initiation. It shows in the Egyptian hieroglyphs they're eating the ankhs. The ankhs in the Old Testaments of the manna. Nobody knows what the manna is. It grew in the desert from the morning dew. That's a mushroom. I mean, you gotta read John Allegro's books. It's very complex.
You hear the story about how what scientists say early man did to discover what was medicines and what was edible and what was toxic. And they say that they followed animals around and saw what they could eat, and and the reaction that they had. And then they probably used the more slow or stupid members of their tribe to go test plants in the beginning to see what effect it would have on them.
What's the thing about the mushroom, that they would take the shamanic journey, communicate with the spirit of the plant. The plant would tell them the psychedelic would tell them the medicines.
So they had to try everything, and they had to experiment to see what effect it would have, and that's how they learned what you could eat, what you couldn't, and what would work and what didn't.
Well, that's how the Amazonians claim they found all those plants in the Amazon. There's like in regular woods, there's like in the United States, almost everywhere in the world, there's only 3,000 to 5,000 to maybe 7,000 species of plants per acre. In the Amazon jungle, there's like 50,000 species of plants per acre. And so for primitive man to have taken the ayahuasca vine, mixing it with the Psychotria viridis, and then for the ancient man to find those two plants, the tribal lore is that the mushroom told them where to find the two plants, and that there's no the possibility of them finding two plants out of 50,000 per acre and combining them together is extremely.
I don't think it's a stretch to say the people that run the world know what the plants do to people's brains. The people that run the world know this.
Well, hold on. The plants, the psychedelics, they're all mimicking human brain chemistry, and that I think it's a way for them to communicate. The plants themselves.
I believe that too. Yeah, I lean towards that too.
It's like they have to lodge themselves within the neuroreceptors of the human, and then the symbiotic
communication can begin.
It occurs, for a minimal period of time until it's metabolized. And the shamans of the Amazon, they found that the ayahuasca vine was also an monoamoxamine inhibitor, and that it would keep the Psychotria viridis from metabolizing in the body when they eat it. And so the science was incredibly advanced, because I got a pharmacy technician degree, and to know that those people were doing that in the jungle and shit, like it's high tech. It's I mean, it sounds crazy, but their techniques are their techniques are real. It's real magic.
The Indians do their peyote ceremonies.
You told me there's no such thing as real magic.
No, that is real magic. That is.
Yeah, that's what Clinton says. That's what real magic is to Clinton. That the understanding, the communication between
I consider the rest of the world's magic not to be real, or to be tricks to activate psychic abilities, and the or telekinesis. But the Amazonian stuff, it's 100% real magic. There's no way to explain how someone could sing a song and sing that they claim is from a plant spirit taught to them, and that the song would make like a movie in the air. There's no way to explain that, and that everybody would see it, and it was some sort of technology that they had figured out, that they I think that they're one of the most advanced with medicines. Some of those tribes, they had cures for everything. I mean, all sorts of cancers, and that's why that Nicole Maxwell book is so good. The Witch Doctor's Apprentice.
Yeah, I think a cure for cancer has existed for decades.
Yeah, the plants. Yeah,
and
anti-parasites.
It's it's so funny because I recently watched Star Trek: The Voyage Home, Star Trek 4, and there is a scene where, of course, the Star Trek crew comes back to, well, back then 1980s San Francisco, and they're rushing through a hospital making an escape, and Bones walks up to an elderly woman on a gurney, and he says, "What's wrong with you?" And she says, "Kidney dialysis, my kidney's dying." And he opens his medical bag and he puts something in her hand, and he said, "Here, take this and call me in the morning." And he gives her face a squeeze. So the plot goes on. They're running out of the hospital, and you see the little old lady. They're wheeling her around the corner, and she's screaming, I don't need a new kidney. My kidney grew back. I don't need a new kidney. And I was thinking, what an absolute miraculous thing. But then I thought if such a thing existed, it would never be pushed out to the public because Big Pharma would never allow it. That's how much control they have. Now, a friend of ours who it was a cancer researcher, and now he's an internist in Texas. He told me that he doesn't think that we could keep a cancer cure under wraps. And he wrote like 20 research papers, and I said, I beg to differ. I don't agree with you. I think that the Rockefeller Research Institute has already come up with a cancer cure. But I can't prove anything. That's all speculation, of course.
Yeah.
No,
don't forget
when
they started making cancer a regular thing, because don't forget, people very rarely got cancer. The outbreak is relatively recent. So if they're going to make it that people can get cancer more easily, they're definitely not going to put out a cure for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cancer was very rare back in the day, or at least dying from it.
Yeah.
It's also one of those things that
cancer.
Well, it's also one of those things that there's so many different forms, and you almost have to be advanced in your understanding of it to follow, the science of it. Well, and you have to take their word for it on a lot of it. That this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't have a spectron microscope. I don't know, what I'm looking for. They talk there. You can look at different forms of cancer, but at the same time, I'm no doctor. It's like I can't.
Well, you can boil it down to cancer is when a genetic strand in the cells is broken, and that it continuously multiplies,
produces and reproduces. And it's going crazy. That's kind of what they.
Well, that's how. So that's how weed kills cancer, because THC and the CBD and stuff, it kills off the weak cells, and so all the weak cells in your body get killed by the THC and stuff, and so those weak cells are the cells that are that don't have in their genetic strand that's in the cell. There's no cap on how many times it reproduces, so it just reproduces cells over and over, and that's a tumor. Unregulated cell reproduction, that's what it is.
See, we're supposed to believe that radiation can causes cancer.
That's what cures it.
And cures it. Causes and cures it. And so we're asked to believe things that, man, how are you supposed to test it as a lay citizen? I mean, to cure the cancer, you have to go through chemotherapy that could kill you. This is spooky stuff. I've seen people die from it. I've got some weird shit going on in my own life involving this crap.
I mean, that's why
I don't trust myself. I don't trust the government, and I don't trust the system to tell that they're telling me the truth about these matters, because I'm of the mind that they could have found a cure for this long ago with the amount of money and time, and I don't trust these guys. I think if you get rid of cancer, you cripple a market they've created. They're always about creating markets of money supplies. If the cancer goes away, all these institutions go away. There's cancer institutes everywhere. Massive amounts of people are employed just treating the cancer everywhere, taking care of the person that's suffering from these things. A long time ago, somebody showed that if automobile manufacturers made cars safer, that would also put a big dent in the medical end of our economy, because hospitals are treating people for traumatic injuries everywhere. It's a giant part of the economy.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a thing of an old car that got slammed, like a car from the 70s, an old Cadillac, and another car slammed into it, and the other car was completely just with the crumple zones and the safety and that stuff. That thing was crushed, but the
Yeah.
Cadillac barely had a scratch. Those old
Exactly.
cars were pretty
Yeah,
damn
they were
Those old
strong,
cars,
cars
tanks
were like a
back then.
tank.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It depends on how
but they were
fast
made of
you're going.
steel.
2-ton steel I-beam,
Like a
boom,
like
blasting
a
you.
slow accident.
These new ones are
Cars.
paper thin,
Yeah, but that
thin
that's why I bring
aluminum
up the
plastic.
Mercedes thing. It's it's like the old cars. If you were hit going like 25 or something in the bumper, there wouldn't even be like a scratch. But like the guy from Mercedes, his one of his family members died in like 1985 or something, or 1986, and that they were driving like a new Mercedes, and that he went into full engineering mode, and then when they designed the 1989, or I think it was the 89, that's when they made it so that when the car was hit, it didn't matter which side it was hit, it would that the main core of it, where the passengers sit, would be protected. And so like Mercedes has had like the best crash ratings since then. Basically, I mean, they're the ones that engineered the single body car with no frame. They're the first ones to do that. And the because if you watch the car crash videos where they test the cars, it's like holy shit. It's just it's scary because it's like I don't even like to drive anymore because fucking people are all just maniacs, and like it's I don't know, but yeah, it'd be cool to have like a 1992 Mercedes 500e.
Yeah,
that's like a $50,000 car.
Yeah, but I want to go on here for a second about the totalitarian takeover thing, the conspiracies, the terroristic idea that horrible idea that the conspiracy takes over through this giant totalitarian thing. When the COVID started to happen, that was a totally unpredictable type event. Caught everybody off guard because the news was all saying the same thing, that, man, watch out, look out, it's coming. Go get your toilet paper, whatever. They were showing pictures of people raiding the stores for toilet paper. And then you're wondering, is it real? For 1 second, even if you didn't believe the government and all this bullshit, there was a second you go, is this real? And you talk to people from around that time period. A lot of people died during that period from illness. And I got super sick right before the whole event went down. But after that, I've never been as sick as that almost. And then after that, I haven't been sick since.
The only
Right
people
before that
during
went
that
down.
time, like before the shots came out, there were a lot of people that I knew at work that their parents, anybody who went into the hospital, didn't come out.
Yeah.
For corona. And then when the shots came out, then that presented a whole other issue where, I mean, I work at a company of 7,000 people. So I was noticing that young people, young men especially, and when I say young, I'm thinking like they're 40 and they're having strokes and heart attacks.
Yeah.
Several died.
Yep. My friend's little brother was in his 20s and he had some kind of heart problem, and he was vaccinated.
There was another weird thing that occurred right before that event. In Utah, there was a story that I was reading. 500 men died or came into the hospitals because of these vape pens. They were claiming that the vape pens, remember when everybody started vaping?
Yeah.
Was causing these kids, these young men's lungs to get crystallized.
Well, they were hitting
That-
those vape pens too much, and you can't hit them too much, otherwise your
And
lungs
also
will get
They
filled
had
with
a
fluid.
they had a whole big rush of people come into the hospital like they'd gotten some big giant batch of bad vape pens, and there were stories coming out saying that's what caused it. The vape pen was
I'm pretty sure,
crystallizing
like,
these kids' lungs.
yeah, I'm pretty sure fake weed vapes killed my friend because he used to,
Jesus.
because there were a lot of fake Chinese mafia ones going around, and before like the real brand started coming to the city, and he used to get them from a bodega, and we're pretty sure it gave him a seizure. Like there was something because they were nowhere near. They were Chinese mafia shit, so you don't know what
Notice
they're
how
putting
them
in.
smoke shops are all run by Iranians and Chinese and fucking all these places to get your fucking vape pens from came out all over the place. Ran by people from foreign countries.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Chinese have been illegally growing weed in the United States for quite some time.
They're
They've
running
got
all
big
kinds of
warehouses
spooky,
and
spooky
houses.
stuff.
No, my
they were-
opinion is that they didn't do it to us. We did it to ourselves.
Well, they were
They're the
Chinese.
Our
excuse.
government let them do it. Our
Hold
government
on,
let them do it.
Chinese-
Let's put
the
it that way
Chinese-
too.
The illegal Chinese people that were in America, especially in like California and Colorado, they were renting houses and then they were burning illegal pesticides, which were very dangerous, and that they weren't telling the people they were renting the house from, and that then when they were moving out of the place to expand their thing or whatever, and the people, the new tenants would be subjected to a house that should have been legally condemned because it was full of chemicals from the Chinese burning the illegal and then on top of that the Chinese were dumping the sticks that they were burning and shit, they were dumping it in the ground, and that it was contaminating the water supply with illegal Chinese pesticides, and like, and then not to mention that the people who were smoking the weed, this is probably where the scromating is from, if it's not from that illegal fungus that the Chinese brought in the United States. It's crazy. It's that estimated number of Chinese spies in the United States, 50,000. That shit blows my mind.
What's interesting too is that like a whole generation of kids grew up not actually smoking real clean marijuana because they were smoking Delta 8 and Delta 10 and all that other crap that you can get from a store and then from like a bodega, and then they were selling the Chinese tong weed, which is just absolute garbage. And now that weed is legal, people are, they can sell you junk. They can sell these
So
younger
it's like
people
Chinese
junk.
dirt weed. It's like Chinese dirt
Well, it's
weed.
mostly just covered in pesticides. But
Oh,
now,
okay.
like, it's if you have like really high quality weed that would cost a little bit more than $15, then people don't want it from you because these younger people are used to smoking Delta 8 to tong weed. So they'll smoke garbage and they're like, yeah, this is good. This is good enough. Why should I pay $50 for an organic eighth when I can get a $15 eighth that's covered in pesticides and mold?
Ugh. Yeah, it sounds horrible.
The Chinese tong weed.
But you can see it. You can see it. Yeah, flood the market with this toxic stuff.
Yeah. Now people are smoking it.
Dirt weed was more preferable. Mexican dirt weed is preferable to what this cheap stuff is getting from China.
Yep.
To say, what they're doing in the states that are starting to allow the legal use of it, they have dispensaries everywhere, and so dispensaries are making it pretty affordable, and so they're competing. But that's the government. There's only so many licenses handed out, but 4 dispensaries. Not everyone can become suddenly a marijuana dispenser, right?
Well,
So
they're
the
popping
government-
up all over the place.
They're popping up all over the place. But believe me, the government is getting a cut. They wouldn't let this even occur
Oh yeah.
if they couldn't get the money off this thing. So they're the ones making it sexy and attractive. And come on down, this is really cool. The new, hey, we were putting you in jail and ruining your life for this a little while ago, but now you're free. Come and get some. These guys don't know anything unless there's a hook in it, right? They don't give you anything unless there's a hook in it. When's the last time the government came and helped you? I'm from the government. I'm here to help you.
I've seen that. I've seen a comic that said that.
Reagan said that a long time ago. He said the most frightening words in the English language. I'm from the government, here to help you.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't happen.
Hey, it's almost 10:30, so I'm gonna split.
Are you taking off?
I'm gonna start.
Well, it was so nice of you to come in. Thank you, Sabrina.
It's funny you said that. And I
For
looked at it,
showing
I'm like, wow, it's that early. And then I looked at my thing and I'm like, I'm on the East Coast. What am I talking about?
Yeah, what time is it? You're, wait, 12 o'clock?
1:15.
1:15, man. It's early here. It is. Oh, it's 11 here, so it's fucking, it's late. It's a little late.
Good night, guys.
Not
Thank
that
you.
late.
Have a good night.
Good night.
You too.
Thank you. See you again.
That's loyal.
I love Sabrina. She's
Yeah,
great conversation.
man, those road
Great
shows
mind.
really make you like fucking
Great
gut
mind out
punchy.
again. You been smoking roaches, man? You need to.
Now, if I go tomorrow,
Cut down
if I can get hired to the dispensary job, then I'll smoke again. And I'll roll.
That
I got
sounds
something
nice.
to roll
Working
up.
in a dispensary. Fuck, that would be the shit. Working in a dispensary.
Hey, listen. At this point, I'll shovel shit from one place to another if it pays me.
Oh, so shoveling shit or dispensary doesn't matter. You're there.
Doesn't matter.
Damn,
I just don't.
Danny,
I
I'm
just
sorry to
don't
hear
take
that. I'm
handouts.
sorry to
I
hear
gotta
that, buddy.
work. I gotta
No, I
work.
hear you. I hear you. Do they
I do
have
know.
temporary work agencies or anything like that where you're at? Staffing agencies or anything?
Not really. Not anymore. I used to do banquet service, and I used to work for
Okay.
a temp agency, but
Mhm.
I haven't been in touch with them in like, god damn. Oh yeah, it was at least 2012 because 2012. I remember it was December 21st, 2012, when we were when I was working, and we're like, oh, the world didn't end. Okay, back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used temp agency around maybe around that time when Obama,
Mhm.
when the economy collapsed. And I remember when the housing market and everything collapsed and all that shit.
It's
There was
gonna
a
get.
brief period where work stalled completely because I'm in
Yeah, looks like
construction.
that's gonna happen again soon.
And I'm like, my company said, we don't got the work right now. We understand if people got to go somewhere else, but we don't have any work right now. And we don't know
Yeah.
how long it's going to be. It could be 2 or 3 weeks or, a month. We don't know. And I'd worked for
My
them for
dad moved to
years
Montana.
before
He-
that happened. And a lot of companies, about half the company didn't come back 2 or 3 weeks later when
Yeah.
the economy collapsed. And the economy got so bad under Obama and that housing crisis that construction jobs went from, like, we had 30 guys going. It went to 15 after the collapse, and then it just whittled down to almost nothing. The company whittled down to almost nothing in a few years after that. And only the best guys held on, working in the company. A handful of them.
Yeah.
That housing collapse did
It's like-
damage to the
It's like
market.
that for when I used to work for my dad. We used to have he'd have at least 8 workers or so, build barns and then during that period it was then it was just me and him.
There was a housing boom because George Bush Jr. and his administration talked about giving loans out to everybody. They created a big giant housing market where
Yeah.
some people could go get 4 loans
They were
that
called
didn't
ninja
even live
loans.
here.
They called them ninja loans, not just because of how
And-
fast they were, but it was an acronym for no income, no justifiable
Yep.
asset.
And George Bush was saying it didn't matter if they were a citizen or not a citizen or the ID or they could prove the background. Just help them get loans for houses
Damn.
everywhere.
I didn't
So
give
they
a
were so
loan.
stupid. Some people took
Yeah.
out 4 loans.
Should have done a
on these-
PPE loan. Yeah.
Yeah, they bought 4 houses, not just one. If you can get one, why not get 4? But then they bought them on these fucking raised interest rates. I forget what the term was, where you get it real cheap now for $800 but a month. But when the when the loan changes in 5 years, it expands to like $1,500 a month. You know, triples or whatever you thought it was.
Well, then you
We're
just
5
get
years down the road.
bankruptcy.
I forget what they called that, adjusted mortgage or some bullshit. And then all of a sudden, 5 years down the road, their payment became 3 times that, and they couldn't afford 4 of these houses because they didn't live here. I mean, a lot of them, they got loans. People didn't live here.
Well, they should have bought the
Didn't have
houses and
fake
then sold
IDs.
them. They
What
should
they
have
were
bought
trying to
them.
do is they were trying to flood the market and build a whole bunch of houses that would be foreclosed on because it made for a giant collapse. And I talk about this all the time. This is a perfect example of you go to the bank for a loan on a house to buy the house, right? The house doesn't exist and then it's built because sometimes you buy a house, it's not even built.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get the loan, they give you the loan for the house, then they build the house. The bank only has to have a fraction of the money in the bank to give out loans. So the minute you come in for a home loan, they're creating money. They've suddenly created $100,000, $150,000, $300,000
The
loan.
inflation hits.
Yeah.
But they borrowed you money. They didn't print the money and hand you $300,000. You took out a loan saying you'll pay it back. So all of a sudden the money's created out of thin air.
Yeah, the court case.
So what happens is the house is built, the property and all this thing is built. But then if you foreclose on it, the bank subsumes it. So they created money out of nothing, loaned it to millions of people that couldn't carry out the contract, and then subsumed all the property that was created out of thin air that people spent time and money building.
Yeah.
And so that went on to the point where that was the bubble that collapsed and exploded. That was the excuse, at least. And that's what changed the whole. That's what changed the whole system, pretty much, right there. From
Well, now the commercial real estate crash is about to happen, and that's going to be really bad. That's going to be really bad, and it's already packing up. That's why. That's one of the. What was it that Trump just bailed out? He just bailed out like mortgages or something. He bought the debt because people. Yeah, this
a new gimmick,
commercial crash is going to be really bad.
People get a house.
No,
Yeah.
he just bought up the debt. They made it. They nationalized the debt, I think. But the commercial real estate crash is going to be a lot worse because the commercial real estate crash, there's a lot of investments tied into, like pension systems and stuff are tied into, like urban real estate, especially in places like New York and and Chicago. And once the 2010 and around that time, all those loans that were taken out, refinanced, they mature in 2026, sometime in 2026. And when they do, all these buildings, all these properties are going to be worth way less than what was paid for them. And they're going to devalue badly. So, that's why they're trying to do this housing crisis thing.
That's what these bubbles are, that they create these economic boom bust cycles. They create these big giant fake booms, and then they bust them and they make money when they go up, and they make money when they collapse. And then they come in and buy all the property and everything that's of any value at real low. You can't buy it, but they have all the money to buy all this stuff. This goes on and on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same story, and it'd be nice if it was a different tune, but yeah, it'd be nice.
Well, they're probably trying to get it so the government owns all the big businesses.
That or
that's all they do.
NGOs. They're also trying to get a lot of the not-for-profits and the NGOs into real estate. That's what they're doing here in New York. That's a big push That's why they created that COPA law, which is absolutely wild, that you can't even sell your property anymore. Like if you have a property like with like 5 or more apartments, you have to go to the city before you sell it, and they have to propose it to not for profits. And that's what I think they're going to do to the projects out here too, because the projects out here are absolutely freaking disgraceful. It is so bad the condition that they're in. And the only reason I can think of that is so the city can say, "Oh well, it's too expensive for us to fix. We're gonna sell it to this and to Housing Works or something like that," and they'll be allowed to put like a couple of blocks of apartments up for market rent, so they can make market value on some of them and keep the rest under rent control under the same program or something similar. But it's never gonna work. They're just crashing everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they want everybody to rely on the government.
Yeah.
One of the things, and I'm not saying it's a death blow to the New World Order or anything like that, but getting out of these organizations is a lot of money saved. And all these groups have done is work against United States sovereignty or any country's sovereignty.
Yeah. They won't let
what
us
these
use our own
organizations are is they're created to try to make interconnections so that you can't get away from some agreement. The people that founded the country said, don't get entangled. Be your own fucking country and mind your own interests. Don't go. England's the one that gets involved with everybody's interests and machinations. That's why we got away from them and said, let's not do what England did. Yeah. Let's not be double crossing and backhanded and sneaky son of bitches. Let's be up front and just represent for our own interests. We tried to be something different, America. And England was mad after we left them, and they never given up on their hatred of us for getting away. And they probably got back control of us not long after, 100 years after we left them. They made their special relationship with them, and we've been pretty much dominated by England ever since. The Wall Street is just following the lead of the London bankers, and they're just the modern day version of the Knights Templar that's connected to the Masons and the secret societies. So it'd be nice if the man could have a fresh start, come up with something different, and maybe represent human beings.
That's why we should make our own secret society.
That's why I'm always an optimist, because there's more humans that aren't part of this secret little tiny sick group than there are members of the secret tiny sick group. And if psychic abilities exist and good's possible, this is about the best chance we've had that people will band together and use their power to get away from evil and work it towards good, because I'd rather live another day and go on living in the sun, having a good life, than being under a concentration camp and a totalitarian dictatorship with boots stamping on your face. Boots, physical and mental, or mental.
Yeah.
So I think if everybody teams up and uses their powers for good and our good intent, we got a chance to beat a little tiny elite clique group that's using sneaky tricks. Mm-hmm. But what do I know?
Yeah.
They're pretty sneaky and underhanded.
Well, I mean, we need to start like our own secret society, call it like the Untouchables or something.
Talked about that a long time ago. The problem now is they see everything. You're gonna have to be another step ahead. You're just gonna have to join what they're doing, and you say try to resist. That's what this stupid movie, One Battle After Another, is. telling people that you can be a revolutionary, you can resist this thing. They're seeing everything. So maybe they're not controlling everything yet, but any move or word you say or move you make, they're not looking at every single person, but they have the ability to look at every person and every action. So that's kind of the waters that we're wading into now, is about the most difficult battle you could even try to imagine.
Yeah.
We talk about social situations too, like Danny's talking about New York, how they're making it harder for people to live. That's one layer of this thing. There's a giant layer that's trying to I'd like to hope Trump is getting us out of organizations that are dragging us down into a one world government, because the further the government is from the people, the worse it's going to be, because it's not local.
Yeah. So I mean, like, everybody else in history is all just repeated the phrase New World Order over and over again. And that I don't think I've ever heard Trump say it. I've heard Bush say it. I can't remember if Obama said it, but I've heard him say similar stuff. I've heard Reagan say it. I've heard Gorbachev. Hitler had a book called New World Order. There's so many different, like, people that have been promoting the New World Order for a century, and that and that there's a lot of propaganda that says the New World Order doesn't exist, but it's like the world government is definitely, like that trade deal with Canada and China, or Canada was making some kind of trade deal with China or something, and that
all these organizations I read in the United Nations, I didn't even, that was just the United Nations. I only read about 35 of those son of bitches. Those are all councils of people that are deciding policies and sitting around giant think tanks. The government has had think tanks since the 20s, 30s, 40s, people sitting around figuring out how to guide society, socially manipulate it. That was one of the books I was going to bring up tonight, the Report from Iron Mountain. You guys heard of the Report from Iron Mountain, right?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of it.
It's a classic in conspiracy literature. It's the Report from Iron Mountain on the possibility and the desirability of peace. And it's a special group, as the commission was foundly called by Washington, met and worked regularly for over 2.5 years, after which it produced a report. They concluded that lasting peace, even if it could be achieved, would almost certainly not be in the best interest of a stable society. So they came to the conclusion that if the people are at peace, we're not going to have stability. So they come up with the idea of the strategy of tension. You never let society be at rest, because if it is, they might get wise to what the fuck's going on and give you some problems with your control. And and it was giant, years-long study that figured this out. It ties into the silent weapons for quiet wars thing. That's why Bill Cooper included this in his book. That's why it's always brought up in the conspiracy literature.
It's all under the guise of peace.
Even if silent weapons for quiet wars is fake, which people claim it's just fake, it still describes a silent war that's being fought, that people don't realize that it's a different kind of warfare, taught with invisible weapons like economic conditions and situational bullets that they would fire at people. And they could shake society to its core with different things and see where the weak spots were, and the whole thing breaks down how you do it. There's like a diagram, a technical diagram of the Third World War and people claim is fake. Supposedly, it was documents found inside an IBM computer bought at a government auction that somebody stuffed inside of a printer from a government auction.
How long ago was that?
It was about 1979, if I'm not mistaken, that the thing surfaced. And it's just copies of supposedly what they found. It was about 90 pages. And it presents itself as welcome to the Third World War. The Third World War is a silent war, and it's been going on since about, I think it says 1959. Yeah. Something like that. I got it somewhere. I refer back to it at times because it's so bizarre. Bill Cooper put it in Behold a Pale Horse. I'm pretty sure it's in there. But these ideas are old. And what we're talking about today, these things were talked about 20, 30, 50 years ago. So imagine what's happening around us that we don't know. We're literally.
Yeah. Well, it's us bringing up resurrecting the alien subject. Because, I haven't thought about the alien subject in 18 years, probably. Yeah.
Some of the biggest books that influenced me in the 90s, because I am into magic. I talk about this all the time. As a young kid, I was studying the Golden Dawn stuff, the Aleister Crowley stuff, the Necronomicon, witchcraft. I was just studying it. Yeah. But eventually I came across the Chaos books that came out in the early 90s. And they were predicting that there was going to come a time where technology is going to be indistinguishable from magic because it's going to be so advanced that only the scientists that are working in that specific field will understand how it works. And their understanding will be so far beyond what anybody else can understand that they'll be considered like magicians.
Yeah, well, that's in the old books that they considered electromagnetic stuff to be magic. They considered it black magic. Not necessarily that it was.
But the Chaos books predicted that technology is going to get so advanced so fast that you won't be able to understand it as an average person. And even the government or whoever's in control of things won't be able to understand it. They'll become like a class of magicians. They'll be considered like magicians because they'll understand the technology.
Yeah.
How it works, the computer, whatever it is.
These programmers are like, they've become techno-pagans who are trying to create things from something. It's very bizarre. It's like.
So the Chaos books so predicted that this would happen, that this situation would happen.
Yeah.
And the Chaos books back then said, the ones, Peter James Carroll's the most famous, that the Chaos magicians decided they were going to release all the magic, the concepts, the knowledge as much as they could, because if it's in everyone's hands, maybe we have a chance of surviving the totalitarian dictatorship that's coming. And so Peter James Carroll's book back in, I think it was 1990 or something, said that here's all the secrets, and hopefully we don't wake up in a concentration camp because they saw the future coming and decided that that's what the move they were going to make.
Yeah, they thought magic would be the only way for mankind to stop what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So release all the secrets and see what happens because the elite are using it.
That's why they intertwined it with TV and comics and all this stuff. They were teaching people the occult. They were teaching people magic through the different things.
I'm not saying that this is what happened. I'm saying this is stuff that they were talking about at that time.
No, I'm saying
it's pretty potent stuff.
They teach people all sorts of mentalisms and stuff in television and movies and all sorts of stuff, video games. people just aren't. They don't think that it's like they don't. I was saying the other night where it's like one of those videos called like if you get a job and you gotta watch the video, like into I can't think of the word.
A person that sits and screens the videos for content, objectionable content.
No. Like when you like a training video or something. It's like they're showing you I was saying the word the other day. I'm too stoned to think of the word, but they're
or maybe you're not stoned enough.
These and it's very bizarre because some of them are dark lessons, and that it seems like I mean there's also good ones, but it seems like there's people who are because there's some of those TV shows, and they're always the ones that you wouldn't expect. They have a very dark vibe. The people who are obsessed with them become very dark, or it's I don't know. I mean,
a lot of people think that the hippies got a bad rap. They were shortchanged. They were blindsided by the establishment that wanted war. They were made, to look bad by the Charles Manson murders and the drug war. People were coming together to get out of the Vietnam War that was going on for 10 years. And they were protesting. And the civil rights thing, those are real protests. That wasn't a Antifa fucking Black Lives Matter event. I mean, those civil rights that they're protesting, there were places that separated drinking fountains and all this bullshit was going on.
Yeah, the
South, and people were coming together to say, we don't want war, we don't want prejudice, and they had effected changes, and that whole movement got sidelined by Charles Manson and killing all the leaders of all the civil rights movement and anybody that was trying to bring in it. If you believe Kennedy and Robert Kennedy were assassinated and Martin Luther King, if you believe that happened, they were taking out anybody that was trying to bring in some decent changes to society. And you can look at Martin Luther King and see his background. He's not a saint, but some of his speeches are the most powerful speeches ever given towards people coming together. And the one thing
Anthony
they don't want.
Anthony J. Hilder thought Martin Luther King was controlled by the CIA or some shit.
In my opinion,
Malcolm X wasn't. They said.
In my opinion, of all these years,
Muslim Brotherhood ring, didn't he?
The what?
I'm pretty sure Malcolm X would wear a Muslim Brotherhood ring.
Yeah, well, they eventually COINTELPRO'd the hell out of it, but he was originally, he was not part of anything, and that's why they got rid of him and put in Farrakhan. And
it wasn't Muslim Brotherhood; it was something else. A Nation of Islam.
Yeah,
right.
Farrakhan's 33rd degree Mason.
Yeah, well, he's COINTELPRO. He's COINTELPRO, CONTELPRO.
Oh, that's interesting.
The story of what they did to the Black Panthers and those guys, boy, some of the spookiest stuff.
Well, they engineered the anti-gun laws, the 1968 Gun Control Act. They got the Black Panthers to make people scared in California, and then California was the first place to fucking and that's it. Yeah, the whole they use people. The New World Order uses people to make un-American things.
Well, Lyndon Baines Johnson started the Great Society projects, and they were already trying to set up, these red line districts, and they're working against black people while they're pretending to help them. social programs where kick the father out of the household and go hard on the black community, start policing these areas that had been dilapidated and started to be economic areas that became how do you explain it? They built the projects and then they took the money and the jobs out of the projects, so it created these giant crime zones.
Yeah, it's organized. They planned it.
They planned it. They set them up, and then all these cities collapse, and they're a big giant problem. And then they set up social programs that don't help but exacerbate the situation. There was a war against black people. It's all documented. I mean, they wanted to take away any kind of power they might. There are racists in the government. That's a real thing. I think there's speeches of Lyndon Johnson where he's using the N-word.
Well, I think there's KKK in the government. And they're all Democrats.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. The fucking head of the Senate, Byrd, I forget what his name was. His first name. He was like the Grand Cyclops. He was the head of the Senate in the 70s. I'm trying to remember his name.
BYRD. Byrd?
BYRD. Famous senator, like so powerful. Yeah. And then it came out later that he's the head of the fucking KKK, Grand Cyclops. And Biden was at his funeral.
I thought they called it a dragon.
Praising him. Or the dragon. It's either dragon or Cyclops. They have different, like the Masons, they have these different levels of their.
Yeah.
And I got that book somewhere. Shadow Over the Senate. All about it. Written by Gary Allen. I got a section of old books coming out from not the John Birch Society necessarily, but Gary Allen, where he covered all those connections to the commies and the KKK. And
I got a picture on the screen of Jesus with a bong.
What's the bird guy's name, Clint? Can you access
Bird guy? Larry Bird?
Look up. No. Not that's what I was thinking. Larry Bird from the Celtics. Not that guy.
I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of
what's his name.
Well, I know who you're talking about. But
something Bird. Yeah, gotta probably just look. I could just grab a book and explain it, but can't quite. I don't know which book to grab, but. Anyways, how's everybody feeling tonight? How's everybody feeling? Everybody got a beer going? Everybody got a buzz going?
Beer?
No,
no beer? No buzz?
Yeah.
Are you working tomorrow, Danny? What's going on?
Nothing. I'm still unemployed, waiting for something to come through.
That pissed me off. You're ready to go if something comes available.
Ready to go back to my old job, but this fucking guy Eric Adams screwed us again, and so now I'm stuck waiting for Mom Donnie or something to happen.
What if what was that movie where the guy he just shows up to the job and then starts showing up
They live.
The end of the week? And at the end of the week, go to Human Resources and be like, "Where's my paycheck?" just like low key bully your way into that, like I've been working.
That reminds me of the Seinfeld thing where George shows up for the job.
Get the whole crew to show up. You know what I mean? Everybody, just starts showing up.
There was a bunch of Seinfeld episodes where George, one of them, classic one, George shows up for the job with the Yankees, but they really don't make him do anything and except for just be accountable or something. So he hires Jerry Seinfeld's carpenter to build a sleeping place under the desk.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
And he sets his alarm for when he's supposed to click out, and he just goes there and sleeps during the day. And
that's a good episode.
You know what's happening. there was another one about George and his getting out of the job. Remember where he gets a job at the factory where they can't fire him. He pretends to be handicapped or some shit.
Yeah.
And he gets a job because he's handicapped, so they give him his own restroom and his own handicap restroom. And then they find out he's not handicapped, so they tell him, we can't get rid of you because of your contract, but you're no longer work here. So he barricades himself in the office so he can sit in there all day and still collect a check. Nutty stuff. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
They're trying to get him out of the office. He won't leave the office. He has a back room.
This was pretty funny.
It's pretty funny. All planned. Seinfeld from the 90s. Everybody's careers, I think, at this point.
But Jerry Seinfeld, he plays magic cards.
You might have played against him.
Jerry, you did? Jerry Seinfeld, he's bitching about the trying to do comedy routines on college campuses. He's like, you can't even do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get killed by
that too.
Palestinians. You get killed by a Palestinian sympathizer.
Jesus.
Or whatever. Just don't like the pushback.
Well, the comedy is just even Conan O'Brien. He made a public statement about how the comedians aren't funny anymore. They're all just stupid, and it's like Conan O'Brien. It's like if you haven't seen that episode of that stupid Hot Wings show, the only episodes worth watching is the one with Conan O'Brien. I mean, some of them are okay, but basically they interview people where they have like 6 different chicken wings, and then they eat a spicier chicken wing for every question, you know. And, Conan O'Brien.
Is this like an internet show? Oh yeah, this is one on the internet.
Yeah, it's on
a TV show. Yeah,
Conan O'Brien went on there, and he started like chugging the fucking hot sauce.
Whoa!
And it was like the hottest fucking hot sauce on the planet, and he's fucking just
holy
chugging
shit.
it. And it's like holy shit, he's fucking.
And he survived it.
He probably turned bright beet red.
I bet you it didn't look good when he took a dump the next day.
They maybe faked it too. Maybe they
turned
faked
bright
it.
beet red again.
It was definitely real. It was fun.
I did watch it. You know, as a teenager. I watched a fellow teenager, you know, my same age, you know, last year of high school or something, slam a glass of, like a full 8-ounce glass of Everclear.
Jesus.
Which I didn't think anybody could ever do. And be fine. I'm like, holy shit, you can do it. You do it. At 18, okay. I don't think so. There was something weird about this kid.
My friend,
anybody else would have been fucking knocked. Would have just passed out immediately.
When I was 15, my friend, he was an alcoholic. He was the same age as me, and I was living at a party house when I was 15, and we were drinking beer and smoking weed all day, and like he when we woke up in the morning, because we both slept on there's like 3 couches, and people would like fight over him. But he'd wake up in the fucking morning and he'd be shaking. His hands would be shaking really bad, and he'd have to like go around and drink the liquor that was, you know, still in the bottle.
Old beer people left. Maybe there's a cigarette butt in that can. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it was that bad, but he was a full-blown alcoholic.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
It was bad. I'm the one that got him to quit drinking. Like I seen him years later.
Good on you, sir. Good on you.
Yeah, I smoked a blunt with him, and I'm like, dude,
glad
your
you
fucking hands are shaking. It was fucked up.
Yeah. Well, if you've ever met a serious alcoholic, like somebody that's on the verge of death, there's people that die from drinking. Literally just wipes them out.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you should seriously consider putting it down, but they get so bad they can't not drink. If they stop drinking, it'll kill them, and so it makes it so hard to cure them.
Yeah, they have to wean themselves off the alcohol.
I've seen people like that. I remember years and years ago. I remember a guy that was old. He was older. I was younger, but he died from drinking. Couldn't quit.
Yeah.
Eventually, his liver and kidneys, or I remember liver or kidney, because I'm no
Yeah,
doctor.
drinking's bad. My dad won't quit drinking. They turned into a full blown communist.
It's only as
Like,
bad
man.
as it's only as bad as you make it. So too, drinking can be healthy if you do it in moderation. It's good for you.
Well, if you're just drinking beer and stuff, some people are drinking hard liquor. Like I had a roommate that was
said
drinking.
drinking's actually healthy. You know, it has antioxidants. You can't get anywhere else. Certain wines and there's different aspects to it.
Well, I mean, you seem to be okay, but I had a roommate that was he was drinking like 4 pints of hot damn or some shit every day, and all sorts of beer and stuff. He was super drunk all the time. It was like,
yeah, so you can't. In my opinion, you know, if you do that all the time, it'll wear you real fast,
yeah.
quick.
Actually, I had a bunch of roommates like that. They were always just super drunk. It's like, man, how do they drink all the time? That's crazy. But they were drinking like hard liquor all the time. Like, it's like, man.
I had a buddy that told me that the secret to
I mean, I'm sure it's fun, but
don't quit drinking.
Yeah.
And he quit drinking, thank God. He don't drink at all.
Yeah,
I used to drink a lot. I don't drink as much.
Those Michelob Ultralights are pretty good.
Those Michelob Ultralights are fantastic.
Oh wait, is that what you're
I like to. Yeah, because they're a decent price. They're not like the fucking Bud is so cheap right now. You can get like a case of Bud for $16. Budweiser's getting to be like Natural Light used to be priced, you know.
But Bud Light was bottles in the 90s, or Bud Ice.
Bud bottles are $16 or $17. Natural Light must be fucking $7. You know, it's like, wow, they're making the toxic stuff cheaper.
Well, it's because they had a really bad ad campaign. I mean, whoever was in control of the advertising.
That's right.
I heard they're making Dylan Mulvaney play Lindsay Boyle. What's her name? Anne Boleyn. What's her name from the Henry VIII's wife?
Wow.
So apparently that idiot's playing. But well, I mean, they do this for rage bait. People who want people to get angry and scream and make a fuss, and I'm like,
look
guys,
at this guy playing a girl.
Laugh at it. If you don't take it seriously, they won't keep doing it. It's like when they tell you that like the native Swedes were African and the native Japanese were African and the native Koreans were African. They do all that all the time. It's rage bait.
Black women were the head of the Vikings.
Yeah, the head of the Vikings was a black woman. Yeah, they do that, and people get so angry and start screaming, and it's like, dudes, it's rage bait. Mm-hmm. If you that's what they want you to do. They want you to get, why are they destroying white people? It's like, no, you're supposed to say this is retarded. I know it's not true. We're not nobody's watching it anyway. Nobody cares. But it's just crazy how people still believe all this. They're all like, they get so angry with this shit.
Well, I'm telling you, the movie One Battle After Another is making some idiots heroes. And then they've got these protests going over the lady getting shot in Minneapolis. And so they're building this fiction of you should oppose the man. And the man they're opposing isn't even a real thing, you know. They're not even affecting whatever they're protesting against isn't affecting anything. What do they want? The ICE to be more civil? Please don't shoot women. I mean, what's the end of the protest?
I think they're trying to cause a civil war. They're trying to cause riots.
You saw those Panther
what do they want? Leave illegal aliens alone?
Well, you saw those Black Panther people in Philly with the rifles protesting ICE, And people are like, where the hell are you? And when when Philadelphia, when the black community is blowing each other away left and right, they're nowhere to be found. When illegals are being arrested, all of a sudden
Exactly.
you guys come out with your M4s. Like, what are you,
Exactly.
stupid? Yeah, they are stupid.
The protests only go as long as they need the spectacle, and then as soon as the thing's over, then they're nowhere to be seen. Just
Well, I
like
think
the
there's gonna be
Summer of
another.
Love stuff.
Yeah,
Just
well, I
like
think
the
there's going to
Summer
be
of Love
another
stuff.
incident, and then they'll bring in the National Guard into either one or both, either Chicago or Minneapolis, or even they'll surprise everybody and send them to New York, and that'll
Yeah.
be. I'm waiting
And
for it for something to happen here.
one of the things I'm not going to let go is the stolen election in 2020, where suddenly protests are everywhere and there's a virus going around, and now you can't show up in person. You got to wear a mask. And
Well, they were pushing the New World Order. They made it so everybody's buying shit online.
This whole thing is lock, stock, and barrel connected, where they set it up so it went boom, 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 giving you one shock after another where you couldn't question it until it was too late. The virus, who are we to question someone with microscopes telling us there's a horrible thing going on? What's their recommendations? Stay at home. Don't vote in person. Send your vote in by mail.
Yeah.
They already talked about what they were going to do with this thing. They said, Trump's got a lot of support, but we're going to be even stronger. They put this out in their magazines that Trump's going to claim the election stolen, but we're going to be prepared. And you can read these articles 6 months before the election went down. They set it up where you vote from home, and the election gets contested, and it gets rebuffed because they were already, the con was in. So they couldn't let anybody question the con.
Yeah.
Trump played by the rules and got ejected by these criminals that had just put the fixes in. Anybody that questioned the virus, the vote by mail, the election was called a conspiracy theorist and censored, and they went on with their con.
Yeah.
We literally spent 4 years in the twilight zone of these people doing as much damage as they could to our country. The whole time Trump was in office, they questioned his election.
Well, I think there should be a war with China
everything.
because of what happened. If China really used germ warfare against America, then I think that the United States should invade China.
Pardon me, gentlemen. My handler's telling me I got to go get an altitude adjustment, so I'll be right back.
Attitude adjustment. I got PTSD from, because my dad would say that before he tried to like beat me to have fucking. He was, my dad was very abusive. Fucking, like punch me in the face and stuff. You need an attitude adjustment. Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
yeah, I got PTSD for that shit. That bastard. I got PTSD from living in the hood too. Jesus Christ. I mean, I haven't lived in the hood since like 2002, but
It leaves the dent.
lighter. Yeah. I lost my lighter. Oh, it's in my lap. Yeah, I mean, I lived in some other hoods, but I didn't actually like hang out with people or anything. I just, you know what I mean, like 2001 and 2002, I was living in the hood, and the people, playing basketball and hanging out with people and stuff, smoking weed. Basically, I just was trying to get the best weed, and it was like, man, I gotta hang out with all these ballers and hood people to just get some good weed. They all thought I was cool because I could rap.
Because you could rap.
Yeah, that's where I got the nickname Clint Eastwood.
Oh.
Because that was like the only white actor they could think of, so they all called me that.
I can rap too, but I'm not going to because my voice is not conducive to it. So it's something only girls get to see because it's my party trick. It's my party trick.
Oh yeah. Well, if me and Donut make an album, you should come on the album.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't have a singing voice, so that's not something I would do publicly. I'll talk publicly, I don't care, but rapping is not something I'll do publicly. Something else. It's just
Oh yeah.
Because I memorized a good chunk of Brother Lynch Hung's 1994 album, "Season of the Sickness," so I can rap right along to it, like nearly word for word. Sometimes I gotta look up because he's very hard to understand, and but yeah, it's not something I do. It's not something I get up on a stage and do, unless it was like karaoke, and that I would probably do it.
When I lived in the city, it was like we'd all stand in a circle and smoke weed, and just everybody had to sing. they had to rap, not necessarily sing, but so that was always really fun. It was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna say some, because if you could tell if somebody's doing a real freestyle or not, you know what I mean? Like if they were just making it up. Like my friend from Chicago, not the one that passed away, but a different friend. He would say what people were wearing in the room to prove that he was freestyling. It was always really fun.
Nice. Yeah, I always wish I had a singing voice, but I don't. So.
Oh yeah, all the samurais would rap. I mean, they wouldn't rap; they'd write a poem before the samurai wars. Before the mission or whatever.
I didn't know that. Pretty cool. In Holland, if you die without family and you're by yourself, in the Netherlands, they hire there's a civil servant who comes to your funeral and they write a poem for you about your life, and that's kind of cool. That's very interesting.
Oh yeah, the Dutch are weird people. They're interesting. Wooden shoes.
Yeah,
I guess they're pretty warm or something. There should be a study done. We're gonna have to start making wooden shoes and copying it. I mean, if people pay that much for fucking those stupid rubber red shoes that look like Sonic the Hedgehog or something.
Wait, Crocs?
Some kind of, remember that trend on Twitter where all of a sudden all the rappers were wearing these giant red shoes that were made out of like styrofoam or something. They were like they were made out of that rubbery shit. It was a weird trend. It was like they were paying like thousands of dollars for these ridiculous shoes that looked like something out of a cartoon or something. Let me see if I can bring that up.
I never.
Yeah, all the rich people on Twitter were in the rap world were wearing those shoes. And like, what the fuck? Are they out of their minds?
Well, there is a whole there is that theory of the red shoe conspiracy.
Yeah, I've heard about that. So here it is. Big red shoes.
That looks like Ronald McDonald shit.
Yeah, it's like there's some rapper wearing.
Leave it to a rapper to
Little Wayne had them.
God. Yeah, leave it to a rapper to wear something that's stupid. They look like either like Smurf feet or like Ronald McDonald boots, like Ronald McDonald Alaska or something.
Well, plus they were paying like thousands of dollars.
That's even stupider. The dude on the right looks like fucking. He looks like what's his name? The from Sesame Street, Big Bird. It looks like Big Bird with like big red shoes. Like Why do people gotta look stupid? Like, how is that?
Who is that?
like-
Who is that?
It's Little Wayne wearing some kind of weird
Oh,
shoes.
man.
That was some kind of weird trend.
He's so
Yeah.
weird looking. All those
Look
face
like Sonic
tattoos.
the
And,
Hedgehog.
Now you probably can't even sell them. If you try to sell them, nobody wants them. So it's
he
like,
looks like some kind of little demon running around. Some kind of weird little gargoyle or something.
It's just they people are profiting off from all sorts of stupid shit. It's like, man, we just need to figure out
Nas X was putting his blood in his tennis shoes and promoting
Yeah,
666. You know, not Nas X.
gimmicks. They're all retarded.
Yeah. That's on purpose. That's the That's when they emasculized the black community. That's what they started doing. They started making it like, because that's, if you think about it, like when we were growing up, the black community was very homophobic, like very homophobic. And I had a friend of mine who was like, he married a black woman and he became all like that. And he said, he was a white dude, and he was like, you know that trans rights are white supremacy or like white privilege? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm like, let's be realistic. He's like, oh well, because all those things, the trans stuff is dedicated to white people and yada yada yada. And I'm like, bro, it's because if you're a black American, you're most likely one of three things: you're hardcore Christian, you're from Africa, or you're from the Caribbean. The latter two you can get killed for being gay in. So of course the black community is not going to be pushing trans stuff like that. They are now. This was like 15 years ago. But like back then it was like you didn't get that kind of stuff out of the black community. I mean, they like, it was heavily homophobic and it was always considered like a hyper masculine culture. And then all of a sudden they put out these Lil Nas X and all these other creepy shit that they put out, and they've glorified the black trans woman as like the ultimate pinnacle.
The people that run the world use this technique because this is what they were doing back in the 70s, you know, with like Roy Cohn. That's one of the worst characters Donald Trump's been kind of associated with, where he's gay, but he's using gays. If he catches you in a gay situation, compromise you, using the information to manipulate you.
Yeah, he was connected. There was a bunch of them like that. Like Cardinal Spellman was too. I forgot who it was.
He's using that information to destroy people and manipulate them. But he's gay too, and then he dies of AIDS after protesting against gays, pretending to hate gays or whatever the deal is.
Yeah, well, that was a typical mafia. He was part of what they called. Michael King does a lot. Talked about that a while ago about like the gay mafia. And one of the things that was interesting, well, it's interesting because I always tell gay, because, you know, they always talk about Stonewall. And I'm like, do you guys realize that the biggest credit you owe for the gay rights movement is the American Italian, is La Cosa Nostra? Because all the gay clubs in New York, from like Stonewall all the way up to like private homo clubs where politicians and bigwigs would go, were all run by the mafia. And
by
Italian mafia, and that's who ran the Genovese crime family, ran Stonewall. So they did extort. That's why he was connected to them, and they're of course all connected to Cardinal Spellman. But they would do that if you show. That's why they had the pictures of J. Edgar Hoover. Who do you think got him? That's why J. Edgar Hoover never talked about the mafia, because where do you think they got the pictures of him in drag from? A mafia. They blackmailed him, but Cardinal Spellman was described as a self-hating queen. I
thought there were pictures of him.
Yeah,
I swore there's somebody got pictures of him. I swore somebody got pictures of him. Quint doesn't believe there's pictures of Hoover and drag.
I'd believe it if I seen him. I think there was a disinformation campaign against Hoover because he was trying to do an investigation on DC because he was trying to get rid of the swamp back then.
Was there a different disinformation campaign on Kennedy because he had a guy living at the White House, one of his best friends from back in his early days of
JFK
had a buddy from the war that supposedly was kind of a living guy. I mean, this is stories you hear.
Says JFK was connected with French Grand Orient Freemasonry.
But My knowledge is that Hoover was compromised by the mafia. He hung out at the clubs that did the compromising in. Clint doesn't believe that. He doesn't see there's enough
Well, no, it's not
information.
that I don't believe it. I just have to see the evidence, and that's not really what I'm digging into. I've been trying to dig into the CIA stuff, and
I swore there were pictures somewhere of the event, but okay, I don't know. Danny, have you seen pictures of Hoover in a dress?
I'd prefer not to.
Me too, but it seems like they exist somewhere. So I've seen them somewhere.
Oh yeah, they most definitely exist. I mean,
they've been published before somewhere. I don't know.
Like I'm sure there's nudes of Whoopi Goldberg too, somewhere out there, but we don't need to see them. We just have to know that they exist. And trust them.
Please no. That's like seeing the Predator naked. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Predator. Whoopi.
Right.
You should have like Whoopi and then the definition of ugly.
It's stupid.
Let's go right to there. Ugly and stupid. Definitely. Definitely. Not because of the color of her skin either.
No, just because she's stupid. I think she was the one. Oh no, it was Joy Behar who said that if black people in America were allowed to own guns, you'd suddenly see gun rights. You'd suddenly see conservatives want to get rid of gun rights.
I could see her saying that.
No, she did.
Well, she's retarded because they already got rid of. They already got rid of the rights. The whole system that's in place is now.
That whole show is like a platform for stupid people to say stupid, make stupid comments. They're all the View, yeah. Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg is just whoa.
Whoopi.
They sound like a bunch of seals that are clapping that don't even know what they're clapping about at times.
I've never actually seen it. I just freaking
I've seen clips. So I wouldn't. I couldn't watch a whole thing of it now, but
I wouldn't be surprised if it was scripted.
Oh no, there's the only people who watch that shit are like in their 70s and stuff, and like 70-year-old liberals, 80-year-old liberals who still watch television and believe the news. The ones who sit there and say, "Oh, Fox News," and it's like you realize that nobody under the age of like 50 watches any kind of
no shit.
Like Fox News.
No one is sitting in front of TV anymore.
I'm a hardcore conservative. You watch Fox News? No. Oh. like you're the only people who
hopefully
believe
any of them, or hopefully any of that shit. I think they know that's the last generation.
Well,
the generation that believes news. The generation that believes news is dying, so no one will watch news channels anymore after a certain point.
That's why they're already preparing with the shill account with the. That's why they had the alternative media for a little while, and now that's been infiltrated. So now we're gonna have to find a new medium to actually like give real info out. Even Redacted. I used to like Redacted, and they posted something about Viktor Orban calling out what's his name, George Soros. And I'm looking, and I just like, let me look this up for shits and giggles. And I look it up, and sure enough, Viktor Orban is connected to the WEF. They're a part of the WEF, and George Soros is part of the WEF. And even though, and I don't know, some say
Soros is the president of Turkey.
No, he's the president of Hungary, prime minister of Hungary.
Okay.
Yeah, because they want to call him out on, and they're also both.
Erdogan is Turkey.
Erdogan
is Turkey, and yeah.
That guy with nothing better to do.
Hungary. Hungary's a little more Eastern Europe, but they're all right about that same area. Wow, that's
central, yeah. Although I like Hungary because I went to Hungary for like 12 hours. I had a holdover there, so I ran out to go see Budapest.
But is it like Hungary, Germany, Poland, all right there? No. Hungary, Germany, Poland.
Closer to like Romania, Moldova. They're like they're Central Europe. But I like the Hungarian language. More west, but they're I like the language. The Hungarian language is an alien language. It's literally
I met
alien.
some Russians. I met some
Romulan.
Bosnians. Met some Bosnians working on some job sites. There was a period back around the 2000s when they were bringing them in from Serbia after the Serbian War.
Mm.
Russians and Bosnians, and they were, there's communities everywhere where our government brings back people from these countries we just went to war with, integrate them in our society, and wow, they're different. They're different. Russians and Bosnians from Americans. They're a little bit harder. They live life a little bit harder.
They don't have humor. That's why
Their
I don't like.
humor is
That's
way
why
different. Their food and their all that shit. Their hygiene is way different.
Yeah, that's why my friend, he imported a Russian girl, and I was like, "Why are you still messing with Slavic women, dude? They're so cold. Like, and of course he's whatever, but they're so cold. Like, they're not like, I don't know. I grew up in Brighton Beach, so I grew up with Russian women and Russian and like Soviet born people. A lot of the kids I went to school with were.
Is there a lot of those in New York?
Yeah.
A lot of Russian?
Yeah. Well, now they moved a lot to Florida and Pennsylvania and Baltimore. They've started moving over the past few years, but now it's getting replaced by the Tajikis and the Uzbekis and those people who are now moving in. But there's still quite a few Russians. There's still every new store that opens in Brighton Beach has Russian signs.
Yeah, yeah. They're pretty smart. They know what's going on. The ones I've met. They think exactly the same thing we do in the alternative community. If you talk to them, they're not dumb. They don't buy propaganda Putin's putting out. They know all about the New World Order and not saying they hate Putin. I'm just saying they know that there's a New World Order.
I forget what Putin was saying. He was saying something. Damn it! I seen it. Hold on, let me check. I'm gonna share it on Twitter. Yeah, he was saying something that was well, he's out. I think the KGB still exists.
I told you the Royal Institute for International Affairs just had a meeting 2 or 3 days ago at Chatham House. That's the Council on Foreign Relations in London. That's their version of the Council on Foreign Relations. And they said that the contract with the United States and Trump has destroyed the world order that they were trying to build. So they're getting all prepared in war mode. And she didn't say this, but she just said we're going to choose a different path because Washington's moving a different direction. It was the British that tried to destroy Trump in the first election. The Secret Service or whatever, Peter Steele, MI6 agent, was the one that spread the phony first Trump documents, claiming he was a Russian, working for the Russians. They wouldn't even allow this investigation that went forth if the head of the CIA at the time, Gina Haspel, hadn't allowed it. And they set the whole thing up. It's London been behind trying to take down Trump the whole time. Trump's the only person that's gone in there that we know that's not a fucking Skull and Bones or a Mason.
He's still a shill.
There's some information. I'm sure I'm not saying I've never said he's our savior, but he's working against the grain a little bit. And you wonder why when you start to see him severing contracts with the
Adam, I don't know.
International globalist corporations.
Yeah, I'm
over this. 4D chess. I get
we're
you.
Up to like
I get
44
you,
chess.
I've been following this. Since he started. So I'm with you. I'm tired. I'd love to see all this shit.
I mean, he's
Incredible.
I mean, until I hear him say he's going to bring factories back to the United States and start building and manufacturing things here and stop bringing in foreign workers to take all the jobs and all this other and get back union work so we don't have to we can't hire foreigners to do jobs. They have to hire Americans first, but he's not doing none of that.
No, I hear you on that. But
The whole system's about to come crashing down, so.
Well, he is over at Ford this week at the plant. They're talking about bringing the jobs back to the United States.
Well, they don't really got a choice.
And he's also questioning, putting pressure on the Federal Reserve that they've never had and calling them out. And as you said, he's making moves on the housing market. We'll see if that buying the bad mortgage stuff works. He's trying to bring the interest rates down so people can buy houses. He's fighting. I know you don't believe in the 4D chess, but he's fighting this motherfucker on like a 100 war front, shutting off these global organizations.
Well,
I read about 35. There's 75 more that are. When you read the list, you're like, oh my God, do we need this? Do we need this? No wonder we're broke. When you get down to the bottom of the hundreds of these organizations that work directly against us, and you're telling me he's not doing anything, cutting those off is something major. Now, as soon as he's out of office, the minute Democrats get in, they'll continue the money there, right? If Democrats get back in, they'll refund that fucker like boom. It won't even be like it was ever shut off. Yeah, but he's making moves.
He let Eric Adams off the hook, and I can't forgive him for that because Eric Adams just scammed everybody. Well, not everybody, but he just scammed a bunch, like 60 investors out of a meme coin that he created, and he literally did an illegal, he literally violated laws by what he did, and by he claimed he was making a special meme coin called NYC token that's going to somehow fight both anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. Never explained how. And then 8 hours later, he drew all of his money out of it, supposedly making about $3.5 million. And the only reason he's allowed to do that is because Trump let him off the hook. And Trump did not let this guy off the hook because he does something. He let him off the hook for, I don't even know what he let him off the hook for. We thought it was a casino, but nobody's really sure. But this guy is getting away with murder, and he's destroying New York City.
Well, the Democrats, for some reason, were getting ready to hang Eric Adams, weren't they? At a certain point, he did something that. But at a certain point, the Democrats, they were getting ready to hang him, and then Trump rescued him from the Democrats. I forget what the story was. He got in trouble, and the Democrats were going at. Maybe he supported something Trump said. He said he could no longer take.
I like that he made it
the Democrats
so Islam was made a terrorist organization. He labeled Islam as a terrorist organization, which they should have been long ago.
Islam.
Yeah, he did that recently. I thought that was good.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because it's like he's the only one that.
Clinton, you can't make all of Islam, a terrorist. You claim they're all terrorists. He might have made some group terrorists, but Islam is such a large category.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like
it's so many countries and billions of people and mindsets. It can't be outlawed.
Yeah, but it's connection with the Hashashin.
It'd be like saying all Christians are terrorists or something.
Remember that? Hold on, though. Remember that story I was telling you about my friend that was in Afghanistan or whatever? The medic. He had seen an old lady that was an Islam lady, and she went to a crowd and she went kaboom.
Blew herself up.
Yeah, that she killed a bunch of people, and that
the classic suicide bomber.
Yeah, so think of that, and then think of the Hashashin. think of that's what they would do. They would make their initiates literally do whatever it took to get the job done, even if their own life was taken.
It's very dangerous. They're very dangerous.
Yeah, that's why, the whole, there needs to be a huge investigation of the whole group. You know what I mean? Like, because because I really think that after reading that Dennis Cuddy article about the Nazis and Islam,
Of the whole group.
Well, I think it's definitely connected. I think it explains all sorts of shit.
Clint, the power is with where the leadership is, and when you say group, you have to, each leadership is, maybe they're not directly controlling.
Well, then at the same time, though, we gotta understand it's like Islam is, it's like it's connected with Baha'ism, it's connected with Scientology, it's connected with both the CIA and the Nazis.
And Catholicism is too. I mean,
well,
Catholic
it's
Church is
connected in a way
with the Nazis and the Baha'is and the.
Well, what I'm saying though, it's like there is part of the New World Order seems to be this Aramaic shit of these Islams, and that the that when
just one part though, just one part.
Well, I mean, that's the thing though. It's like the Cooper.
Of course.
Well, Cooper says about the Baha'ism, it's like the UN only sanctions Baha'ism as a religion, and that the New World Order, the New World Order, they
all the faiths. So Clint, all the faiths.
Hold on, all the faiths that have converted to secular humanism, but so in the New World Order, the only religion is to be Baha'ism, and that and that all the religions are going to have slowly been converted in different forms of secular humanism.
Yeah, but they're not specifically Muslim at the end.
Universal.
It's not specifically, it's more like universal Unitarian idea or something.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like those.
It's sinister, right? Saying it ain't sinister because
there's dangerous
all the heads of the religious organizations of the world are behind it.
Well, it's like it's like there was, there's whatever is happening is, it's so covered with rumors that nobody knows what's actually going on, and that it's like, we have the problem where the data is not available, and that all these different scenarios, we can't fully judge what's happening because the data is unavailable, and so we're all lost in a way, and we're trying to climb our way out of it with pieces of data that help to paint a picture of what's happening in the world, and that the picture is distorted by so many different cultures and ideologies and religions and all this stuff, and that so to see the world for what it is in itself is almost a magical power in the age of deception, because everything is so deceiving.
Well, I try to explain magic again all the time, where I'll use the example of if you've ever been in love. Do you remember the first time you fell in love? Does anybody here remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How powerful that was? Whoa. If you've ever had your heart broken. But remember that heartbreak, that real hard heartbreak? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Heartbreak can be caused by breaking up with the girl or losing a loved one. But it wrecks you. Just completely destroys you. And have you ever been there just like having a day, you're just going on a normal day, and somebody gives you a piece of bad news that just destroys you the minute you hear it?
Yeah.
What's occurring is a chemical reaction being caused by the information that causes your body to produce chemicals that can literally seize you up, mess you up instantly. And it's caused by information coming into your brain.
Yeah.
And so I always argue, or I like to argue for magic, because in my limited view of things, is a system very complex, has many aspects to it, but it's a system that's involved in mind control of your own mind. So then I like to bring up things like, have you heard of pearl divers over in Japan?
Yeah.
That can hold their breath for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, they do pirates
When the average
too.
person can only hold their breath for like 4 minutes. Have you heard of this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What happens is they're able to slow down their heart rate, and they've noticed that there's certain people they can train themselves to slow down their heart rate, and all of a sudden it causes their body to be in more like a stasis, like a hibernetic stage. You know, a bear goes into hibernation for 6 months.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to eat, sleep, drink, shit. Hibernates. It's a similar state where it just, everything shuts down and even the heart can stop pumping. And you can continue to live or whatever. And it slows down how much oxygen you need to intake, I assume is how this works. But they do it by training themselves and going into these, in some cases, trance states, mind control.
Yeah.
Shooters, like people that practice target shooting in the Olympics, they try to slow their heart rate down just before they pull the trigger, because you become more steady. You don't want to pull the trigger when you're shaking. You want to pull the trigger when you're becoming more steady. Soldiers, when they're in battle, they started realizing that they could teach them techniques to deal with the psychological trauma. Some of those techniques were, remember the reason you're out here. Remember who's waiting at home for you. Picture your loved ones when you're at the edge of the abyss, on the verge of death, might carry you through impossible situation. These are just ideas, that support, or examples that support the idea that the mind has powerful control over the body, and in more ways than you can,
Well, that's how I used to try to control my asthma attacks before I knew I had asthma. I would meditate, and I would envision typically, I guess I would just kind of sit up and then just envision.
That's a great example.
Like a dirt bike.
Anxiety or stress can cause asthma because it closes off your airways when you get stressed.
Yeah.
And so if you can relax and calm down airways, the pressure goes off them, is released. They're just techniques, and the government and the people that run society know these tricks, these techniques that are basic mechanisms we all respond to.
Yeah.
They teach their guys that have to go into extreme situations how to deal with these things, so they can send them on missions, and they try to help people that are going into extreme combat situations learn how to control your mind too under these conditions. So these are old techniques. Psychoanalysis that they credit to Sigmund Freud. the secret societies were using those techniques before Freud ever brought them out as a psychological tool to help you fix yourself.
Yeah. Well, in the old world, they would associate demons or angels or spirits with different cognitive goods and bads. Like like psychosis would be attributed to demons or insanity or the witch
So
doctor.
when I talk about magic, I talk about it in terms as like a technology that maybe can be understood, has been understood.
Like when the witch doctor, when they drink from the alcohol and then they spit it on you and say they're, or when they take the feathers and the incense and they wave it at
Spit
you.
it in your eye. Spit
Well,
it in your eye.
well, I don't know if it's
Psychoactive chemical.
some sort of transference of energy or if it's that the person believes that it's doing it, so then it happens somehow. The power of belief.
Oh, definitely. There's lots of documented cases where people believed in the witch doctor that cursed them when the witch doctor told them that you're going to die on this day, and they died on that date.
Yeah.
When they first started looking at these primitive societies.
The power of
belief is so strong.
Very powerful. It can create supernatural things.
Maybe your body just causes a chemical reaction. I'm a firm believer you can make yourself sick or healthy. But I'm not saying you're Superman. If you get a bullet hole shot through you, you're going to repair yourself instantly. No.
Mm-hmm.
But I am saying if you have a bad attitude, it might do you more damage than a good one. If you if you think you're sick, you might make yourself sick. If you
yeah.
I believe in the power of the mind.
Well, that's the thing. Then when there's a whole group of people, the whole thing about using the people's minds and their prayers for your will. That's what the occultists are doing. That's why they put their initiates in the highest positions in churches and stuff, so they can change the doctrine, persuade the people to want certain things, and that and so then it I don't know if it works or not, but according to the magic stuff, that when they channel the power of belief into a large group of people, that you end up with the Kenneth Copelands and stuff being millionaires, and it's like they're channeling, they're giving the person power, and I think that's why I think that's what either the Scottish or the Irish, they were seeing it with they made the metaphor of Circe's, the people tricked into her temple, and that Circe's would turn them into cattle and then feed off them.
Let's use an example. Metaphor. Let's use an example
of the church.
Of like a plant. You're familiar with the Fibonacci sequence, right?
Yeah.
How a plant grows in a spiral. How can we prove or disprove what science is telling us? At the cellular level, everything is being built at a very tiny scale by tiny atoms that are stacking themselves up in a spiral. Crystals. This is what they tell us life is.
Yeah. Well, then
they tell us the human body is crystal. Everything you're looking at is crystal in nature.
Well, Kurt Gödel or whatever, the mathematician, his one theorem is it's a mathematical formula which shows breaking in time, or it shows that there can be unknown change, and that it would mathematically explain gene mutation. It would mathematically explain a miracle. It would mathematically explain something that's outside of the golden ratio and all the set proportions of nature. it's interesting. I forget what it's called.
When they look at stuff, because we don't have an electron microscope, the denser material, like rock, is vibrating at a slower rate. At the atomic scale, humans are vibrating at a faster rate, the material that make us up, than a rock.
Yeah.
And so this is what we're told. Because of that vibrational rate that we're vibrating at, we can't pass through solid objects.
Well,
but there are other forms of energy that are vibrating at a faster rate.
Well, according
that can pass through us and solid objects.
Well, if we were to that split electron theorem or whatever, or the electrons turning into a wave thing. Well, it's not a theorem because it's proven. But so if the person was to put themselves into a trance and somehow be camouflaged from reality seeing them, then they could possibly dematerialize, turn into a wave, and pass through a wall. There's old Mason stuff written about it, and I don't know if it was a metaphor or if they were literally talking about it, but the secrets that were passed down through the ages, the metaphor of the eternal lamp, the eternal flame, for example,
here's the evidence that again I'm presenting that stuff is coming out of the ether. The Fibonacci sequence, a plant growing from seed. When you get cut, like a bad cut on a finger, a real deep one takes about 21 days. It takes 21 days to repair the cells back to what it looked like on a bad cut. And here's what it is. Here's the weirdest part. The human body is made up of cells. Every cell contains an exact blueprint of the entire body.
Yeah,
that's the weirdest part that they're telling you. That's how the cell reproduces. Yeah, as many cells as you want to take out of the body, it will reproduce what's supposed to be there, because all the blueprint is in the one cell.
Yeah, holographic properties. That's what I meant to say.
Science claims, this is science now, that the human body, every cell in the human body is reproduced in a year and a half.
Yeah, the brain is every 3 months.
Is reproduced.
Yeah,
that's why we're shedding constant skin cells into the air. Because it's shedding us from the inside out. It's reproducing the same cell it's sitting reproducing. That's how you repair yourself when you get cut, because your body's sitting there reproducing cells. And at the molecular level, they're spitting out like a Fibonacci sequence in its crystals in a lattice structure. That's magic. That's something they can't explain.
Well, I zoned out for a second. Otherwise, I might.
It's like electricity.
They say the electricity flows like water. That it seems that it has like a property like water, but it's that's what they say, that the Tesla stuff. It's like they say Tesla could see how it worked. He knew how it worked somehow. I don't know if it was from a dream or what, but like it's interesting because it's like in the ancient world and stuff, not all cultures had psychedelics. Some would go to the temple, and they would lay
Oh.
down and sleep, and they would have a dream, and that a spirit would come to them in the dream.
One thing that science has discovered, Clint, is all your muscles, the cells, the shape of your muscles, all these tendons and the strands and the fibers in your muscles. Every time you flex your arm or move your body or get up and stretch or do this, the muscles themselves are like strings with ratchets on them. So as you extend your arm back and forth, they spin in a spiral and they produce electricity.
Yeah.
So you're literally a battery. Every time you move your arm like this, all the muscles are producing electrical reactions inside you that's lit up with chemicals.
Yeah. Well, then it's interesting because your body puts salt in your blood, and salt. Well, the salt, if salt water isn't a conduit for electricity, so all your blood doesn't like have a battery going through it, but the rest of your body does. It's like it's insulated.
You're like a human battery. And as long as you're doing this and getting up, moving around, you're generating energy. If you stop doing that, people that become sedentary, they harden up, they die off. When you get old, you don't move as fast. Your body's slowing down. It's getting more hard because the electricity can't move as much. The cells are becoming dried out. Plus, the Illuminati's pitted the world against you.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the golden age. They talk about there might have been a golden age when Saturn was the planet, was our sun. There's a lot of people going on about it. Purple sun.
2 suns.
Healing rays instead of 2 suns. That would be crazy.
That'd be great. I mean, if it was...
It'd be fantastic if it's healing radiation that just makes you feel better. It'd be fantastic.
Well, plus the Earth would be really nice and warm.
But man, I always love your show, Clint. I'm not going to stay on here too much longer. What time is it? It is 1 o'clock my way. That makes it 3 o'clock your way.
Yeah.
Another fun, fantastic show. I always love conversations with you guys.
Always a pleasure.
When this show can't come on, you'll know there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
If this show disappears, you know there's a problem. So this show is a bellwether. If people can't get on here and talk about things, you'll know that this shit's getting bad. So at least we can talk with each other, even if there's a small audience. I don't buy the numbers they're telling us.
Well, I've seen the numbers change on my videos and subscribers.
There's so many platforms they're not taking into account, and then it's already been proved that they have algorithms that if you talk about certain subjects, they won't let your show get. They'll put a stamp on it. They'll put a tamp your show down.
Yeah, I think it's because that's bad mouth in China. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say if you call it the Jews are behind global warming, you'll get it. You'll get right on top of the algorithm. That's the mistake.
Yeah, if you join with Nick Fuentes. If you like Nick Fuentes, you'll be jetted to the top. Definitely.
That's it. That's what you got to do.
They're using that.
Mm-hmm. That's the easiest way to get to the top.
There's other big code words and stories they want to push.
Well, I hate the. Well, I guess the people aren't seeing that people are being bound together with hatred. And the hatred, everybody I've ever known that had a relationship with a chick where the relationship was based on hatred, it always ended bad.
Mm-hmm.
That because they like mutually hated people or something, like it always ended bad. And so the culture, I would assume, being a bigger thing similar to that, will also end bad if people bind together in hatred.
Bill Cooper, a long time ago, said, Don't mess with the ADL, because don't say anything that gets you on their list, because they come at you with guns ablazing. Bill Cooper.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected. They're the same ones pushing the movie. They're not the. Yeah, they're not the. They're
like
not
B'nai
doing.
B'rith.
It's like B'nai B'rith.
Yeah, and B'nai
It's
B'rith.
like Chabad Lubavitch that's working with Putin.
Nah, they're not working with. They're not working with Putin.
Not working with Putin. Not connected to Putin at all.
They're connected to Russia, but they're not connected to Putin.
With Russia,
They're
just a lot of
just,
Russian billionaires. Just a lot of Russian billionaires.
Yeah.
Old families.
They own all the Hudson Yards here because they use it to launder money.
They're in the movie recently as these gangsters. These don't mess with these gangsters. I don't remember what stupid movie it was, but there was two crazy Hasidic Jewish gangsters or something. Some movie recently, which could be anything.
Oh, they got they
could have been coming from any.
They exist, but not as a whole.
And then there was a story where there was some diamond dealers recently. Did you see this story where somebody got slapped and?
Yeah, that was one of the guys. The guy Trax NYC is I think an Uzbeki Jew, but the other guys were Indian because the Indians are really big into the diamond and gold also.
So were they just doing a viral video thing? Is that all that was? I don't remember where it was on YouTube recently.
Oh no, that was serious. That was 100% serious.
That was a big event, that occurred. Somebody slapped him, and he's in the diamond business, throwing blows at each other.
Somebody came in and asked for his.
Well, he spit at the guy too. He spit in his face, just like this big loogie. It's like, oh God.
Yeah, because a customer came there and asked for the Trax NYC guy, and then he's like, oh no, we're affiliated with Trax NYC. So he sold him what should have been a 14 karat gold necklace turned for $22,000, and it turned out to be 10 karat and a whole shit show. So the guy went back and found the real Trax NYC. He bought it off the guy for $22,000. He bought the fake thing off him to, maintain his reputation. Then he went to the Indian guy and said, give me my money back. You owe me $22,000. You used my name and my reputation and you sullied it. And so that's how they got into the fighting match. That's where.
And then he recorded all that. That's what went viral right there. Yeah.
Yeah. It was that guy Trax NYC. He goes and hands out gold bars and silver bars in New York. He's cool.
Okay. All I saw was the viral video of the confrontation and the spitting in the face and the blows being thrown and all this.
Yeah. That was an Indian guy, I think his name is Meksood. So I'm guessing he's a Uzbeki Jew.
But weird viral video.
Yeah, well, he has a YouTube account, so he does have like a viral. He has like an online presence, because he does have that's why it got big, because he already has he'll walk around the city handing out silver to people. Well, he used to, but I don't think he's doing it anymore. It's too expensive.
Just for the reaction to make a video out of it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
they must be making enough money going viral then, to do that. I would guess.
Yeah, he deals with all high end people. He deals with people who will spend $25,000 on a necklace that they'll never wear. Nice to be rich.
But you know that the internet now and the podcast realm, whatever you want to call it, that's the new information distribution point now. People aren't watching TV unless they're watching cable TV, and everything's pretty much going cable TV. Even the big news stations realize that nobody wants to listen to them and watch them. There's nothing. They're not providing anything, so they're going to private Netflix and all this stuff.
Yeah, and there's going to be no news on Netflix.
And eventually, people are just going to be all internet, because there's no reason to even go to regular TV. There won't be no reason to have giant TV stations because the propaganda is not working.
Yeah.
So they're moving to influencers, internet influencers. it'll be interesting to see how long they allow people to sit and talk and do shows on YouTube like this before all the ones that they are behind rise to the top and everybody else is shuttled to the back.
That's why they're pushing the whole Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, because they want to try to bring some of the younger people back to normal television. But I don't think most people are buying. I mean, there's plenty of people who buy it, but even amongst like the Groypers, they hate him, they love him, they hate him, they love it. So it's like he's not even consistent enough to get an actual show on CNN or Fox or anything like that, and he's not relevant enough. So. But that's because he's simultaneously a closet case and an incel, which is a phenomenon I still haven't figured out. He's a closet cased incel.
Tucker Carlson,
Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
totally. Well, all right, gentlemen, I'm dropping off, but don't you guys? If you guys are still up for some conversation, stay on. I'll listen to you definitely for a minute before I go to bed. But it's always nice talking to you. Can't wait to see you guys like next go around, and keep this flame alive, keep the spirit burning, stay positive. And then I always say, please donate to Clint's show. You know, if you like what Clint's doing. There's a way, right, Clint?
Yeah, somebody donated $5. Mr.
Somebody donated $5. Fuck, should be donating $100. Next time I donate to you, Clint, it's gonna be $100. All right, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Peace. Always a pleasure.
Peace. Same.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned, but in a weird way because I smoked so many roach joints. Now I got like a giant ashtray full of roaches. The joints rolled with roaches.
It's like, what is that? It's a truck. It's a truck. It's a roach joint. You know?
Yeah, they're like so full of tar.
It's flavor country.
But some of them were. Some were pretty good. Yeah,
I gotta get weed next week.
Yeah, I've got a little bit, but I figured I would save it for when my girlfriend's awake. So, I mean, I could probably roll a joint out of it. Let's see. I guess I'll. No.
Decisions. Well, I gotta pick something. I gotta pick up for the custies. Oh, I gotta pick up something new. I gotta get a couple of things. But hopefully, if I can get this damn dispensary job, at least I'll be able to smoke a little bit again. Stop dreaming for a couple of nights.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
that's why I started smoking again in the first place, was because I kept dreaming.
Yeah, dreaming. I mean, I usually have good dreams these days, but when I was younger, I had a lot of really scary dreams.
Yeah, for me, it's hit or miss. Sometimes, like last night, I woke up in a bad mood. I had bad dreams last night, but sometimes they're just ridiculous, and then sometimes they're just sometimes it's like when you wake up with
Yeah. I think the bad ones are either future premonitions or the spirits just fucking with you.
Little column A, little column B.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like a joke to the ghosts just to fuck with people, I think. Like, I speculate certain types of mental illness. I mean, most of it's definitely mental illness, regular, but some of it I think is caused by supernatural, like hauntings or something, where the person is like, not like a religious thing, but some kind of, like they're possessed by some kind of, maybe not possessed, but it's like, I speculate that the people, like, I don't know. It's just like my friend when we were younger, he was like suicidal and stuff, and it was like, and there was it was weird because it like he would he'd be okay, and then if he was around weird people or something, he would like, I don't know, it was weird. They would like feed off him or something. It was fucked up.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, he went to this party and none of his real friends were there, and he ended up hanging himself at some party, and
Jesus.
it was so fucked up. It was like, man, it's like those people. Every person at that party, I consider absolute trash. I've told some of them to their faces also, because it's like
Wow.
they let my friend down, and you know they're lucky that you know they're lucky because fucking they're just fucking. I mean, I just pray that God smites them, but you know what I mean.
They should get a
But
karma. They should get some karma.
yeah, the people are just. It's just crazy how there's a lot of good people, but there's also a lot of bad people, and it's like once
Well,
they turn to the dark side, they just keep going or something. It was
well, that's how a lot of it is. That's how a lot of people are. You know, a lot of people are. They live in their dark side and they just spread darkness.
yeah.
And
Wait, I got my 420 joint. 'Cause we're almost 4 hours and 20 minutes in.
oh yeah. Oh wait, you wait till 420?
Well, I mean, no, I'm gonna spark it right now because
Mm.
we're 4 hours and 18 minutes in. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, on the episode, not the time.
Oh yeah, 4 hours 15 minutes. That's cool. Fucking A.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty freaking stoned out. Yeah, freaking those roach joints really give you the munchies. It's like, man, the there's a cool background picture. Look at all these art pictures that are. Some of them are like comics and stuff. This one's cool. I just thought it'd be cool to get like a tattoo like this, but it's not. It's not the tribe I'm related to, but it's so cool. But now these days, everybody's got tattoos like that. Fucking. They said that the tribe was. Some of the pictures show the. They were like diagrams of the animals, like in a science way, kind of like some of the pictures show like the organs and stuff that are.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's gory or something. It's just this like red and black drawing technique. Like the natives had like an anatomy in the art.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck's cat. Why do I got a picture of a cat? That's not my cat. Oh, Hemingway's cat.
Anyway,
It's got multiple toes.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty burned out.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired myself. I might call it a night soon. Because, not that I got much to do tomorrow, but I do got to run over to see if I can get this job. Go run into my old boss again and say what's up. And see what I can do. But I'll probably do that in the afternoon because I got to go make a stop in Brooklyn first anyway. So.
Oh, yeah. Brooklyn Zoo. ODB.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of my favorite cassettes. Old Dirty Bastard. I used to play that in my headphones when I was walking down the street. That's how long I've been listening to rap.
Since you had it on cassette tape.
Yeah. This is the tribe I'm related to. The Blackfoot tribe. They've got a lot of. It's weird because there's a lot of different facial features going on with each of these people. Like this one, he's got more of a curved nose. This one looks I don't know. He's got very unique facial features. Yeah.
They look like Aborigines.
Yeah, it's my grandpa's family looked more like probably like this dude right here. I'm not sure if in my opinion, I guess.
Oh, shit. I need a phone cover.
Yeah, these are some cool dogs. I don't know why I got pictures of all these animals and shit. I think my girlfriend put
awkward
this
family portrait.
yeah, I think my girlfriend saved this picture. Those dogs though, fucking those poodles are hyper allergenic.
Poodles were hunting dogs. A lot of people don't realize that. Poodles are actually hunting dogs.
Yeah,
that's why they shave them up to their knees.
This would be a cool tattoo, minus the chunk of meat he's trying to eat.
Yeah, I wouldn't get any tattoos. I thought of one, but I'm not getting any. I can't commit to nothing.
Yeah, well, plus the inks aren't made out of good stuff. It like collects in your lymph nodes and stuff. I mean, it'd be cool to design some kind of ink to actually get a tattoo. I don't know what I would get though. Something yeah, freaking yeah, I'd definitely get like a simple tattoo, because then it wouldn't like if it faded, it would still look good, you know.
Yeah. When I was involved, when I was still going to lodge, I used to think about getting just a simple square and compass on my shoulder, like a very simple one. And it was only to pay homage to the fact that back in the day, like when like Freemasons would get that tattoo, and if they were like, let's say, traveling, or they went to the frontier, or they moved somewhere like, and like something like they were pioneers, if they died and they didn't know who they were, they would know that they were Mason and give them a Masonic burial. So I always thought that was kind of cool. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, what is this? Cape Lacuna tree?
It's happened before.
Yeah. It's definitely there's this whole thing of modern demonization of Masons. I think that it would be cool to retrace all the origins of Freemasonry and then start a brand new lodge that's not affiliated with anything, and that have documentation to show that it's, have all the receipts and stuff to show that that it's the original doctrines and all this stuff.
You could probably do that. I mean, the thing is like, for in the conspiracy / truther world, I mean, Jews and Masons are the two things that if you defend them in any way, shape, or form, you get completely lambasted. Or if you belong to one of them, you get completely lambasted. If you belong to both of them, then you get really lambasted. And then you have people who devote their whole internet persona to one or the other or both. And so it's really hard to get people to be like, guys, they're literally like whatever happened. There might be side quests that you can go on, but like for them, like that's what I said. Like when I joined the lodge, one of the first things I looked out for was that these guys had problems. I wanted to know that these guys had problems, and I was happy to see that it was the case. These guys were not perfect. They got fired from jobs. They got, they got tickets. I mean, nothing was ever, they were never. So I was always happy to see that because I was like, good. I don't want anything. I don't want a preferential treatment for nothing. If I do something stupid, hold me accountable. I knew a guy whose wife got him disbarred, temporarily like suspended from being a lawyer. There were guys who had problems with landlords and were suing people and were losing, yada yada yada. I was like, that's what I want to see. Normal people.
Yeah. Well, it's like the man. I really like the flavor of this weed. You should really go joint.
It probably tastes like burnt toast.
Well, it's not sure what flavor it is, but got it from some old dude. The dispensary weed went up in price in Michigan, so nobody's going to the stores anymore. The Governator. The Governator.
That's funny. They raised all the taxes, and now everybody's gonna go back to the black market delivery service. Good time to start a delivery service, actually. Actually, the perfect time. They do like they used to give out the cards that would be like headshots. It'd be like, oh, you need headshots, and then you send them a text and be like, hey, I got this number, I got this card from such and such, and then you'd order from them, and then they dispatch a delivery guy. It had like these services. It's probably still around. It was really expensive, but hey, you could probably start something like that out there and make some good money. Especially now that you can do Venmo.
I thought about trying to get a job at my friend's cement company.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah, he's got he makes a ton of money. And plus it would be like outside and stuff because I've always worked construction.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never really did an inside job besides when I was like a teenager. I don't know. I gotta figure something out.
Tell me about it.
Sell all my magic cards and buy some fucking fancy car and then fix it up and sell it or something.
That's always I used to I was talking to my buddy about it because he's got my buddy from Michigan because his family is like they have a factory for the car, something they build for the car industry. I don't know what, but they out in Michigan, and I was telling him, I'm like, we should buy cars from like the 80s and like cars that are not in great shape from the 80s and just fix them up and like put on modern, anything modern that's necessary, like modernize them a little bit, better brakes, take off the drums, put on ABS. If you can, I don't know, I guess you can install ABS. At this point they probably have a system to do it. So
well, me and one of my friends were super car nerds. And like, it's like every car I've predicted going up in value the last 20, 30 years. Like, because I was into it when I was a kid, cars, like and like there's certain cars like the Supra. I knew that was going to go up as soon as that stupid movie came out. I was like, man, now I'm never going to be able to get a Supra because of that stupid movie.
And then I predicted the S2000 and the S2000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one's a really rare car.
Yeah, held a lot of value though. It does like, and they still, even like one with over 100K miles, like it'll still go for like $25,000. Probably you can get them down to like 23.
Yeah.
23.
Well, then in the mainstream market, it'd probably be selling for like 70,000.
You got a nice one? Yeah. Yeah, people want those old cars again that don't have all that stupid technology on it.
Oh yeah, my friend had like this. It was like a 89 Mazda. It was like a 2-door with a 4-cylinder and stick shift front wheel drive. It was a really nice car. And I never liked any cars like that before I rode in it. I was like, man, this car's like, it really had a nice feel to it. The seats were really comfortable. It had like these little fans that like these little mini fans that were on the air things that would blow the air, and it was like an oscillating fan, but it was really tiny.
Mm.
It was pretty nice. It was a surprise. Yeah, but I mean I don't know I used to have a 1990 Lincoln. That's the car I grew up. That's how I I mean, I
Cool.
learned how to drive before that. But the thing that I learned how to drive on a truck, but the stick shift 76 Ford. Yeah. Yeah, like any manual transmission rear wheel drive car from like the 80s to well, yeah, or 80s and 90s basically. So those are all going to go up in money hardcore.
Yeah.
All the 60s Mustangs went down in money. I never thought that would happen.
I guess more people held on to them than an extent was expected.
Yeah, younger people don't really care for Mustangs. 'Cause, I mean, I could have got one when I was a kid, but it was probably good that I didn't, because probably wouldn't be alive today if you know what I mean. Yeah, I had a chance to buy this. My mom stole $3,500 from me when I was a kid, and there was 2 cars I was going to buy, and then I found out that she stole the money, and one of them was a 1966 Mustang California Special with the original paint, and the other one was 1963 and a half Ford Galaxy, which is red with a white interior. They had like a newer 302 V8 in it, and it was like mint condition. It was like it would have. I probably would have fucking hit a deer or something if I got him, but it was cool. They weren't like fast or anything, but they were just cool cars. But they'd be worth a lot these days, fucking 50 grand or something. Like one of my friends got a bunch of cars. I need to go over to his house and fix them all for him. Well, I don't, maybe not fix, but, well, I don't, maybe fix one of them. Well, yeah, freaking, what was it? Well, cars, I always wanted to build an electric car. Make it so each wheel has its own electric motor on it, and that because if you had the motors on the wheels very low to the ground, it would make the car so you could like go fast as hell and turn like crazy without the car actually tipping over, and fucking it'd be like the ultimate race car. I mean, but then you'd have to like build it. I'd want to build it extremely primitive, no computers, like a manual throttle, fucking thick wires that aren't gonna burn through or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know. My friend was saying that we need to figure out how to invent a new type of battery. He was talking about some kind of silver batteries or something, but like
Silver batteries, forget about it.
yeah, that definitely be super expensive. But something we need to figure something out. The try to get rich or something. I mean, I wonder if there'd be a way to like I don't know. It's all about getting up on something before it's like a big trend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely feel you.
Yeah, I remember when Bitcoin was like 70 cents. My friend's like, "Oh, you should buy it," you know, and I had $40 extra, and I was like, "Man, maybe I should." And then I don't remember what I think I bought a bunch of chocolate milk and beef jerky, but I don't know. But even if it's, I don't know, the whole money thing is like somehow I've gotten through life with no money for the last super long time. I mean, I don't know. It's like uh, the whole the whole system is it's or I don't know, like I've filled out so many job applications, never been able to get a job, and like
Mhm.
in the construction stuff, it was always well, like I mean, I haven't done that in quite some time, but like but the probably like 15 years or something, but like it seems like there's nowhere where we could go to get an education of what we want to learn about, so thus we're looking all this stuff up online and stuff, uh, trying to figure it out and break new ground where other people haven't. And well, I mean, maybe in the future we'll be recognized for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we'll be some kind of big internet sensations or something, even though we'll be long gone. Kind of like a famous artist, you know.
Well, I mean, everybody wants to be an influencer now, so maybe there's something there.
Well, I suspect it's all rigged. I mean,
Yeah, if you're not willing to do the Dubai chocolate thing,
yeah, because like, yeah, I never expected the future to be like this. Computers and stuff
well,
the way it is, you know.
well, that's why I always say we're actually part of a lost generation. If you think about it, you know, we
Yeah.
are kind of a lost generation because we actually, if you think about it, we grew up at a very different time. Like we at a really like we grew up with just the perfect amount of technology. You know, it wasn't oversaturated like it is now, and we got to be a part of the foundation of like something different, of something like a forefront of something. And now it's like we are not, like, you know, we enjoyed going on AOL, and you know, we enjoyed playing some video games and stuff like that, but this whole world being in a digital realm is just, I think our generation, we can't handle it. You know, even like old people, like they can't handle it. That's why, you know, they're easily susceptible to whatever nonsense comes on the news and tells them to go dance for illegal Somalians and nonsense like that. And then you have like our generation that's just like, this is all really stupid. You know, can't we just go back to the 90s or the early 2000s? That was great. Then you have the generation after us, which can't read, can't write, can barely fucking function. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like we're kind of a lost generation because yeah, because also our generation screwed up the kids because we you know, our generation did actually screw up all these kids. I will give it that. We definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember in the 90s, it was like maybe it might have been the 80s still. I remember going, me and my stepbrother were riding bikes. We went to his friend's house, and it was like, it was like a really shitty house, but like when we got there, it was like he had like giant stacks of Nintendo games that were just like every
Yeah.
game that you could possibly own, and it was like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah.
And the I don't know, the it's like I remember like there was always Guns N' Roses on the radio. So, like,
That's it's. I'll tell you, it's because I used to listen to. I grew up. I always say my dad was a beatnik. My mom was a hippie, so I grew up with a lot of '60s culture around my house, and we listened to the classic rock radio, and they used to play like really unique stuff from time to time. Like they would not even from time to time, just like all day long. They didn't play the same few songs, and then at some point, they just kind of like narrowed it down to like 50, like 20 or 30 songs that they would just play throughout the day and then repeat the next day, and it started getting, and that's why it always seemed like the same songs are on. They used to play like Light My Fire, which okay, fine, but it does get a little old after a while. They would play like the Who. Like that's why I can't stand the Who to this day, because every time you turn on Q104, they would always be, at some point they would play like 2 or 3 different Who songs during the day, and it was like, oh my god, I can't stand hearing Pinball Wizard anymore. Like just stop. It's like even like Led Zeppelin. I can't stand Led Zeppelin because it was just so overplayed. Because they were Stairway to Heaven. It's like, okay, we got the point. She's buying a Stairway to Heaven. Let's move on.
Yeah,
It's like I remember when I was
there's a lot of fucking overplayed garbage.
Well, that's the problem. It's like, there's no.
I mean, Led Zeppelin, their guitar is pretty good, but I'm not really a fan of that band. But like, they're definitely super overplayed. Fucking, fucking. Oh, it makes you wonder about, like, you ever see that Who movie? I when I seen that, I had totally lost any. I didn't even really care for the Who to begin with, but I was like, oh man, they're fucking new age bullshit. And I was like, man, like the like then the there's a documentary about Led Zeppelin where it's like it really went into detail about some of the Crowley stuff and stuff with their songs, and like I'm gonna have to dig that up, but it was really it was the only good video on that person's YouTube, but it was like some sort of Led Zeppelin conspiracy. It was really good. It was because I mean like they were Crowleyites or something. It's like everything that Crowley touched was fucking horrible. It was something about all those, keep in mind Ozzy didn't write Mr. Crowley. The viewer's sake, but everybody demonizes Ozzy, but Ozzy was just a very simple person who was insane, and somehow he got popular. I don't think Ozzy was helped that, but like the other bands though, I think that they're definitely promoted, and that they're, like all sorts of like what like the I'm trying to think of a big one. Well, like Rage Against the Machine, for example. Like, I think they were artificially inflated. I mean, it's hard to say. I used to be a Rage Against the Machine fan in the '90s, and it was like I found out that they had all this political garbage, and I didn't listen to music to try to, like, I don't know. I just didn't like the idea that people that were they're trying to influence people's minds through the music. I just want to listen to music as an art expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Freaking. I don't like hidden agendas.
Yeah.
All these hidden agendas going on in the world.
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, That's why it's like even like when people worship worship musicians and stuff or actors, I'm like, oh, can you stop? Like, just appreciate whatever art they produce. If it's decent, fine. But they're not freaking stop listening to them as if they're heroes and you know,
Yeah.
like come on.
Yeah, yeah, you know the artist got washed up when they start going into politics. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned. Yeah, I'd probably call it a night here then. I put that other joint out halfway because it's some outdoor weed my friend gave me. It's pretty good, but it's like really allergenic.
Yeah. I just had to repost something. Some Catholic account decided to say. I mean, I'm not a big fan. I don't whatever the Star of David, but they're like talking about it being the Star of Remphan, and it's like blah 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 blah. So I had to post some pictures of where they have Stars of David, so the Stars of Remphan, as they call it, on Catholic churches. So I said, so what's the excuse for why they're on Catholic churches? Because I mean, if you could see it on my page, but it's like if you see what they wrote and then the fact that it's on Catholic churches, that Catholic churches have them too. So then I'm guessing, I don't know, what's the excuse, you know?
Yeah,
So if you're gonna say it symbolizes sodomy and yada yada yada, then okay, well you got it on your churches too, bud. Maybe you should
it seems like it's just a symbol of fire and water.
yeah, it's a symbol also, but I mean, all these symbols are universal, and that's what it's so difficult to explain to people. Is like a symbol can mean one thing for one person and another thing for another person. It's like the cross is a symbol of Saturn, people. The cross is made of cubes. It's a symbol of Saturn. It's like 7 cubes. So it's like you guys got it. Like you don't even understand your own shit, and you're gonna sit and people are gonna sit here talking about ours. Like, come on. Like,
Right.
please. Like, the cross is literally also a Saturn symbol.
What was I gonna?
Oh, this is what it is. It's really Kali Yuga. It really is. I was talking to my friend about it yesterday. She's very spiritual. And, oh, I think I told you this because we were talking about how the number 2, that's why the age, it's become so feminized because 2 is a feminine number. So we're, that's why things have changed so much. Why that since 2000, but because 1 is masculine and then 2 is feminine. So and she was saying like, yeah, this is going to be a really big part of the age of Kali Yuga starting in 2026. That's like lovely. I can definitely see it already happening.
Well, the new age is all that goddess worship crap. I mean,
yeah. Well, I think everything now is based on like a sort of like, everything from like the trans nonsense and stuff. And I think that's that's the the because like a lot of the androgyny, the god like androgyny, like if you ever see like a Krishna, for example, like if you ever see like a statue of Krishna and then standing next to him would be like Radha or another female god, their faces are very similar. It's just their bodies will show their like man or woman. And that's very interesting, like because a lot of
it's
the
like the
gods, Moloch, I
Statue of
think, is like that
Liberty.
too. Yes. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
got a masculine face and a feminine body.
yeah, it's
If
from
I'm not
the
mistaken.
French Grand Orient Masons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Moloch also has breasts, if I'm not mistaken. One of
Like
those.
there's like the whole Grand Orient thing. It's uh, so I think that's where it was like the Templars different, where the Templars split into 2 groups. One good, which was the original Masons, and then the bad ones turned into the Grand Orient Masons,
Mhm.
and the because I think that the Grand Orient Masons are connected with the Hashashin, but and the dark side, but the but so I mean I could be wrong, but the Crowley called his order Ordo Templi Orientis, the order of Templars Oriental.
Yeah.
And so I think that they were on the dark side. They were practicing. They practiced a lot of things, but that they were indulging the dark side of certain religions from India, and the like Kali worship. Like you ever see, I'm sure you've seen Indiana Jones too. The there is a conspiracy in real life about India, and that there was Kali cults that were practicing the secret worship of Kali and malicious stuff, and the but like Kali is just another version of the Babylonian goddess Ishtar, and that the and Ishtar's one of her sons or whatever, not Tammuz, but the bull or whatever. I forget how the bull is connected to her, but according to the mythos, Ishtar becomes the bull, and that the and so like the bull is the Moloch seems to be the red heifer that the in the story in the Hebrew story, but and it's not just like a statue or something. It's a symbol of this. They're warning of this the same ancient. They're warning of the same Sirius Star cult as the Christians were warning of the the cult of Astaroth.
The divine feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the it seemed as though the they were practicing things that were considered well, they were on the dark side basically. It's like they were insane. They were like they it reminds me of like the that movie where well, I guess it's the different cultures, you know. That's why I was bringing up that John Allegro thing with the mushrooms. It's like if the people were eating mushrooms and they were seeing what the culture was doing, and that it was bad, and that they were obtaining wisdom from the mushrooms, and that they were differentiating, you know, they were able to they were able to model the culture in their mind and see all the different bad things wrong with it, and so they wrote against it, and that the well, I mean, it's interesting. It's like did the people who were in Rome and 2,000 years ago were they taking psychedelics and being like fuck Rome, fuck the Caesar, fuck the fucking sun god, fuck all this shit, you know? They started, you know, shrooming out, and I wish I could eat mush. I haven't eaten mushrooms in like 10 years. Yeah, I haven't tripped like fucking like quite some time. I think I tripped once like 7 years ago, but I had a really bad stomach ache the whole time. So it's basically been 10 years since I tripped. The yeah, it's crazy how people are so scared to trip. The like on mushrooms or something. Half the time you just fucking laugh and fall asleep.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is that they've convinced people that they're going to become schizophrenic. Like, I remember when I was in school and they would tell us the story, like, we would hear those, you know, the guy who took too much acid and then he would never sleep lying down because he was afraid he was going to spill. You know, like they had like those kind of stupid stories that people would say, and you believe them. And that's why even when I first took mushrooms, I was nervous. It was in Holland. And my friends hadn't tried them either. And so I was asking questions. And my friend comes to me after. He's like, yo, thank you for asking questions, because I was nervous too, but I was afraid to ask. I'm like, bro, well, you're going to take something for the first time. Fucking ask a question, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what is the
First time I
guy
tripped-
selling them there for?
First time I tripped was 1998, and it was a
Hmm.
green gel tab that it was super strong. It was freaking. I was laughing my ass off.
I tripped for the first time with in Holland with two Brazilians who had never seen snow before, and it started snowing.
they
And they were
probably.
like, "What is this?" I'm like, "Bro, it's snow."
That's funny.
Yeah, it was fun because my friend lived in this like cul-de-sac community in Holland, and it was like houses, and it was dead at night. Like it was a playground, and then there's just us three idiots tripping our balls off in the playground, and just like watching bicycles go by, and just like watch. And then it started snowing. It was so. Holland is a magical country, except when they filled it full of illegals. But
Yeah.
that I think might have ruined it a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it's crazy because it's like there's all these people all around the whole world that are rationalizing all this forced migration of people, and it's like they're okay with it and they think it's good. And it's like, well, if they're all buying up the housing market and then everything's really expensive to get a place to rent or something because all these immigrants and stuff are willing to pay cheap rent just to get a shitty apartment from some slumlord. I was bringing that argument to my friend that's a super leftist, and they were like, that the chick was fucking retarded. She didn't understand that if there isn't like a boycott of slumlords that are painting over, like they just paint the whole apartment white with and just fucking paint over everything, and it's fucking like the shittiest apartment. Like I've lived in a million of those apartments. And fucking, I mean, not they were that bad, but some of them are really bad. Like fucking, the immigrants aren't going to complain because they don't want fucking.
Oh yeah.
So they'll pay whatever the landlord wants. The landlord will continue to. Typically, the immigrants will repair this shit and fucking. Well, if they're Mexican, Mexicans are always really spick and span. They're good at. Well, that's what I noticed. They like fix stuff in the house they're renting, even though they don't have to. You know what I mean? But like still though we need borders. Otherwise we don't want no cartel coming in America. You know what I mean? Like fucking. We already got enough fucking drama going on in this world.
Oh, this guy answered me. Oh boy. All these churches you shared, some were reformed and others built in the 8th century already under the influence and infiltration of Freemasonry.
I mean, yeah, there's like people are. It's like Masonry. Cooper says it best. He says the Illuminati moved through Masonry, but it wasn't Freemasonry itself. But there's stuff with there's arguments about the Scottish Rite and the Grand Orient, but it's a complex subject because there's so many lodges around the world, and not until like in America at least there wasn't a uniform lodge until 1790 something, or I mean they had constitutions and stuff with the Grand Lodge, but like each lodge seemed to practice different variations of the I've been trying to figure out what the whole original stuff was for quite some time, and that arcane of Freemasonry really puts a thing on it where it's like the Church Ward guy's book. It's crazy. He brings it all back to the Yucatan Peninsula, and it's like, wow, that's crazy. It's like when I read that book, I read it on here, and it just blew my mind. It was like, man, that's fucking wild. Like, I mean, I don't know if that's the origins, but if it goes back as far as he says it does, it's like there was Freemasonry hundreds of thousands of years ago in ancient like Stone Age times. I mean, like the history on the oldest keystone. Like you can find the keystones going back well past the Romans, and that typically they're always 23.5 degrees for the tilt of the axis, because it's like that. It's like the axis, the tilt. It's got the most stable angle. They were geniuses back then. I mean, building wise, I mean, like some of those, like look at the cathedrals. They were advanced engineers who were, that they couldn't have been built without the masons and stuff. The masons they were condemning the religions because they seen that the religions were all being perverted, and that I think that's the whole. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned. So. Like I mean, that's why I talk about the stuff about Hiram Abiff being Lazarus, and it's like it's interesting that the story. I mean, if it was that way in the story, that Lazarus was a concealed character, that he was. I found out recently that Lazarus was the brother, quote unquote, of Mary and Martha, but all three of them were alchemical symbols, and that but at the same time they were like the God, the father God with the wife God, and the wife God in the different religions. He always had a twin sister, or in but it correlates with Isis and Nephthys, and that the son was Horus, and that but Horus in Greek is Isis, and the American or English is Jesus, and that what was I going to say? Oh, the initiate who's raised in third degree, he's raised as Lazarus, as the God coming back, and that the person who's giving him the grip of the lion's paw is symbolized as Jesus, and the character, or Horus, raising his father, Father God, the Word. I'm gonna another cigarette.
Oh damn! It's 3:55. I'm gonna end up getting into it with this guy, but I don't want to get into it now because it's too late. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, take it easy.
No, I'll hang out for another minute. He said that the Jews infiltrated, the Jews and the Masons infiltrated the Jesuits and the Catholic orders, and Freemasons, and most of these churches that have Stars of David on them or Stars of Remphan are from the 19th century. And I'm like, come on, just stop.
Yeah, I'd say it was the other way around. I think the Catholics.
Seriously.
Yeah, the Jesuits invaded the Freemasons, and I think that's what the OTO is Catholic infiltration of Freemasonry.
There was a picture that I can't find anymore of Anton LaVey and a Catholic priest in the Church of Satan. But nevertheless, the Jesuit order didn't permit Jews to join. They you couldn't join as a converso. So there's no way it's a Jewish order if they had strict racial rules.
Yeah. Yeah, plus like
so stupid.
Well, when I was blown away by Nasta Webster, because she admitted right in her book, and the internet says it's an anti-Semitic book. She does say like 2 or 3 basically racist things, but they weren't like super bad. But like in the book, she documents that Adam Weishaupt didn't want any Hebrews in his order, and that he only allowed Rothschild because they were going to use him as a cash cow, and like
Yeah.
and so all the arguments of the people that think, you know, it's like they don't understand that it's not that way. The Illuminati is not Hebrew.
Well, that's why they got rid of the Asiatic lodges after the Frankist movement. Because if Freemasonry was Jewish, if Freemasonry was the Jewish aspect, the Jewish lodges were defunct within what, like after the mass Frankist conversion. You know, they existed. The Asiatic lodges existed for a little bit. They got what they wanted, and they got rid of it. And the only two that are left are Muslim Shriners and the Catholic upper degrees.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, the Shriners seem to be up to no good. I mean, not all of them. That whole Jester documentary was fucked up. They were saying that the Jester Order of the Shriners was basically buying a bunch of prostitutes in Brazil or some shit.
And if you ever watch Boardwalk Empire brings up they have a scene where they dump off a whole bunch of prostitutes at a Shriner meeting.
Oh yeah. That's why it needs to be legalized, so this type of stuff doesn't. I mean, not that I would ever buy a prostitute or something, but I was on the End of Days radio, and the host said he bought a prostitute. I was like, ooh, that's weird. Not to talk bad about him. I'm not trying to diss him or anything.
Hey, he said it out loud. I mean, he obviously didn't care about people knowing. You know.
Yeah. Oh. Man, I should have smoked a joint instead. Yeah, but like the Mason stuff is it's not complex when you see it as it's like I think it was possibly older than Kabbalah, far much older than Kabbalism, and that's where Kabbalism came from. And and it's not necessarily, and everybody looks at Kabbalism like some kind of, I don't know what they look at it as, but from reading the books, it's just systems of ciphers and these different acronyms and different reversals of words, which creates it makes this, it's like the words, there's so many words that, like the Templars, they took it's either Tamira or Notaric kind of, they call the Atbash cipher, and the words like like the word of God in the Atbash cipher would be the devil, because that was the opposite, or like Sophia and Baphomet, where it's like wisdom versus stupidity or animal, like I can't remember some of the other ones, or what was synonymous with, or not synonymous, but the opposite of Messiah. Messiah in the Abbash cipher is a serpent, and so the Messiah was opposite of the serpent in the but some speculate that that was a astrotheological thing of one of the constellations. I forgot how it went exactly. It was complicated. It's much more to it than what meets the eye. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say, I'm like, this whole like Freemasonry, operative Masonry came first, and then the speculative Masonry came second. But
yeah, well, I think the operative Mason extends to like a mathematical understanding of the universe, like
Yeah.
and like it's like there's two people in the world that have a pretty good, if they're real, they have a like a really good grasp on reality, and that's people that build shit and people that work on cars, and like the it's interesting because it's like, I mean, but it's not just uh well, the old Masons say that Jesus was like a Mason, and the if he was a real person, but then the whole trickster aspect where it's like, if it is if the New Testament, if you were to apply the old mysteries to it, it's like Jesus wasn't the sun, he was Mercury, and that he was it was like and it wasn't a trick for bad, it was a trick for good. And that it goes along with the Egyptian mysteries, the uh well, that's one subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I went on the show, I went on somebody's podcast to talk about Egyptian shit. I was relating it to Freemasonry and stuff, and they were very upset. and
Yeah.
and they were like, "Well, who makes you some kind of expert on Egypt shit?" And it's like, well, I just read books for a long time,
Yeah.
I got like a couple of books on Egyptology and stuff, and I just liked it because of the art.
The Egyptian stuff, I mean, I think because the Egyptians, I don't know if they were the first ones to have it. I don't know, but they definitely, or if they had it to a different extent. But I think all that whole region of the world, 'cause I think Solomon's temple was built using like operative Masonic
Yeah,
stuff, and the first temple would have been built on kind of, I guess, the same thing, but I think it would have been more. I don't know. I'm not
well,
really sure.
there's an interesting. I don't remember who it was that said it, but it was the measurements of the interior of the supposed sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid is the exact same measurements of the Ark of the Covenant. And
Mhm.
so they think that the Ark was originally in the Great Pyramid, and that the Great Pyramid was the signs and wonders of the Old Testament that was in Egypt. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the pyramid stone was called Hiram,
Mm.
which meant fire. The Hiram was Jesus, the stone the builders refused. The literal chief cornerstone. The word chief cornerstone is used multiple times in the New Testament.
Mm.
The Christians are all in denial. They don't
Yeah.
understand the symbolism that it's it's like it was like a monument to God, the Great Pyramid, and
Yeah.
then
That's Well, that's why I think like when I don't. That's why because if Rome, when they took it over, when they took over the New Testament Gospels and they edited them, I wonder if they edited them specifically to add these things in so they could be so the people in the know could understand them esoterically, their esoteric value.
yeah, yeah,
Because you got to wonder, it's like the story doesn't make sense otherwise, and then all of a sudden you have all this added esoteric stuff like the cornerstone, calling Jesus the chief corner. The corner. That's very interesting,
yeah,
and it's interesting that they would bring it to that they would they call it that, but
yeah. That's why the Great Pyramid doesn't have any hieroglyphs on it, because it wasn't built by Egyptians, or it
mm,
wasn't built by who they think built it. It was built by some ancient people that they had a lot of surrealism going on. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not in the Egypt folder right
Mhm.
now. Yeah, Churchward thought the Egyptian culture came from the Yucatan, and that it explains the it's like the pyramids of South America, that they went one way, but since they had to move, that they were using a different type of stone, so they had to alter the technique, and that and then they say that the bent pyramid was the first one of the older ones, and like the bent pyramid, they claim they built it like that uh because it was not stable or something, but I think they built it like that on purpose to have the two angles, the
Mhm.
90-degree and 60-degree for the compass and the square. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just speculation, but
That
I
makes-
mean,
I mean,
'cause
if it adds up.
you can literally invert the one angle and it becomes like a giant compass and square, the two proportions of the matter and spirit. The because I mean that's what the square and compass means to me. The square is the matter, and the compass is the spirit, which draws the circle of the infinite. And that because it's like they looked at God as like the great builder, and he
Yeah,
was
the great architect of the universe.
holding the tools, the I mean it's yeah, this painting always used to creep me out. My friend had a copy of it. I'd sleep under the couch under that painting, and like
What is that supposed to be?
Rembrandt.
Oh,
It's a Rembrandt. It's some sort of Spaniard. It's
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know.
like
That's why I think also the what's up?
well, I was babble on more about.
Well, I was just say the plumb line is like because that's why I think it's another reason why I think Freemasonry kind of teaches that the Earth is flat because it deals with like right angles and the plumb line. Everything's got to be straight, when you build, and it's got to be a perfect right angle, and but yeah, that's why I do think that's. But I just kind of wonder why they why they made it, you know, um speculative. That's what try to figure out, like why Freemasonry became speculative and not operative, and didn't remain operative. You know?
Well, I think they're both modern terms. The
Yeah.
order was never split in the original. Uh, that it was. It's like the priesthood was. It's like the priesthood became profane and then banished the secrets of the mysteries, and that they were that's when it went underground.
I guess I mean that's the thing. It became a way to, kind of like that's why I say like I believe for most of history, speculative masonry was the shallow end of the esoteric pool. It's like if you're looking to get into anything, you know, whatever it was that was like um that had either mystery or esoteric attached to it, then you would whatchamacallit, then you would join that first because that taught you exactly how the universe, like, the like you understand the outside before how to build the foundations before you can build, that's why I think the Illuminati too. um
Oh yeah. Well, like
so
consider like these stars. It's like the stars. It's like Jordan Maxwell says it best. It's like the stars was the greatest story ever told, and that it's like the secret of the Egyptian rites of the path of the candidate through the afterlife was concealed in the story, the journey of Horus and Osiris, and like I got Orion on the screen right now, but like it was like this ancient story of like that had like holographic properties of this map of the known world and universe, and it was like that they seen the stars, and that they seen this story repeating every year, and that it was like the stars were like that when they seen these stars, there was each star had stories attached to them. Each star was, in certain religions, was an angel, or each star was a spirit, or but I mean, that's more of the profane sense. The stories, I mean, the stories themselves were incredibly important to sailors. It's like or anyone traveling through the desert, because it's like they would have to travel at night through the desert, or
Yeah.
if you were to get lost, you would perish. You would the same with the oceans. That it's like they had these vast, complex stories, which all had hidden meanings, and that the words and phrases were developed from these things, and that along time the phrases would change, and the meanings would change, and the people's understandings of the of the real meanings would be totally lost, and that's where modern religions are. It's like they've got all these things that they believe, and that they're very lost, and that they can't decipher their own religions, because they don't understand the ancient Freemasonry. Basically,
Yeah.
it's complicated. It's because that's where it's like it's like the old ways. It wasn't meant to be something that was taught by one person, but like it was to be discovered by yourself, in ways where the stories were to bring you to a point where the story would go to another story and have another thing, and it's like there's all these jump off points where it's uh, the interconnectedness of the ancient lore. I mean, evidence of it is the star names. A comparative study of any of the star names throughout the world in any culture, that typically they'll have the same exact meaning for the same star, and so it's you can piece together this ancient world that doesn't exist anymore. It's like our birthright, basically. It's yeah.
Well, it's why people are not. It's why people are. It's why people don't understand the world anymore. It's how they turned everybody material. They've made it all about. It's become about Illuminati. That and Illuminati is rebuilding of the mind. It's a reshaping of mankind, instead of reshaping, you know, it's that's what Illuminization, I believe, is, and that's why
Yeah. Yeah,
so
they rebuild
that's
the
what I
mind.
think is why everybody lost out on everything. That's what I think the whole, everything. That's why I think everything has become. It's just this whole, this they don't. It's not about anymore. Like understanding the deeper. Everything's either is materialistic or it's like blasphemous. There's no in between,
Yeah.
and the world exists and the truth exists in between.
Yeah.
So it's like they teach you not. That's why it's like people should understand like their own like what they believe in and why, and like, you know, and maybe, and that's why I believe, honestly, like Rome took the Jesus story was, of course, I believe, to create a you know, a state, a religion of control.
Yeah.
That, you know, that would turn people. That's why it's like, you know, that turned people off to anything outside of the church. You know, that was your, that was the be all and end all of everything, and there was nothing outside of that. And then, you know, they gave it to, then when people, like in modern times, you know, they decided to give everybody enlightenment, but it's their version of enlightenment. It's not enlightenment to, you know,
Yeah.
it's like, I had an argument once, because when Zoran Mamdani's campaign was going, this girl in a mask posted a thing, because about, for the Zoran canvases, about, hey, everybody who takes SSRIs, please make sure you stay cool, drink a lot of water, because there can be, you know, interactions between SSRIs and extreme heat. And I'm like, and I said something like, you know, how, like, imagine that these are the people who want to save the world, and yet they can't even save themselves. Like, they're pumped full of drugs and wearing a mask on a 100-degree day. And like I told her, I'm like, you know, maybe if you, because it's a funny interaction, she said to me, she's like, oh, don't worry about what I do and blah blah blah. I'm like, you support vaccine mandates, right? I'm like, so that means that you're not actually pro my body, my choice. So I have every right to comment on your booster and drug addiction. And I'm like, that's why I'm like, maybe if you used your virtues towards something good instead of free shit. And, you know, but that's the thing. It's like they've turned the Enlightenment. They use those ancient symbols, but they
pervert them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, or they use only the most perverse ones. I mean, you know, that's why I think it's like the androgyny, masks. I think the vaccine was a baptism. Definitely, after 2 years of Ignatian of a spiritual exercise, like everybody came out of that, you know, that lockdown completely different, you know. But yeah, sorry, I don't I don't mean to go off on a tangent about that again. But yeah, I mean, that's
psychological, psychological manipulation of the masses.
Yeah. Well, it's I mean, it's illuminization. It's like, you know, like that's when people talk about the light, you know. It's like the light of Freemasonry. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. You know, it's like the lights of Judaism, of like the candles, you know. It's like light is knowledge, but you know, it's still relative, you know. Knowledge is relative, and you know, you can have light in Moloch, you know. So, you know, that's the thing.
It's like their light is deception. Light
Yeah.
is code word for deception, for the compromise different religions.
Well, it's become that.
Societies. Yeah.
Because that nowadays, what people do would be considered darkness. Like if you go back 100 years ago, 200 years ago, the way people are now would be considered darkness, not light, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's a weird thing where, okay, so in the modern lodge, the place of north is the place of darkness. And that in Churchward's book, he points out that the west used to be the place of darkness, or the east, I mean, and that and he says that he was, you know, treated bad by other Masons that didn't agree with his research, but it's interesting because the north was the place of Adonai, and that and it's like when the east is when the east is the place. It reminds me of this Bible verse where it says, well, the verse doesn't make sense though, but it says never. Well, I guess it doesn't say. It just says don't bow to the east and turn your back to the temple of the Lord. But I'm not sure what is in the west. But the whole change of the darkness from the east to the north, it's but Churchward's book is very complex. It's like he was saying that there was they had switched from worshiping the god of Adonai to a different god, and that it was it's interesting. I mean, I still haven't got down to the bottom of it, but it could have been because of like literal changes in the solar system or the universe, like where the stars moved or something. Where I mean, nobody's really sure why. But like there's well, it's weird because like the the story of the whole word well, so in the Atbash cipher, the opposite word to mason or carpenter in Hebrew is deception, and so it's like it's interesting because it's like they're showing the equilibrium in the language and and so that the whole anti-Christos thing, it's like they're it's all working in a way that is really like an opposite doctrine, where it's like there's a lot of there's a lot of for example, the Christian thing of judge not unless ye be judged. There's a lot of judging going on in modern Christianity of anybody that's not the Christian type that they are. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm sure that's the same with all religions, but like the what was I going to get at? Well, so that thing with the what was it? They would take the tetragrammaton and I think they would add the letter shin, and then it becomes a word which they say was a precursor word for Jesus, Yeshua or something.
Yeah.
But like when it's written like that, that's when they write it in a triangular form. So it's like it's another symbol for the stone that the builders rejected, and that I think that basically that there's some kind of alignment that they attributed to the word of God, that and possibly that that's why I think they were looking at the stars. They were also astronomers, but it's like the 2 points in the pyramid, they only point to 2 specific spots, and so it's like well, so in a lot of the symbology is like they show in a lot of the symbology they show the symbol of the tetragrammaton as a circle and a triangle with an eye, and so I speculate that that it's a symbol of the sun and Saturn and Sirius in like an alignment, and that the ancients, that they may the idea of a great change or Armageddon or flood or like the time of God, like because God was all powerful and like great creator and destroyer, and that they may have been because Jordan Maxwell, he talks about the word Yahweh and how the word meant like he was saying that it in the etymology it was like the explosion of a volcano, and and that this whole idea of ancients knowing about possible pole shifts or something, if that is a real thing, that the volcanoes erupt, the oceans swell, the whole world is just that this would be sacred knowledge, and that the and that if they were mapping the stars and that they had previously, if they had previously known about some great some great judgment or some great world catastrophe, and that because it's like they say that the name of God is all powerful and cannot be pronounced, and I think that uh, this is what it really means, possibly, that it's a warning from the ancients of the power of God, and that the possible, because if there was an alignment of the sun and the Sirius and Saturn with Earth exactly, it could create a giant magnetic field displacement, which would, something crazy could happen. I mean, that's all speculation, but I just gotta say that after everything I say. Just so I don't accidentally start a religion.
It wouldn't be the worst. It wouldn't be the worst religion if you started one. Just make it fun.
No, we all need to party before the world shifts and we all get crushed by giant ocean waves. Nah. Build a boat. I mean, it would be cool. Build like a big ass pirate ship or something, or
A big ass pirate ship, eh? Like a new Noah's Ark.
yeah.
Pirate Noah's Ark.
Just build a giant levitating platform with some kind of giant airship. Whoa. Have like a giant hot air balloon hooked to the ship so you can fly in the sky. Whoa, man, this joint's harsh.
Is it a cigarette or a joint?
That's some Blue Dream.
Mm.
Yeah. Seems like it's kind of harsh. It really tastes super blue, but it's like, I don't know. The farmer probably had some bugs or something. I'm pretty stoned. I thought I'd just seen a shooting star on that sky map. sky picture.
Yeah, you can actually see shooting stars out there. I can't see no shooting stars here.
Yeah, it's pretty cloudy here. What time is it? 4:30.
Yeah. You're gonna call it a night soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah, I'll
You can
try
take
when
off if you want.
if you're gonna hang out for a minute, I'll wait for you. In for a penny and for a pound.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, so like like the old churches, the Templars, the skull and crossbones seemed to be a symbol of the Golgotha. and that it's like that they weren't practicing what the modern stuff is like it's hard to explain, but like the modern stuff has been turned into secular humanist stuff, but like the old stuff was the symbols of enlightenment. It's like the knight was laying under the skull and bones, which was the symbol of the Golgotha and the resurrection of the God through man, of obtaining knowledge, the mystery. It's like the whole masonry and the knighthoods were it was a way to maintain a secret knowledge, and that they would and it was done to keep because all they knew all the books would be burned, and that all the so they had to maintain the secret story through it was a living story living through the initiates who
Yeah.
were so I mean that's the real secret of it, basically, of the ancient world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think the idea was, is to stop people from being able to look up at the stars and understand the cycles of our universe and how everything operated and the change in the ages and what to be prepared for, you know? And
Yeah,
didn't know, like, I think that's what kept, it's what kept people, even if they couldn't read or couldn't write or anything like that, it still kept them understanding, that because
yeah,
they knew whether they could read the stars and
yeah,
know how they were in touch with the universe and the ether, you know.
yeah. Have like they were it was ways for them to build their thinking, to conceptualize uh, like a model of reality. I mean, that's what it was all about. I mean, it's like the God having the tools to make the universe. It's like they were
Yeah.
conceptualizing how it was built and stuff, and how like God, it's like Adam was like it's like Adam was like the same as Abraham. It's like the same character. It's like it's interesting because like in the Hindu language or whatever,
Mhm.
Abram Brahm was God and Ab
Yeah.
was not. And so Abram was not God, like as in like the first person. And that but it's not like I don't think it's a real person. It's like a metaphor of as above, so below, where it's like since they believe that God was the universe and it was in the shape of a human body, and that the man
Mhm.
was the mirroring of the universe, and like it's like it could be connected with some sort of morphogenetic field type stuff. I mean, the idea of like the repetition. It's like the how do I say that? It's I mean, if you were to be a god, or if you were the god, like, and you were to create, I mean, the whole story is interesting. It's like the the idea that so if you were to be God and to create something that was to have its own freedom of will, then
Yeah.
you couldn't be the same thing as that. That's where I think the occultists are getting it wrong. 'Cause it's like they're misinterpreting the model of the concept. It's like it's like the whole. That's why I don't believe in the zodiac, and the stars. 'Cause it's like I mean I think that the idea of like people that are uh, people that are asleep are they're they are their zodiac, but the people that are awake, they're no longer their zodiac. They conquer the basic notions of, like to go against the. I speculate that's what the Greeks meant by the Hebrews meant by the in the New Testament, the sign of the beast. They didn't want people to. They wanted people to be awake. And
Yeah.
They didn't want them to be the zodiacs. Like their basic programming. They wanted people to wake up.
That's that was the whole point of the Enlightenment, was to get people, to get them out of the Dark Ages. But it was only for a short time before they were illuminized back into the Dark Ages through false light.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, excuse me. I was doing this joke every time I cough and be like, we got Santa Claus. Yeah, they've definitely been the things that they do is it's all the opposite. It seems their light is darkness. Their everything that they're doing is, it's like putting people into because the whole secular humanism thing. It's like it's more like atheism. It's taking away the idea that there's something more than the material plane. That's why I think it's the goddess worship, because the goddess is the symbol of the material plane.
Yes, yeah, because that's why that's why feminine is typically like Sophia. It's typically knowledge and wisdom are typically like feminized, because it's like the whole dry, like it's not material, it's not physical material, but knowledge is material. It is knowledge and like the pursuit of knowledge could be for people, could be like it is almost like the pursuit of like women, of sex, of lust. It is lust in a way, and that's what, and it's a form of materialism. And that's why people do, without realizing it, they'll seek it one way or another. And the hope is that they're going to get, people like us hope that they get enlightened, but most of the time they don't. Most of the time they end up becoming, unenlightened and
not in control of themselves.
The material. Yeah, and they chase that the material information or the material enlightenment instead of. But that's why, like, even like I think even in the Song of Solomon, like knowledge and wisdom is typically feminized, because I always felt that's because it's the same drive, the same lust that we have for women and for sex and for pleasures is the same lust we have for knowledge, and everybody has it in their own way. And some people, so some people pursue, like the sciences, math, some people pursue the esoteric, but then when you create all these new forms of wisdom like wokeism and stuff like that, and MAGA and all this other nonsense, it's like, that's why they're all the same people, like just mirror image of each other, because their natural inclination to chase wisdom but it's the wrong kind of wisdom.
Yeah. Ooh.
Damn, there's a lot of crime going on in New York tonight. Holy crap. There was at least 3 or 4 shootings.
Jesus.
Yeah, gunshot detected in Brooklyn, shots fired in the city. There was also a person being followed with threats, gunshot in the Bronx. This is all within the last hour.
Jesus.
Report of, armed robbery in Queens. There's also gunshot detected in the Bronx.
Isn't it illegal? Isn't it
What?
illegal to have a bulletproof vest in New York?
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's illegal to have everything. Well, California is about to challenge. Apparently, California is about to challenge. Bierna is about to challenge California for the to allow their weapons to be used there. So, it's whatchamacallit.
California is
That
like they're. Yeah, I follow the. Well, I used to listen to the Colian Noir dude and talk about all the fucking 2A stuff, and it was like he talked about California extensively and their anti 2A laws and stuff. It's like it's just crazy. It's like
yeah,
the people that are living, same with New York. It's like people that are living in big cities and stuff. Like they should have rights to protect themselves. And
yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah. You can't even like. Yeah, it's really difficult to get a gun here. It's actually interesting because it goes back to Tammany Hall. The New York City's anti-gun laws started at Tammany Hall, and it was the first person that was arrested for a gun charge in New York under the stupid new laws was an Italian guy walking to a job interview carrying a pistol in his pocket, and they arrested him for it. But yeah, it's really sad. I like it when the people who say like, "Oh, there's no reason for people to have guns," and it's like, well, what about the cops? Well, it's okay that you just call the cops. They have guns. It's like, I thought you'd defund the police. I thought you don't like the police. So it's okay for the cops to come with a gun to protect you, but you can't own one to protect yourself.
Well, it's
Like,
like the
come on.
Democrats are all driven by pure emotion.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like and that's how they're so easily controlled, because everything becomes an emotional thing to them. That's where they're misled, because they don't understand. They just follow their emotion, and that
Yeah.
they don't they skip the logic, and they're not under. And it's like the that's where it's like they're trying to make this balance where it's like the left is emotion and the right is logic, and like I mean, maybe that's the original intent, possibly, but well, not of our country, but of the Illuminists. But like, because it's like George Washington, he didn't have a political party. He said the two-party system would destroy America.
Yeah.
That there should only be one party, the Constitution Party. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like, and they can all have all sorts of different ideas, but they still all have to be pro-Constitution.
Yeah. Everything just has to comport with the Constitution. That's it. As long as you have that, you're fine.
Yeah, because like it's like before, it's like the old Constitution of America is based off the Masonic Constitution, which were good Masons at that time, and that the Native American law. And so, in essence, the United States government is the most advanced government because it was at that time, and that everything else had already been tried, and that also, in essence, it's like like they may have like desolated the native population and stuff, but it's like the form of government was still part of native culture, and that and so when people hate the Constitution, they're hating on part of something that was part of the natives, and the systems of representation and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they used to the Longhouse. Yeah, they had like the form of like, and it still exists. You go to like Massachusetts and stuff. They still have like a similar system. I forgot what it's called. Like what the hell is it called? I forgot the name of it, but they have like their own version of like a legislature that's kind of it's like localized, kind of like a council, but it goes by like a name that like an old like kind of Native American term, or like an old like a colonial term that you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we should become lawyers.
I want to finish my law degree. I've been really like, that's why I want to get my shit back together so I can go back to school and finish my law degree. And it's the crazy thing is joining the bar, because that I am a little concerned about, but I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's I don't know if
Have
it's
you
all
heard
good,
of
you know.
Virginia Cropsey? It
No.
was this lady, Carl Miller talks about it in this Know Your Constitution video. You should definitely watch it if you haven't seen it. But like, he says this lady was suing the state of Michigan because she was a law student, and that she was suing them because she was saying that the bar membership violated her right to work, and that the bar was membership, and she was considering a union, that she had the right to work without a union, and that
Yeah.
but I mean, technically, that Michigan reversed the right to work state law with the
Oh yeah.
governor. Yeah.
That's New York kept it, which was very interesting. The Janus decision. It's called
Oh, that's
here.
good.
It was called Janus. I don't know if it was you know what it was in your state, but in New York they called it. It was the Janus decision that said that you don't have to belong to a union if you know, but you're still entitled, I think, to like representation, and you get and the benefits. I think I gotta, you know, but that's what I used to tell my guys to do. I used to say, if you want to get me back to work, call every sanitation worker, every shift, call the union. The union delegate has to call you back at 3 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, or 6 o'clock in the morning. And you say, hey, can you do me a favor and explain the Janus decision to me? And I said it to them, if you guys actually did that and you guys started like really do it, like a group of you guys were doing that every day, enough of you guys, I would give them, because I have the phone numbers to the IBT higher ups in Washington D.C. And I'm like, I will give you the phone numbers to the IBT higher ups in Washington D.C. and you can go ahead and call them and ask them the same thing. And I said, watch how quickly things change. I said, watch how quickly they suddenly get me back to work and fix things for you and start looking out for you. I'm like, all you got to do is make them, but you know.
You could write some letters and pay for first class mail or whatever, and make them sign for it, so they get the letter for sure.
I was calling them. I was leaving them messages. I was talking to people in the IBT who were like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to you. Let me make sure somebody calls you back, but nobody would call me back. The guy, the head of the IBT, my friend saw him at a women's Teamster event, and she tried to talk to him, and he like showed sympathy, but then just kind of disappeared. Like, they're corrupt. They're useless and corrupt. And that's what's unfortunate, is that the only way that unions don't be corrupt is if you take control of them. You know, if you say, no, I tell my union what to do. My union doesn't tell me what to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm pretty strong. I was thinking more along the lines of like contacting your representatives.
Not in New York City, unfortunately, it's futile, because our representatives here, they only believe in my body, my choice when it comes to abortion. When it comes to vaccine mandates, these people, a lot of them take money from Big Pharma. So, you know, the DSA is like, so it's bad. You know, I don't know if I ever showed you the speeches. I have a couple of speeches that I did before my city council, including one where one that got me at the front page of the New York City's labor newspaper, but the other one, I basically used their terminology to talk about the discrimination that they inflicted upon us. I'll send it to you. I posted it to Reddit, and you know, they don't care. They have no sympathy. because
Have
they're
you
just
tried?
we're not gay trans freaking migrants.
But have you tried writing to the Attorney General of New York, possibly? That might.
That is the biggest baby eating witch of all of them. That's
Oh,
Tish James. That's Big Tish. That
Hmm.
woman eats babies for breakfast, and
Jesus.
yeah, she's
All right.
disgusting and demonic. So
Maybe just keep going up higher on the food chain, right? just
Well,
straight to the leader of our country and tell him your
well, we
horrible
actually did.
situation. Maybe
We've
he'll
had
write back.
we actually had people. We actually had an official letter sent to Donald Trump about us. There was somebody else who wrote a letter to Donald Trump recently about us and about our situation. Robert F. Kennedy is connected to CHD. CHD is involved with, giving us support. So it's like we have all these people who know about our plight. They're just not doing anything because
Oh, yeah.
that's the problem. I mean, John Gilmore, who's affiliated with CHD and people and like our plight, he just recently got on something with the government with who's a what's it RFK Jr. And I asked him on Facebook because they all know who I am. I'm like, can you please mention something to Robert F. Kennedy about our plight and get us please back some justice here, because
Yeah.
we're being tormented by the state.
Hmm.
So he just liked my comment, but whether he does something or not, I can't really do anything. It's
Oh, yeah.
just but unfortunately
Yeah.
it's like I yeah.
There's no
What
good
was I saying?
lawyers anywhere. All the lawyers suck. They're all fucking garbage. They're fucking it's I mean, I've thought about freaking just straight up joining the Navy to try to get try to be a intelligence or a lawyer or something.
Yeah.
Just this is last year I can join the
Mm,
because they raised the age. I mean,
yeah.
but I just wouldn't want to get shipped off somewhere. Yeah.
Do good on the aptitude test and you'll end up just after basic they'll put you in probably intelligence or something that something if you do well on it. That's why I thought about doing it too and going in to try to get the college credit to do JAG,
Yeah,
but
like
I also
I signed up I dropped out, but I signed up in like 2004 or something. I think it was 2005, maybe it was 2006. But either way, they had it. They said I could have started as a second class petty officer, which is like 2 ranks above everybody else or something. Yeah, I don't know if it's still on record, but
yeah.
I don't know if I can handle the boot camp though, because my knees all crunched out. But
I
I
don't
mean,
think the boot camp is as bad as it used to be.
yeah. Well, it's a tough thing 'cause it's like because I'm on the table on if like who runs the show of everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then the whole what's going on thing. It's like I don't know. I mean, I just it would be nice to know more about what's going on.
Yeah.
Everything, especially like the UFO shit, because that's just weird. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I want to see how the situation turns out, but one of my first lawyer, Chad Lavalia, who did our initial case, because a different lawyer is doing did our appeal. He actually just recently joined the Navy, so
Oh
if
yeah.
he can do it. But that's why I was thinking, like, if I did something like that, because my buddy was in the Navy too, he was a photographer, but this was years ago. But like, get into the Navy, do good on the aptitude test, get through boot camp, get into something like, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to learn JAG. I want to be a JAG officer or something. Okay, and then then you go to school, like they pay for you to go to college, and finish your degree.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'd probably blow all the money on some kind of badass car.
See, that's why I'm lucky because I wouldn't even buy something. I'd buy something stupid, so it wouldn't be expensive.
I guess
I
I'd
would.
probably
I mean,
I'd buy a barn and put a swimming pool in it.
yeah, that would be a fun idea. That would be a fun idea.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, I used to want to get one of those dump trucks and buy one of those when I retired. I used to talk about doing that, like driving it to Walmart just to get dinner. But I would take I had two ideas. Either two of them, put them back to back, open up the gates, and set up a DJ booth, and you could do like a dance, like a club scene, like a club in the back, like a dance floor in the back of the trucks, because they're big enough. Or you can set it up like a redneck swimming pool. So you can put like a giant top into it and then just like fill it with water and just drive around like a swimming pool on wheels.
There's this one business model that it's like basically all you need is a truck, a giant trailer, and a bobcat, and then all you do is rent the bobcat out to people. You deliver it to them, and then they would pay like $200 an hour to rent it. Fucking, you just pick it back up, and then just have insurance and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. I don't know if you need insurance. Just know a good mechanic or something.
No, you need insurance because if the guy breaks it while he's using it, if you rent it out, you got to get like lease like renter's insurance out of it.
Yeah.
Or if they have insurance, depending on the situation, their homeowner, if they do work on their house, then they have their homeowner's insurance might cover it. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh yeah. Well, or you could just drive it yourself and do the work, or I don't know. Seems like though, there's all these. It's like to figure out the best career paths. Like you'd have to do like a huge study just to like figure out what is the thing that people aren't all like trying to get the same job at. You know what I mean? Like freaking or like even maybe like start. I was asking the AI about what is some kind of job that nobody does. Like what is the new thing? What is and it's because I mean there's so many. It's like the mainstream markets of almost every field, like say making shoes or building tables or something, like they've got all these different more efficient methods and sources of wood or leather that's cheaper, and so they can undercut anybody that's so it's like we got to figure out. I mean, I've thought about trying to build electric motors. I mean, the or like I mean, I've got a design idea for an electric motor that's also a generator. That is, I mean, I've seen videos of them where they start them up and they run for like 4 hours without any generates. It turns drive shaft or whatever that like I think it was in Australia. The video it was on YouTube, but it was interesting. I got a bunch of diagrams I saved.
Did you ever see the electric those Chinese electric cars? They're like the little tiny ones, like they have like little pickup trucks. They have they're like they're not, they're just electric. They're good for like farms and stuff like that. I had talked to a friend of mine about importing some of them and selling them in like rural areas, because they're actually, but I think somebody already like took my idea and started doing it. But if you look up like Chinese car tests, like I forgot, I think Jalopnik, if you ever read Jalopnik, I think they did a series where the guy was buying a new one like each week and testing it out. They had like a food service truck. It was like looked like, if you know what a Cushman You ever see it like a
Yeah.
Cushman? So it's kind of like it's longer than a Cushman, but it's still very it's small. Like it's like maybe a 1 or 2 seater, fully electric, and you can like just drive it somewhere and just set up and like cook shit in it. They had a pickup truck. They had a Willys Jeep. They had
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of them, and they're really cool. And I was like, bro, we should import these. Like, you know, we should import them and you know and sell them to in rural places. You know,
There's
so
a huge trend of people buying big vans and stuff and turning them into campers and stuff.
not smart.
Yeah. Well, then there's also like laws that they're passing where they're trying to make it so people can't live in their cars
Mm,
or like live in an RV or something that
yeah.
they're
Yeah, you can get some of those Ford Transit vans, and you can make those completely livable. Those little Ford Transit vans,
yeah.
they're like the European looking ones. Like, yeah, you can make something like that into like a little, you know, home on wheels. You know.
Yeah, I guess some kind of gym membership or something to take a shower.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
well, I would even think it'd be kind of cool, like if you were like building them custom, you actually could build like into the side of it like a shower that like pulls out, so for privacy, and then you can like it connects as like a water thing in the ceiling, and you know you fill it, and it just you can pull the handle, and like it would be like manual, but it would still be like a shower, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
Probably a lot.
I proposed the idea where like this was an old joke where it's like but well before I built this house or whatever, it was like the the idea of like well, me and my friends used to say we were gonna all get credit cards, max them out, and then buy a pirate ship, fucking leave America. But like this idea is different though, where it's like there was a mansion for sale, and it was like I don't remember. I think it was like a couple million or something. Couple. I think it was like $1 million or something. This was a while back, but it was like I was like telling everybody in the room when we were smoking a joint, like we should all sell everything we own and fucking buy the mansion and all live in a mansion. Like who cares if we're all living with each other? There'd be a giant fucking house that's like, you know, massive. Fucking, it would be. I mean, the heating bills would probably be outrageous, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, you set up something like now. Don't forget, there's enough technology now that you can get that you don't have to, you know, you don't have to be on the grid. Like my friend, who I got one of the guys I got fired with, I've known him since I started the job, and he's like a professional survivalist. He's not one of those people who buys like a whole bunch of shit off eBay, like pre-made MREs and stuff. Like he's the guy who you can just send him out with like a pocket knife, and he'll build his shelter, find his food, make a fire, keep warm, call for help. The whole like he's a real true survivalist, and you know, he's right now he's looking to get a piece of property to that he wants to you know just pretty much live off the grid on, just kind of maybe build like a shipping container style house, and you know set it up with like all like he could set it up completely that he won't even need to like get on the sewer system, or like he won't need
yeah.
you know
They get toilets that burn.
power.
Yeah.
What's that?
They get propane toilets that burn the poop.
Oh, that's a good idea. And then you compost it. Use it for compost.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting things to do. I think this survivalism is like, you know, if is a good I think that there's a good market for survivalist stuff, and like being able to like get things that people can use to survive. Like even if you do something.
The television show Dual Survivor?
What is it called?
It's called Dual Survivor. It's pretty entertaining.
No, I never seen that.
That's pretty funny. The dudes are like fighting the whole time. the one dude for like 3 seasons he refuses to wear shoes. It's like, why is he wearing shoes? Like, what the fuck? he's got like 5 pairs of socks on, trudging through the snow and shit. Like, what the fuck? Why does he just fucking put some boots on?
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah,
Whatever works.
I mean, their techniques were still legit, but like, it was just funny that they're all freaking arguing and shit. The one guy, well, then the other guy, he was like, well, the first army dude was cool, but then the second army dude, he like, well, I mean, he seemed okay, but he was like kind of retarded. He tried to like cut this some sort of water buffalo skin off from a rotting water buffalo. He's like, oh, we can use it. It's like covered with maggots. It's like, oh. He like cuts it off and carries it. And then at one point they switched the no shoes dude out with some hippie dude, and then the hippie dudes with the second military dude who. And the second military dude, he drinks his piss. It's like, it's fucked up.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
funny show.
Yeah. Well, your piss will come in handy, but I don't know. You got to clean it before you drink it. If you got to re-drink it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably like, I'm always so dehydrated anyways. I could probably be out in the desert and be fine. Part camel. Yeah. Yeah. I probably need to rehydrate. Fucking drink too much pop. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pass out here.
No doubt.
What was it? 5? Yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah, it is 5. Wow.
Oh yeah.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty stoned. Oh yeah, I found out that the wild John's asked in the comments that the wildcats outside, a bunch of them are in heat, so that's probably what that noise was the other night. All the wildcats seem to be accounted for, so I don't think. Well, no, technically there was like an orange kitten that was missing, but it could be under like a giant pile of logs in a different part of the yard or whatever.
Oh man. All right.
Right.
I'll let you go. Yeah, it's already damn 5 in the morning, and
Right.
I gotta go in the afternoon, but I still should get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Not sleep until I gotta jump out. Have a good night. Thanks again for the invite. Always a pleasure. And I didn't see anybody in the comments. I forgot. I couldn't get to the comment feed, so I wasn't able to look at them. So good night to everybody in the comments too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Peace.
Cool. Peace. Be well, guys.
I might go on tomorrow at like. Oh, no, I meant to say that before you left. I might go on tomorrow at like midnight or something. I don't know. I might not. This picture's interesting because it's like those 3 stars. 2 different. Oh, pretty soon. All right, peace out. Push the like button and no, I don't know. I was gonna suggest to listen to Lane Cooper or something, but you don't have to listen to anything. You probably listen to me babble. Alright, peace. Oops, wrong button. Alright,